Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Enemy Within by Tal Bauer. Narrated by John Solo. Chapter 1. Kara Sea. In the frozen Arctic, 1 mile seemed as vast as 1,000. Circling around former General Porter Madigan, as far as the eye could see, was a haunted, whitewashed wasteland. A howling storm had blitzed the rust fuel station they had taken over, and after the storm the ghostly sky seemed to fuse with the endless expanse of desolation and ice. Fog and a swirling snow haze hovered, wisping through the distance. The mist was so thick that the lights on the snow tractor, parked feet away from the station, were only faint flickers amidst the gloomy, endless miasma. Somewhere out there, the midnight sun shone, spiraling in an endless circle over the horizon. The Arctic summer had arrived, just barely, just enough to keep a gloomy light hovering through the frozen fog. Thousands of miles of ice surrounded him, and beneath him, under the ice pack, a frigid ocean quaked and roared. Madigan smiled, his ruddy cheeks pulling against the bitter cold beneath his fur-lined hood. The Arctic suited him. The rawness, the violence, the brutality of the place. As peaceful and serene as people might imagine it to be, the Arctic was everything but a truly harsh place with vicious realities. Smooth ice and gentle snow hid the raging, turbulent ocean. Ice ridges thrown up by the crash of glaciers shared space with ragged fractures, bisecting the ice and opening up leads where waters carved and splintered into the ice cap. Scars marred the expanse, the wreckage and rubble of 1,000 violent collisions throughout the centuries spread across a wild emptiness. "General." Madigan turned and faced former Captain Ryan Cook. Cook's dark eyes fixed on his, deep-set in his angular face. Like Madigan, he wore a thick snow parka with the hood pulled up to cover his head. Beneath the fur-trimmed rim, Cook's eyes glittered like black diamonds lit by firelight. "Status, Captain." "The storm didn't delay our progress. Our men were able to shelter on the ships. Some of the hired help suffered exposure, frostbite on their hands, feet, and face. The main teams are back at work." "Exposure. They were supposed to be sheltering away from the storm. Their failure and their condition is a personal problem, General, not ours." Madigan grinned and turned back to the unforgiving landscape. Their hired help was generally good, but not perfect. His criminal army, they were men who had been sprung from the worst prisons in the world and banded together under Madigan's banner with the promise for a better life, or at least a life more suited to them than the present world offered. They worked for a debauched and bloody future that they could practically taste. They were brutal men, hardened by their captivity and hardened further by Madigan's mission and Cook's relentless training. "Cut them loose. They can deal with their personal problems on their own." Cook stepped to Madigan's side, and Madigan caught the curve of his smile from the corner of his eye. "Already done, sir. They were last seen walking away from our ships under the watchful gaze of my team." He grinned again, his chapped lips catching beads of ice blown up by the polar winds. Naturally, Cook had implemented his orders. Never had Madigan found a more ruthlessly efficient man than Cook. He was singular in his focus, exacting in his execution. Mission first, mission always. All else was secondary. Any tactics were on the table. He was a force of nature. Madigan was glad Cook was on his side. And Cook's team, a group of men as close to Madigan as Cook was, true believers in every sense of the word. They'd come to his side over the years, the most loyal officers and military men he'd encountered, men who believed as Cook did, and as Madigan did, that the world had gone astray, and it was up to them to set it to rights, to put the strong back on top, to put the rightful and the powerful, truly powerful, in charge again. Millennia ago, in ancient Sparta, a secret unit of warriors was kept buried amid the ranks of the legendary Spartans. The Crypteia, a unit hand-selected from the best, the most trustworthy, and most bloodthirsty, and charged with keeping order in the kingdom. A security arm of sorts, they terrorized and murdered their fellow citizens to keep order and control. It was time for the Krypteia to rise again, for the strongest to dictate that order and control in a world gone awry. All operations are proceeding on schedule. Ventilations of the methane hydrate are in the red line. Cook spoke again, and as he did, Madigan pictured the cannibalized chemical indicators they had ripped out of the destroyed oil derricks and rust fuel stations they had taken over in the Kara Sea. A few adjustments, some carefully placed explosions in the ice, and the indicators redlined, signaling massive ventilations of the dangerous gas into the air. Once it ignited, waves of fire would roll across the skies, a cleansing burn that would raise the old world to cinder and ash. And our other team. Turning, Madigan raised one eyebrow. Cook nodded back to the base behind them, the bare-bones, prefabricated structure formerly used by rust fuel scientists on their polar oil explorations. Sonar has pinpointed the location. The divers are surveying the site now. We've salvaged enough equipment from the rust fuel station, and after the dive teams complete their survey and draw up the plans, we'll begin placing pistons underwater and beneath the wreck. How long until we're able to raise it? Days, General. We won't know for sure until the dive team returns. And after... Madigan held up his hand. We must get our nuclear tech here before we speak of anything else. We've come this far by being practical, measured. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Captain. Stick to the plan. Have you heard from our man? Cook hesitated for just a moment. Not yet. He's on the move. He hasn't made contact since his team mobilized. One step at a time, we'll maneuver him here. His utility is best served with us now. His undercover mission is over. Have him cut loose. You know the drill. When he makes contact again, I'll give the order. Madigan took a deep breath. Ice crystals melted in his throat, and frigid air filled his lungs. The cold reached deep inside him and curled around his fast-beating heart. So close, they were so close he could taste it. Excellent, Captain. Madigan clapped Cook on the shoulder. And our last little problem? Days before, a rogue MiG had overflown their base camp in the Kara Sea, and the Russian destroyer Vedushi, which General Moroshkin had so graciously gifted them. Madigan's men had fired on the pilot, and Vedushi got off 2 missiles. One burst apart in the pilot's flares, but the other had chased the MiG down, destroying the jet over the empty taiga, the seemingly endless boreal forest that stretched across northern Siberia. Somehow, the pilot had managed to eject just before the missile's impact. Vedushi picked up his distress signal after his ejection. Whoever the pilot was and whoever he was working with, he had to be eliminated. While Madigan would have preferred the pilot to be killed in the shoot-down of his MiG, his ejection wouldn't save him. Thousands of miles of snow-packed forest stretched around him, a prison of ice and snow and unforgiving wilderness. Frowning, Cook glared into the snow haze and the flickering light that might have been the sun. The Spetsnaz unit you dispatched after the downed pilot hasn't found him yet, just his landing site, his rig and parachute. He ditched the radio and made off on foot. They're tracking him. Give them time. Siberia is a large place. You trust these men, General? Cook's eyes narrowed as he turned back to Madigan. They're Russians. We're supposed to be using the Russians, not trusting them. Trust? No. But these ones are useful. They're hunters, predators. They'll find this pilot, and they'll kill him. Of this, I have no doubt. The unit loaned to him by General Moroshkin was a Siberian Spetsnaz unit, made up of men forged in the dark heart of the frozen taiga. Hardened warriors, already fierce due to the land of their making, and refined by their training into something even darker. Moroshkin had handpicked the men and gifted them to Madigan, a thank-you present of sorts for his assistance in Moroshkin's coup against President Sergey Puchkov. To a man, the Siberian Spetsnaz troops were cut from the same black depths as Cook. In place of a heart, they had been born instead with bottomless wells of emptiness and rage, wells from which brutality and viciousness could be honed and sharpened. They were weapons as much as men, and utterly lacking in compassion or the trifles of morality. No surprise that Cook's hackles rose around them, like recognized like, and fought back. Cook's glower pierced Madigan. He smiled at the younger man, squeezing both his shoulders as he faced him. "Focus on our mission, Captain. This pilot is already dead. He simply doesn't know it yet." Madigan hesitated, and his grin turned wry. "I promise you will have plenty of opportunities to hunt on your own when we are through. You are not missing anything," and with another squeeze, he let go. "I need you here, at my side. You are my right hand." Cook visibly relaxed, the tension snaking out of his spine and his shoulders. He nodded once. "Excellent. Now show me the updates from our dive team. I want to see their progress." Together, Madigan and Cook headed into the base, leaving behind the Arctic wasteland and the frozen, howling wind. Nation rocked by revelation of Langley bomber's identity. The nation continues to reel following revelations from the White House regarding the identity of the Langley bomber being a clone of Captain Leslie Spiers. Captain Leslie Spiers, President Jack Spiers' deceased wife, was supposedly rescued in Russia in the midst of the coup against former Russian President Sergey Puchkov. She had reportedly been held captive for 16 years by former General Porter Madigan. However, the White House now says that the woman recovered in Russia was not Leslie Spiers, but was a clone of Mrs. Spiers, created by Madigan as a Trojan horse against President Spiers and the United States government. The White House credits swift, decisive, on-the-ground intelligence collection for the discovery of the clone's true identity. The night of the bombing, the clone had been arrested in the White House residence and taken to Langley for interrogation. President Spiers was observing his clone wife's interrogation when she detonated her bomb, concealed within her disfigured limb in an extremely advanced manner, preventing security personnel from discovering its existence. Senator Stephen Allen, famously hostile to the Spiers' administration, has called for an investigation into the bombing and the events that led to the clone's arrest. "What transpired between Sochi and the Russian coup in the night of the blast?" he asked, speaking to reporters on Capitol Hill. "How did President Spiers allow such a dangerous lapse in security to occur?" President Spiers remains on life support at Bethesda Naval Hospital and is not expected to recover. Tributes, flowers, candles, and pride flags have blanketed Pennsylvania Avenue, and a crowd of mourners continues to grow, even days after the attack. First Gentleman Ethan Reichenbach, who did not return to the White House following Mrs. Spiers' seeming return from Russia, has not been seen since the Langley blast. Chapter 2. Southern Siberia. A branch snapped nearby in the gloomy pre-dawn darkness. Ethan's eyes flew open. He sat in the back seat of his and Jack's Jeep, leaning against the frost-crusted window while Jack slept between his legs. Jack's back rested on Ethan's chest, his legs stretched out on the bench seat. One of Ethan's legs was tucked around Jack's, and his other foot braced on the floorboards. 2 stuffed quilts covered them both, pulled up to Jack's chin. Russian-made, they were thick, filled with feathers and lined with fur. Ethan had grabbed both when they passed through yet another desolate Russian ghost town 2 days before. Like the other villages they had passed, it was deserted, and bore the hallmarks of recent savagery. One of Ethan's arms rested under the blankets and wrapped around Jack's chest, holding him tight. His other hand gripped his pistol. He'd kept hold of his weapon all night long. At the slightest noise, he'd had it up in the darkness, ready to fire. Another snap, and then crunching footsteps in the snow, coming up the side of the Jeep. Ethan's arm tightened around Jack, and his gloved finger hovered on the trigger. He held his pistol steady, pointed at the passenger window, and waited, not breathing. "Good morning, sunshine." Ethan relaxed at the familiar voice as Scott appeared at the window. Scott opened the door and peered in. He was bundled from head to toe, a balaclava pulled back to expose his face. His hair, perpetually messy, stuck up at odd angles. A thick, bulky sweater made his camo jacket puff out around him. Like Ethan, he wore dark gloves and cargo pants tucked into his boots. Exhaling, Ethan lowered his pistol and groaned. "All ready?" Scott nodded and took a long pull on a cigarette, then blew the smoke away from the Jeep. "Does Sleeping Beauty need more beauty rest?" Ignoring him, Ethan blinked hard, trying to force himself awake. Night after night of being on edge had worn him thin. Scott jerked his chin toward Jack as he took another drag on his cigarette. He arched his eyebrows. "He's good." Ethan dropped a light kiss to the top of Jack's blonde hair. Jack shifted, burrowing against his chest, and ducked partially beneath the blankets. "What'd you guys find?" Every morning, Scott and Sergey took a small team from their convoy out before dawn, scouting ahead on their route. They moved fast, reconnoitering the terrain, and then were back at camp by dawn. Speed was of the essence, but so was stealth. So far in their drive from the Volga River Valley to the east coast of Russia, Sergey had kept his insurgency, their convoy, off the main roads and away from the cities. They moved overland, on rough tracks and barely stable game paths, slipping through dense, packed Russian forest. It slowed them down, but they made up for it with their grueling pace. There was no time to lose. They had to be at Simure Island in the Kuril archipelago north of Japan and stretching toward the Arctic Circle in just a few days. But so much was stacked against them. The convoy was moving farther into Siberia and into the mountains where snow built beneath their tires and the temperature kept dropping. It was late spring, according to the calendar, but in Siberia, deep snow drifts and thick ice kept the ground frozen, and the temperature hovered in the 30s. It would only drop as they kept going. Warm, according to the Russians they were moving with. Every day the air was thick with frost-laden clouds that tangled in the branches of the forest trees and alpine woodlands they'd plunged into. They followed tributaries when they could, sometimes named, sometimes not. For every named river in Russia, there were another 10 that couldn't be found on any map. Surrounding the convoy and circling them in every direction, mountain peaks faded in and out of the harsh gloom, a mess of smeared steel skies and threatening snow clouds. Loose black dirt skidded beneath their tires and their boots, the whine of their jeep's engines, and muttered curses in Russian and English, the only noises in the vast wasteland. Siberia was silent, eerily so, like the land had swallowed up all life deep within its frozen core. Behind every tree, ghosts seemed to linger, the foggy air heavy with a sense of harshness and cruelty that came from the land and its history. How many had died in Siberia throughout her long, long history? They were almost halfway to the Russian east coast, and, for Ethan, the faster they put Siberia behind them, the better. Ahead lay the winding frozen mountains of Central Asia with frigid cold and late-season snowstorms. To the south lay the tri-border region of Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and China, another tense border region in an already too tense world. They had to keep going, keep moving, had to make it all the way to the coast and then beyond to the Simure Island. It was an island so remote it wasn't on most maps. Of course, it also held the remains of a secret Soviet submarine base. That helped keep it hidden. President Elizabeth Wall, President of the United States since the attack on Jack and Langley at the hands of Madigan's most cruel agent, had promised to send aid and a submarine attack squadron to the base to meet up with them, and from there they were finally going on the offensive, taking their fight, for no less than the safety of the world, straight to Madigan and his ally General Moroshkin, the self-appointed leader of Russia following his coup against President Sergey Puchkov, with Madigan's aid and assistance. The coup that had left Sergey in hiding, leading an insurgency, and Madigan in control of his clandestine Arctic mission with his brutal criminal army. There was no time to waste. They drove all day and into the night until they had to stop for just a few hours when the forest closed in and the darkness was practically a knife slashing at their jeeps. No one wanted to pitch sideways down the mountain or slide into a ravine. Even their stops for supplies were lightning fast, darting into burned farmhouses and bomb-cratered villages to hunt for tins of food, eggs left in chicken coops, and cans of fuel. Blackened skeletons of vehicles lay in heaps in the few roads they crossed, bearing the scars of General Moroshkin's war for the soul of Russia. Moroshkin may have taken Moscow and a large part of the Russian military, but the populace fought him tooth and nail, especially in Siberia, and paid the price. They were racing against time. Madigan hung on the top of the planet, intent on razing the world to the ground by igniting a thermobaric explosion that would incinerate the atmosphere. General Moroshkin led his Russian charge over the North Pole and into Canada, an invasion pointed at the heart of America. Elizabeth was locked in a heated standoff with Moroshkin and his forces, and the only intelligence anyone had on Madigan's actions in the Arctic came from Sasha's sacrificial flight in his MiG, and a rickety ancient Swedish weather satellite. The world was falling apart around them. Scott shook his head. "The route for this morning is clear. This deep inside Siberian territory, we should be safe from Moroshkin's troops." From the Volga Valley to Siberia's borders, the convoy had dodged Moroshkin's forces holed up in towns and cities, at roadblocks and checkpoints, across highways and back roads, and in tanks and massive anti-aircraft weapons platforms deployed in fields and farms. Nothing flew overhead in Russia anymore except for Moroshkin's forces. Scott sucked down more of his cigarette. "We're getting off the mountain and back on the roads, too. No more navigating through the trees. We saw a couple of farms around us, a destroyed village. We got some fuel out of the trucks they left behind. To the south, there were what looked like some Chinese units hanging out near the tri-border region. Guarding their border or making a push into Russia? I couldn't tell." Ethan frowned. What did Sergey say? "Not much." Scott fixed Ethan with a hard glare. It had been 4 days since Sasha had flown off for the Kara Sea, volunteering his life on a one-way intelligence mission to the Arctic. Sergey Puchkov, deposed president of Russia, leader of the Russian insurgency and of their convoy, had always been an enigma to Ethan. He had met Sergey a year before, when Sergey and Jack had been at odds, striking and parrying at each other in the international arena. They had formed a tentative alliance in Prague, but when Jack had come clean to the world about him and Ethan and their relationship, Sergey had backpedaled hard and fast, and then returned when it became clear Jack wasn't going anywhere. After, Ethan had stopped Madigan's attempted coup against Jack and Madigan's plan to devastate the Middle East that would have murdered thousands of Russian soldiers. After all that, Jack kept being the president, a foiled coup under his belt and Ethan on his arm, and he stared the world down and waited for someone else to blink. Somehow, Sergey had become Jack's closest political ally on the world stage, more than that even, a good friend. Along the way, Sergey had befriended Senior Lieutenant Sasha Andreev, another riddle of a man, a former Russian Air Force officer, MiG pilot, and the survivor of a brutal anti-gay beating by his former Air Force comrades. Half dead, he had made his way to Moscow in a delirium, where Sergey's personal physician found him collapsed outside the Kremlin's walls. Sergey had kept him in the Kremlin as his physician nursed Sasha back to health, and then offered Sasha a position as his senior aide. He worked closely with the head of the Russian FSB, Sergey's friend, Ilya Ivchenko. From strangers, they had become a nearly inseparable pair. Sergey had glossed over most of the details when he first told Jack of Sasha and how he'd come to be at Sergey's side, but it didn't take a psychic to see the way Sasha felt about Sergey. Ethan could read it in his eyes, and in the way every part of him was tuned to Sergey at the state dinner, and after. Sasha had fallen and fallen hard. But Sergey never saw Sasha's feelings, whatever their relationship was to Sergey. He hadn't seen how Sasha had felt. Until the very end. Sergey had been bitterly opposed to Sasha's Arctic overflight, petulant in his anger. He'd confronted Sasha after snapping at him for hours. And then, whatever had happened between the two of them out on the flight line by Sasha's MiG was a mystery. Something had happened, though. Sergey came away knowing how Sasha felt. His Russian temper had flared after Sasha's takeoff, and he lashed out at Jack, roaring, "Everything was fine until you. You changed the whole world. And my world." Devastation had slammed into Sergey. Ethan had watched Sergey's knuckles go white as his fists clenched, and he had fought for something to say as his world rearranged itself, pieces to a broken puzzle that suddenly wouldn't align.
"He said nothing," Sergey had hissed. "Why did he not say anything?"
Sasha's last satellite call, and the screech of metal and the roar of flame haunted the silent places in their convoy, and hung like a cloying shroud around Sergey. Tragically faithful to the last moment, Sasha had given everything to Sergey, and his mission, even his life. After that, it seemed like Sergey had been turned inside out. He moved in a daze, his eyes wide, gaze shattered, limbs listless. Normally full of life, his long arms brimming with energy, his hands always moving as he spoke, he had lapsed into a dull, heavy melancholy. Scott said that the days crawled by, riding shotgun in Sergey's jeep as they drove at the head of the caravan, Sergey silent at his side and with all the energy of a sucking black hole. Scott blew another puff of cigarette smoke away from the jeep. "Vasily ransacked a chicken coop at one of the farms. He's scrambling eggs if you want to get up and get some. We move out in 10. Finally, Jack stirred in Ethan's arms and let out a soft groan as he came awake. His hand stroked over Jack's chest beneath the blankets, and Jack covered his hand with one of his own.
"Is there coffee?"
Scott snorted. "Whatever it is they pretend is coffee is boiling." He held out a cigarette, offering it to Ethan. Ethan shook his head.
"You know Stacy is going to kick your ass for smoking again."
"I know. I love it when she gets all protective." Another long drag, and then he stamped out the cigarette. "Don't tell her I said that." He wagged a finger at Ethan before picking up the cigarette butt. "You and I smoked in Fallujah to keep ourselves awake." Scott shrugged. "It does its job." Ethan dropped another kiss to the top of Jack's head just before Jack opened his eyes.
"Things are different now."
Scott rolled his eyes, but grinned and walked away from their jeep back to the center of camp. It was less a camp and more an array of parked jeeps crowded together in a defensive ring. Clumps of snow covered the ground and clung to the evergreen branches overhead. Thick, fog-shrouded forest surrounded their convoy, stretching as far as Ethan could see, giving the landscape the feel of a cemetery. It made Ethan's bones pucker and his skin tighten. He wanted out. Ethan had tucked his and Jack's jeep in the back of the camp at the base of a thick pine. Opposite them, Sergey and Scott had parked theirs. The rest of the men were in between. The sounds of the convoy coming alive in the frosty morning started clattering through their patch of snowy forest. Grumbled Russian, squeaky metal hinges and slamming doors, the crackle of logs in a fire, and the clang of pots and pans that Vasily had insisted on bringing from Volga. Jack nuzzled at Ethan's neck, and the roughness of his beard, grown thick in the 5 days they'd been on the road, scratched over Ethan's skin just before Jack dropped a kiss beneath his jaw. "Morning, love." Ethan smiled down at him, decocked his pistol, and slid it into his hip holster beneath their blankets. He wrapped his arms around Jack as Jack turned and faced him.
"How are you? Are you warm enough?"
As Ethan spoke, his breath clouded the air between them. "I'm good." Jack peeled off his gloves beneath the blankets and snaked his warm hands up under Ethan's jacket and sweater. His gentle, searching fingers found the long line of ragged stitches in Ethan's side. Ethan flinched. "Sorry. You know we need to check them." Carefully, Jack felt around the stitches, testing the skin, and then rested his palm over the top of the mostly healed wound. No heat, no swelling, no pus, no infection. He smiled. "You had me worried after yesterday." Ethan ducked his head, his cheeks warming. While rummaging through an abandoned barn, he'd walked right through a rotted-out baseboard and fallen into a cellar, into the rough, loose earth. Not his finest moment. They'd wrangled some supplies, but he'd come away filthy and bruised, his ego smarting. Jack's worried eyes and his gentle ministrations after they had stopped for the night had helped soothe the ache. Jack's gaze darted over Ethan's face, searching. He frowned. "Did you get any sleep?" "Some." "Liar." Arching an eyebrow, Jack sat back but kept his hands under Ethan's clothes and on his skin. "You should let me watch over you at night, too." "I'd rather do it. I have you close to me." He patted his hip and his holstered weapon. "I have constant protection on you all night long. There's no way anyone can get to you. Not without going through me." "Literally." Jack smiled, but it faded fast. "I'll drive during the day again, rest, and let me watch over you." He squeezed Ethan's hip. Ethan nodded, and the corners of his lips quirked up. This was new, this give and take of caretaking and watching out for each other. In D.C., at the White House, there had been their jobs and their duties and the world to react to. They took care of slights and wounds inflicted by the press, their suits and ties a kind of armor against the world. Out in the wilderness, in the forest, they'd fallen into a different kind of caretaking, a sharing of two lives, each supporting the other's existence. It was primal, in a way, how they had fused together. Half of his life was in Jack's hands, and instead of feeling vulnerable, it was the most natural feeling in the world. "Deal." He pressed a kiss to Jack's lips. A question hovered in the forefront of Ethan's mind, weighing on his thoughts. Every morning, he felt the weight of his secret resting over his heart. 2 rings, made before the world fell apart around them. Some moments, asking Jack was on the tip of his tongue, ready to tumble from his lips with his next breath. He forced himself to swallow the words. Not yet. It wasn't the right time. Not yet. Jack leaned into Ethan, and his hands wound around Ethan's back beneath his sweater. "At some point we won't be sleeping in this Jeep anymore," he whispered into their kiss. "We'll have room to stretch out. Share a sleeping bag." Smiling, Ethan pulled off his gloves and brought his hands up to Jack's face, his thumbs caressing Jack's cheeks. "We don't need a sleeping bag." One hand snaked around Jack's neck and the other dropped to his hip. In a flash, he flipped Jack, laying him on his back across the bench seat. Jack wrapped his legs around Ethan's waist as Ethan slid his hands through Jack's blonde strands. Jack grabbed his shoulders and pulled Ethan closer, his legs holding Ethan in place. He captured Ethan's lips, kissing greedily as his hips rocked upward. Even through the layers they wore, Ethan felt Jack's hard cock pressing against his own. "I want you," Jack breathed. "I want you to make love to me." Ethan's blood burned, searing through his body from his head to his toes. And part of him wanted to tilt Jack's head back and ravage his throat, work his way down, unwrap him like a present until he found his cock, suck him deep, work him open with his tongue until Jack begged for more, and then sink his cock into Jack's warm, tight body. Jesus, he wanted Jack so much. The springs on the Jeep's suspension squeaked with their rocking, and the tires groaned and crunched against the snow on the ground. In the distance, low chuckles sounded, and one catcall. Deflating, Ethan dropped his forehead to Jack's chest. He rode Jack's heaving breaths and listened to his racing heartbeat. "I don't want an audience when I make love to you again." Jack's legs dropped, one falling over the back of the front seat and the other squishing against the window. His hands stroked over Ethan's back and tangled in his hair. "I don't want to have to be quiet." "Jesus." Ethan gripped Jack and surged against him, thrusting against his hard cock. "It's not helping." Smiling, Jack rocked his hips up once and then scooted backward, propping himself up on his elbows as Ethan sat back and tried to straighten out his clothes. A prominent bulge strained the front of his cargo pants. He ached painfully hard for Jack. From the center of the camp, Scott called, "Coffee's ready if you are." Rumbling laughter, deep and throaty, from nearly all the men. Shaking his head, Jack started to pull himself together next to Ethan and fished out his balaclava from the pocket of his cargo pants. Outside of the jeep, he wore a full-face balaclava, and on their drive, he kept everything but his eyes covered. Ethan insisted, and Scott and Sergey both backed him up. The members of their convoy, of course, knew who Jack was, and just after Jack had shown up, Sergey had delivered a scathing speech in Russian to his people that had had even Ethan flinching, though he didn't understand a word that had been said. But they were traveling through a war zone, parts of Russia that were contested in the coup, under attack from Miroshkin's forces, and had been bombed by the United States and other nations, all trying to stop Miroshkin. Who knew what was out there? Or who was out there? Jack was, to the world, brain-dead in Bethesda Naval Hospital. A front-page picture of him alive in Russia would go over as well as a nuclear bomb. Scott came by. Jack tucked his undershirt into his pants and took a moment to readjust. His cheeks were dusted crimson, a faint flush Ethan wanted to nibble. Yeah. He tore his eyes away from Jack and fanned the bottom of his sweater, trying to cool his body. How'd the scouting go? The route is clear for the morning. More abandoned villages. They found fuel and some supplies. Vasily's cooking eggs. Ethan reached out and traced Jack's spine through his sweater and jacket. And you should talk to Sergey. Jack turned and stared at Ethan. I think Scott's worried about him. A tight, strained smile curved his lips. And that's saying something. Scott's trust in Sergey and in their Russian allies stretched from meal to meal, day to day, hour by hour. If everything came apart, Scott would be the first to say, I knew it. He hasn't wanted to talk to me. Swallowing, Jack leaned back with a sigh. His hands dropped to his lap, and he picked at the wool fibers of the balaclava. He's kept his distance since Volga. I'm not sure I'm the person he wants to see right now. Nodding slowly, Ethan frowned. Sergey's harsh accusations thrown at Jack at Volga Air Base had been the last direct contact the two had. After all this time, you think he's pulling away because of their love? Because he and Jack were together? Because Sergey had been loved by a gay man? Was this some kind of reaction, a fear that falling in love with another man was contagious, as he had hurled at Jack? He's pulled back before. Jack sat forward, slipping the balaclava over his head. He tugged it down around his neck. I want to do the right thing by him. I don't want to piss him off. He frowned, deep lines furrowing his brow. But no matter what else is going on, he's devastated about losing Sasha. I remember what it felt like when I thought you were dead. I can at least try to talk to him about that. Ethan's chest constricted and his heart almost seized. Was it only a week ago that he had thought Jack was dead as well? Never, ever again. He'd do everything in his power to keep Jack safe, keep him from ever coming to harm. And he'd never lose faith like that again either. The darkness that had swallowed him on his race from Saudi Arabia to Russia, the emptiness, the silent scream within his soul, the way he wanted to die, had begged the world to kill him. Together. They'd face everything together from now on, no matter what. Adjusting the balaclava, Jack leaned over and pressed a chaste kiss to Ethan's lips. Time to face the music, love. Ethan pulled out his own balaclava, tugged it down around his neck, and gripped the door handle. They piled out of the back of the jeep, and Ethan caught the smothered grins and barks of laughter sent their way. Scott raised a dented metal mug toward them both. Jack headed for him, and for the small fire where Vasily was cooking. One of the Russians who went out with Scott every morning, Alexei, slid up to Ethan. Middle-aged Alexei had been a federal police officer in Sochi and had fought with Sergey against Miroshkin and Madigan's forces the night of the coup. Now, he was one of Sergey's officers in the insurgency. He had a small beer gut and a thick salt-and-pepper mustache beneath ruddy, pock-marked cheeks, a sharp smile, and perpetually messy hair. His eyes glittered as he clapped Ethan on the back.
"You are a good Russian lover,"
he crowed.
"Quick?"
Others laughed, and Ethan spied Jack smothering his grin and rolling his eyes as he took the coffee Scott offered. Scott shrugged and hid his smile in his next sip. Ethan clapped Alexei on the upper arm, smiling along with the others. When he and Jack had first met the men in Sergey's insurgency, they'd worried about how they would be received. Two men in love, in a country where, only months before, Sasha had almost been killed for being gay. Another man, Evgeny Konnikov, had been murdered. Sergey's men, however, had been nothing but accepting. They were believers in Sergey's government, after all, and Sergey had made equality a foundational platform of his politics and administration. They just showed that acceptance through good Russian ribbing and teasing. The more ribbled, the better. If we had actually got going, Ethan began, first winking at Jack and then sending Alexei a grin, we'd be here for days. More laughter. Alexei wagged his finger in Ethan's face and squeezed his elbow before handing him a cup of bitter, sludgy coffee. Vasily waved him and Jack over, and he scooped the last of the eggs into a scavenged plastic bowl they shared.
"I saved for you,"
Vasily said, pointing to them both. Jack thanked him. As they ate, Ethan spotted Sergey standing in front of his jeep, his hands resting flat on a spread-out map of Russia draped over the hood, with his head bowed low. He looked up, and his piercing gaze fell on Jack. There was a moment where his face flickered, something dark passing through his eyes, but it was gone before Ethan could catch it. And then Sergey folded up his map and climbed into the driver's side of his jeep. He kept his eyes downcast, not once looking at Jack again. Chapter 3. Northern Siberian Permafrost.
Whoomp, whoomp, whoomp.
The helicopter was still out there, tracking over the taiga. Sasha ran through the dense alpine forest, the trunks only feet apart, and stumbled through knee-deep snow. He dragged a pine bough behind him, hoping it would obscure his footsteps, anything to cover his tracks. The forest cover above thickened, branches overhead tangling together, coated in massive clumps of snow and ice. He hesitated, crouching next to a fat pine trunk, and tried to catch his breath. Chest heaving, he closed his eyes, listening. The helicopter's rotors slowly faded. It was veering off. Perfect. He ditched his pine bough and dropped to his knees, digging frantically in the deep snow. The day before, the fragile, ice-crusted snow he'd been walking on had collapsed, plunging him into a snowdrift over 7 feet tall. He'd been a shivering mess when he finally managed to climb out, hours later. The ice crust on this snow, however, was thicker and refused to break. The rotors sounded again, grinding over the trees. The rumble grew, growling in the sky. The helicopter was coming back his way. Grunting, Sasha kicked at the ice, slamming the heel of his boot into the crunchy snow over and over.
Whomp, whomp, whomp.
Closer. Closer. Finally, the ice cracked, and the snow beneath puffed up, exploding over Sasha's legs and his filthy, tattered flight suit. He cursed and went back to digging, quickly scooping out clumps of snow to make a deep, angled trench. The ground trembled beneath him. Time was up. Rolling, he ducked into his trench, hiding under the overhang of snow that he had left. He reached out, smearing one arm through the drift he had left behind, and knocking over the pile he had dug out, and then dragged the pine bough over the opening. With luck, and obscured through the forest, his hiding spot would look like an animal den. He curled tight, barely breathing as the black helicopter passed over the trees. Closing his eyes, Sasha imagined the Spetsnaz team leader's face. Once, he had let the team get too close enough to where he had had to hide, pressed in the frozen dirt beneath the warped boards of a trapper's cabin in the empty forest. He had peered out from under the floorboards, his face in the dirt, watching the men search for his tracks. And he had first laid eyes on the lieutenant. The Spetsnaz lieutenant was a hard man, a Siberian with a weathered, sharp face and a cutting gaze. A long scar curved over the right side of his face from his temple to his jaw. His eyes were sharp, with a predator's instinct. Sasha had stopped breathing when his gaze swept over the cabin. The Spetsnaz lieutenant was a hunter in his own lands, and Sasha was his prey. How had he ever managed to last this long? He should have been killed days ago. Every moment he kept going was borrowed time. Sasha held his breath and tried to blank out his mind. Sergey's face, and the memory of his smile, his laugh, played in the darkness behind his eyelids. He almost groaned as yearning, painful, aching want slammed into him. Finally, the helicopter moved off, the heavy cut of rotors against the frigid sky fading into the distance, heading back the way it had come. Sasha went limp, boneless, his head resting in the snow as he let out a shaky breath. His gloved hands gripped the strap on the emergency pack he had pulled from his ejection seat, but they were trembling, both from the freezing cold and the strain of being on the run. His emergency pack was nearly empty. Russian pilots were only supposed to have to survive 72 hours before being rescued. He was working up to 100 hours on his own, stumbling through the vast wilderness of the Siberian taiga. He had stretched the food, but his water was gone. He had scraped snow from the wall of his tiny cave and held it in the palm of his gloved hand. Blowing on it, he tried to melt the snow, bring it above freezing. He was already cold, his body temperature too low. Eating snow would only lower it further. How much more until he was dangerously hypothermic? Finally, the flex melted, and he licked the frigid water from the palm of his filthy glove. Not enough. Not nearly enough. And it was still too cold. What he would give to be warm again. Sasha's eyes slipped closed. In his mind, he was back in the Kremlin in Sergey's presidential apartments, laughing and sitting across from him at the gaudy state dining table, one end piled high with briefing papers and binders. There was a fire roaring in the fireplace along the wall, and he had a glass of whiskey in his hand. Sergey's smile, though, was warm enough to reach his bones, set him on fire from the inside, fill his whole world up with heat and light. Jerking, he snapped awake, his forehead slamming into the snow overhead. He'd closed his eyes for a moment, but that was all it took to slip into an exhausted slumber. Damn it. He snagged what rest he could, digging out snow burrows and nesting with pine boughs and fallen branches, but it wasn't ever enough. He was almost delirious with exhaustion. Outside, the sun had fallen, and only a dim glow blurred through the forest. And he was shivering, his jaw clattering loud enough to wake the dead. His snow trench was too cold. He had to get out of there. Sasha pulled his pistol out of his pack and checked the chamber. Evening meant bears, and the bears in Siberia thought nothing of swiping at a lone wretched human wandering through their range. He'd be a tasty meal for a bear working out its hibernation hunger. Not that a pistol would do much against an attacking bear, but he might be able to scare it off. He shook his head, trying to shake the haze of exhaustion. Keep heading southeast. If he was where he thought he was on the map, then he was deep in the Sakha Republic, indigenous Siberian territory, tribal lands, and days away from Simure Island. He had to keep going. Sasha slid out on his belly, wincing as snow poured down the front of his flight suit. Damn it, he couldn't stop shivering. Gripping his pistol as tight as he could in his shaking hands, Sasha set off into the forest. He stumbled and nearly fell, and his body felt like it was trembling apart. But he kept moving, one foot in front of the other into the deep snow. Each step was one closer to Sergey. Chapter 4. Washington, D.C. Madam President. General Bradford nodded to Elizabeth as she strode into the White House Situation Room. He and all the others around the conference table stood when she entered. Elizabeth's throat clenched. She used to stand with them, her former colleagues, and greet Jack when he entered. His arrival had always calmed the room, his eyes bright and sharp, and with a soft smile at the ready no matter what. He'd embodied that balance of intensity and perspective, especially so after Ethan had joined him at the White House. The team, Jack's team, had truly felt connected, especially after Madigan's betrayal. It felt like they were united, serving a bigger purpose than themselves, bigger than politics even. That camaraderie had evaporated, vanished with a sucking pop. Hard stares followed Elizabeth to the head of the table, everyone still and silent as she pulled out the chair, Jack's chair, and sat down. She laced her fingers together, rested her elbows on the edge, and stared at General Bradford. "Let's hear it." General Bradford didn't blink.
Madam President, after the initial strike, we successfully pushed the Russians' first invasion wave into Canada back from Yellowknife to what we're assuming is their rally point in northern Nunavut. We're currently engaged in a standoff with General Moroshkin's Russian forces in the Canadian Nunavut and Northwest Territories. We've mobilized the 2nd Infantry Division out of Fort Lewis, the 10th Mountain out of Fort Drum, and the 4th Infantry Division from Alaska, as well as Marines from Pendleton and Kaneohe Bay. The Air Force has fighters from Elmendorf and Eielson in the air. The skies over the polar cap are stuffed full of additional Russian transports, and more Russians are coming in via Baffin Bay and over the pole. At best estimate, they have at least 3 subs under the ice and 4 destroyers in the water, and the Russian aircraft carrier has been spotted.
Moroshkin hauled that bucket of bolts out? I thought it was being mothballed. General Harris glanced at Admiral MacDonald, Director of Naval Operations, who stayed silent. Harris was the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a position formerly held by General Madigan.
Reports from fishermen off Greenland and Nova Scotia showed it crossed through the Giuk Gap and headed up Baffin Bay. We believe she's offloaded her fighters to the Arctic Bay Airport at the north end of the bay.
Bradford called up a series of maps along the far wall of the Situation Room and overlaid the surveillance images they had managed to grab from overflights and the few satellites they had left that could reach the polar orbits.
The Russians have established a defensive line at Kuglektuk. It's a hamlet in Nunavut on the shore of the Arctic Ocean. North of there, the Russians control the Arctic, the islands, the seas, everything.
Shit. A dull pain pounded behind Elizabeth's eyeballs. Once, she had wanted to be president. What she wouldn't give for Jack to be back and sitting in the big chair. How many people are up there, General?
Very few, Madam President. Mostly tribal settlements and research stations. We have American scientists at the research station at Resolute, and we had an Army unit at Alert Station. Both facilities have gone dark.
Any word from them?
We haven't been able to establish radio contact.
What the hell is Moroshkin doing, General? A momentary pause from General Bradford as he stared her down.
This is an invasion, Madam President. It's not how we expected a Russian invasion to happen, especially not in this century. But the Red Bear has come to our door, and Canada is stuck in the middle.
What has Canada's response been so far? Elizabeth turned to her former Deputy Secretary of State, Paul Heng, now acting in her old Secretary of State shoes, ostensibly until she and Jack put together a list of replacement candidates.
They're outraged. Publicly, they've asked for our military aid, and they are sending their military units alongside ours against the Russians, with the caveat that we do not strike first. Privately, they're deeply concerned about loss of life and loss of infrastructure. The number of casualties in the first wave of the invasion is estimated at just over 1,000. That's too many for them. They're willing to consider all options to avoid further casualties.
Even surrender? Her voice chilled, cold enough to cut diamonds.
Yes, Madam President.
That would give the Russians a clear path to the U.S., General Harris growled. Elizabeth gave Harris a long look. Paul, I want to know the moment that the Canadians and the Russians start talking. If anything happens between them at any level, back room or a direct phone call, I want to know. She nodded to acting CIA Director Olivia Maury as she spoke. The CIA would need to help with that. Maury nodded back. Her arm was in a sling, and half her face was black and blue after the explosion at Langley. Her eyes were clear but pinched. If Elizabeth had to guess, Maury wasn't taking her pain medication. Considering a building had fallen on her, that said something. This was crunch time. The Russians were coming, and they were headed for their back door. There was no time for pain. Options. Elizabeth peered around the table.
Our defensive line is holding firm, for now.
Bradford gestured to the map on the large display screen across the front wall.
The Russians are pushed back to Kuglaktuk. They haven't advanced any farther south.
But they will. Bradford nodded once.
Undoubtedly, Madam President.
Madam President. Admiral MacDonald, Director of Naval Operations, leaned forward. The Nimitz strike group is already on their way north, heading up the Pacific coast of Canada. The rest of Carrier Strike Group 11 is moving up from San Diego. 3 subs from Bangor are sailing with the Nimitz. We can strike the Russians at their rally point north of Nunavut and send in fighters and sorties after. General Harris spoke again. The ground troops we've mobilized can sweep up the mess after they're done.
The Canadians have expressly forbidden any airstrikes in their territory, directed to either side.
Heng flipped a pencil back and forth between his fingers, the eraser slamming into his notepad over and over, beating out a dull thump, thump, thump.
The Prime Minister issued an emergency address to the nation and the world, and explicitly ordered both the Russian forces and our forces to not conduct airstrikes. Their biggest concern is further civilian casualties.
Harris snorted.
Does the Prime Minister honestly think the Russians will abide by that? They bombed their way to Yellowknife and sent missiles toward Toronto and Vancouver, which mostly landed outside the cities.
Heng interrupted Harris.
He swallowed audibly, his eyes wide, but pressed on. After the Prime Minister's statement, all Russian bombing stopped.
Miroshkin is trying to appeal to the Canadians. Elizabeth let out a slow breath as she squeezed her hands together. They know what's most important to them, their people. If we strike first and hurt anyone up there, we're opening the door for the Canadians to turn against us.
They wouldn't really allow the Russians to invade their territory,
Julian Aviles, Secretary of Homeland Security, protested. Elizabeth's mind ticked ahead, her years of backroom diplomatic deals and tit-for-tat negotiation providing the twisted roadmap. If the Russians and the Canadians sign an agreement after the fact, then it's not an invasion. It's the Canadians inviting the Russians to use their land in exchange for the protection of their population. General Harris snorted. Elizabeth's eyes flashed to him. General, wake up. The United States has taken some pretty big hits in the past few years, if you haven't noticed. Several huge blows in the last week. We lost our president, and a rogue general, your predecessor, has played the bulk of our intelligence agencies and military like fools. We've been caught with our pants down, and we don't have many friends in our corner right now. Silence. The Canadians and the world might very well pivot to the next big player that gives us a bloody nose. Miroshkin knows this. He'll push us until we bleed, and he'll force the world to take sides.
NATO has condemned the invasion,
Heng said in the silence that followed.
But none of our NATO allies are offering military aid to us or the Canadians at this time. This could be the final break.
Elizabeth exhaled and dropped her head forward, letting it hang between her shoulders for a moment. Madam President. Admiral MacDonald spoke while Harris kept quiet, looking like he was chewing nails. Bradford glared at the map on the far wall as if he could make the lines move with his concentration alone, as if he could banish Miroshkin's Russians from the map and the world. Elizabeth frowned.
You personally ordered a deployment of 4 subs from our base at Pearl Harbor. I can't get answers about where they're headed or why. Everyone is buttoned up tight, under your direct orders.
Heads all around the table whipped toward Elizabeth, unasked questions building into a near crackling tension in the air. She caught Bradford's eye. He stared right back, not blinking. Harris scowled and looked around the table as if searching for someone to come forward with the answer. "Madam President, their mission is classified." She rested her hands on the tabletop. "I want to know the instant the Russians or the Canadians make a move. Any move. And I want to see options for addressing the Russians that the Canadians will be on board with. Insertion teams, special operators, a small footprint, and—" She sighed. "See if you can find anything about the Americans who were up there. Let's not leave them behind." Hard gazes and narrowed eyes speared her from around the table, the rest of the Situation Room standing slowly after her. She hadn't won any points with that one. "Jack, you made it look easy. Thank you, everyone. You're all dismissed. General Bradford, Director Maury, stay behind." Padfolios closed, papers shuffled, and feet thudded toward the door. Weighty silence clung to the paneling, to the sound-dampened wooden walls, almost as loud as a scream. Maury and Bradford stared at their notepads, not meeting anyone's gaze, as their colleagues trudged out of the Situation Room. By the door, Secret Service Agent Levi Daniels gave Elizabeth a long look, a different happiness etched into his gaze. The last staffer slipped out of the Situation Room, leaving Elizabeth alone with Director Maury and General Bradford seated at the table, and Levi at the door. Bradford's eyes flicked to Levi. "He stays." Elizabeth dared Bradford to protest, glaring down the table at him. "There are precious few people I know I can trust. He is one of them." Bradford said nothing. "Now," she said, sighing, "what's going on in the Russian Arctic?" Bradford changed the screens, calling up a new series of grainy satellite images. The detail nearly obscured the picture, a wash of white snow and gray clouds. Unusable. "We're still having a hard time getting accurate intelligence." A new series of images, data from a weather satellite with the raw scientific information in Swedish still displayed on the bottom of the picture, came up on screen. A wave of gas, colored in a haughty, vibrant fuchsia, leaped off the black-and-white image, stretching across the northern tip of the Russian nation, across the Sakha Republic, the Chukotka Autonomous Okrug, with wispy fingertips pointing toward Alaska. "We can confirm the gas cloud is growing," Maury said, "and it's growing at a rate that doesn't suggest natural release from the seabed or the Arctic ice." She finished carefully. "Madam President, why don't we launch a full strike against the location immediately? Obliterate this man once and for all." Bradford's cheeks were dark, his mouth pursed like he'd sucked the bitterest lemon. "For the first time in a year, we know exactly where he is." Elizabeth sighed. "And we can't launch a damn thing against him. The science advisors tell me that any significant explosion at that location where the density is highest would trigger the ignition of the entire gas cloud, a cascading fireball that would sweep through the entire damn thing from Russia to Alaska." Bradford didn't look convinced. "Are you familiar with the Tunguska explosion in Siberia in 1908? 2,000 kilometers of forest was flattened and burned to ash. Trees the size of buses were shattered like toothpicks. Every single thing was destroyed. One theory about how that destruction was caused is exactly this." She pointed to the screens. A methane fireball erupted, burning its way through Siberia. Now, imagine that level of destruction rolling across the globe. We cannot let this happen. Madigan will detonate it when the cloud is larger. Detonate it like a missile strike. Maury shifted in her seat, the briefest flicker of pain scratching across her bruised face. He must have some means of creating a large enough blast to ignite the gas cloud. That's what I'm afraid of. She rubbed her hands over her face, exhaling into her palms as she closed her eyes briefly. "Jack, how do we do this? Where are you?" It had been days since she had heard from Jack. Russia was large, she reminded herself, near constantly. Racing across a continent took time. Still, she held her breath every time she turned on the news or opened her email, fearing the pictures she saw in her nightmares would be splayed across the screen. Jack, bloodied and disfigured, captured or worse in some far-flung corner of the globe. Why had she agreed to his insane plan? What on earth had she been thinking? All right. We need options for addressing this threat that aren't liable to blow the planet off its axis. What can we deploy immediately? Bradford tapped at his tablet, and a flag popped up on the map on screen. A blip in the middle of the ocean.
We have a SEAL unit operating on board a sub patrolling the North Atlantic. They tracked the Russians across the Giuk Gap and have been monitoring deep underwater for any additional Russian subs or ships coming south out of Murmansk and making a run for the Gap. They can make way for the Arctic and deliver the SEALs.
Elizabeth nodded once. Send them in, then send the sub back to monitoring Miroshkin's movements. The SEALs were the best. They could get this done. Put Madigan down once and for all, and then Jack could come home. The subs going out to meet him wouldn't be needed for anything other than humanitarian relief, and then to join the fight against Miroshkin in Canada. And if Madigan fell, his puppet Miroshkin didn't stand a chance either. She could hope. Madam President. Maury's voice broke her wandering thoughts. They shattered to the table, her fears falling into her center, 1,000 pins hitting her heart. Director, about the other intelligence you have, the pilot who managed the overflight. Who is he? Where did you get this intel? What's your source? How are you getting out information out of Russia? She stood, her chair pushing backward across the carpet too fast. That information remains on a need-to-know basis. General, deploy the SEALs. Director, I want to know everything that comes out of the Arctic. Keep me updated on the gas and its growth. And keep your eyes and ears fixed on Canada and Russia. Canada's flashed their hand. If they cave to the Russians, we'll have an invasion at our back door faster than you can say privet. Maury and Bradford stood and nodded, their expressions drawn, exhaustion in their gazes and tension in their shoulders. This is war, Elizabeth breathed, or the last gasp before it begins. Chapter 5. Somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean. The airplane hummed around dock, the in-flight rattle of a jumbo jet hurtling at 30,000 feet in the air and screaming halfway around the world. It was the third flight for the team, a mind-numbing series of trips that had spanned almost 3 days already. From Jeddah they had flown to Riyadh, and from Riyadh to London, now from London to Seattle, back to America. Scattered around the cabin, not sitting together, pretending to not even know or care about one another, were the rest of the team. Sergeants Coleman and Wright, each snoring in window seats. Park, Ruiz, and Kobayashi, the remaining junior members left after Fitz's murder, were sitting through the third round of in-flight movies and numbly chewing crackers and pretzels. And Lieutenant Adam Cooper sat ahead of him, hunched and glowering at his feet. Doc rolled his head along the seat back, looking to his left. A fat, snoring Brit sat between him and the last member of their team, Faisal. For the length of each flight, Faisal sat silently in his coach seat, staring out the window at a shifting landscape of desolation and empty skies. His face betrayed nothing. As fucked up as Adam appeared, Faisal seemed practically impervious to emotion. Fuck, the argument over Faisal coming with the team had been epic. Doc hadn't thought Adam could get that pissed. Granted, he had seen a brand new side of him over the past few weeks, but the shit fit Adam threw had been beyond anything he had imagined. And Faisal? Shit did looks deceive. He stared hard at Faisal's profile, remembering the final climax of Adam and Faisal's argument. It had happened right in front of him, for fuck's sake. He'd been working with Adam in Faisal's space-age kitchen, their truly astounding array of weaponry spread out in front of them. They'd already decided they were sneaking back into the States under the radar, which meant traveling commercial, which meant no weapons, at least none that could be found. Faisal had scrounged up secured false-bottomed bags, and Doc had volunteered to help Adam disassemble their covert, untraceable assault rifles into their little hardened plastic pieces and load them up. And then Faisal had walked in. The argument was already days old, stale in the broken air of the Jeddah villa. The whole team tiptoed tiptoed, as if walking on shattered glass, questions burning from their gazes. What was up with the LT and Faisal? Doc knew, but he kept his damn mouth shut.
"You're not coming,"
Adam had hissed.
"Jesus, Faisal, how could you even ask? You're still recovering."
Faisal's eyes had narrowed. "I am doing fine. How could you imagine that I would be all right with you leaving? Yalla, without being by your side."
"I swore to your uncle."
Adam's voice had shaken, his words quaking as his hands balled into dark fists. "You said you never wanted to leave."
"I swore to keep you safe."
"Well, Adam, the only times I've ever been hurt are when you are gone." Fuck, that had been a low blow. Doc watched Faisal's words slam into Adam like bullets, each one driving the air from his body, making him step back and drain the blood from his face.
"There's no place for you."
"You are down a man. I can fill in for Fitz. Bismillah, let me help, Adam." Adam's fist had hit the counter. A disassembled rifle part clattered to the floor.
"Not you! You can't."
And then Faisal had moved. Hands darting out, he had picked and grabbed from the pieces of 10 different weapons spread across the marble counter, assembling before their eyes a perfect AR-15 in under a minute. He had pressed the rifle stock to his shoulder, turned to the living room, and raised the bore. The patio door had been left open, the breeze from the Red Sea floating through the house. He sighted the rifle, exhaled, and squeezed the trigger. A perfect hole had appeared in the center of the middle pylon on his pier. If a bull's-eye target had been fixed to the wood, he would have landed his shot dead center. Doc's mouth had dropped open. He'd stopped breathing. Faisal had turned back, disassembling the rifle as he moved until it was nothing but pieces scattered on the counter again. "You forget where I came from, Habibi," Faisal whispered, "and our history." Silence. Doc's eyes had bounced from Adam to Faisal, and back again like he was watching an invisible game of tennis. Adam had shoved away from the kitchen counter with a snarl and walked out. Later that afternoon, the rest of their supplies had arrived, and that evening they were on their first flight to Riyadh, Faisal sitting squished next to Doc. Since the kitchen, not a word had been spoken between Adam and Faisal, and once they left the villa, everyone had ignored each other. They were, to the outside world, strangers. Or they would be, except, Doc thought, glaring at the back of Adam's head, for Adam. He was doing a shit job of acting like everything he wanted in the world and who he wanted to turn to wasn't sitting 4 rows behind him and to the left. As Doc stared, Adam leaned forward again, wrapping both hands around the back of his neck, and tried to surreptitiously glance beneath his bent arms to their row. Doc met his dark, hooded eyes. Adam looked away, fisting one hand and holding it in front of his pursed lips. "Excuse me." The fat Brit snorted and then glared as Faisal squeezed his way through the seats and into the aisle of the jet. Doc tried to catch his gaze, but Faisal, far more so than Adam, was keeping to their ruse of not knowing each other at all. He turned, watching Faisal head down the aisle toward the rear of the plane. Passengers watched, too. Brits and Europeans with narrowed eyes and suspicious glances turned Faisal's way, watching him with a predatory intensity. One man unbuckled a seatbelt as Faisal drew near, as if readying himself to lunge. "Fuck it." Doc rose, heading down the aisle. He glared at the businessman, ready to leap after Faisal, now relaxing back in his seat since the Arab had passed him by. Shit, out of anyone, Faisal was the least likely to ever start something. He was the tech nerd, the skinny guy with the computers in the awesome house. He called Adam Habibi, and he'd put them all up over and over again, never asking for anything. And with the tiny bit that Doc did know about Adam and Faisal, well, Faisal had put a roof over their head, food in their bellies, and intelligence in their hands, even though it meant having his ex, a man he still loved, in his face, using his palace like a personal base, and ignoring him and their history. Faisal didn't deserve to be side-eyed like he was some kind of dangerous terrorist. Without him, Would their team have accomplished even half of what they had? It was Faisal who'd put the pieces together with the Yemeni tanker and found Noah in Ma'an. Hell, they were all just Faisal's muscle at this point. The part of Doc twisted at the thought, his gut clenching against that mental sucker punch. His words, thrown at Adam days before, echoed in his ears. Serious foreign influence violations. They all trusted Faisal, Adam especially. But why? What did they have to go on other than Faisal's endless consideration and politeness and his and Adam's mercurial connection? What kind of world was it where Saudi princes became frontline allies against a rogue American general? Doc followed Faisal to the back of the plane, catching every sidelong glance and lingering glare sent Faisal's way. Even the flight attendants disappeared when Faisal neared, their heels click-clacking against the corrugated cabin flooring as they fled. Sighing, Faisal leaned against the plane's bulkhead next to the rear door and ran his hands over his face. His lips moved as if whispering, but Doc couldn't hear a thing over the drone and rattle. "Hey." He leaned back, his shoulder blades digging into the knobs and toggles and levers along the rear compartment wall, the stowage area of bins and trays and carts the flight crew used. Faisal's eyes popped open. He spotted Doc and snorted. "Of course. Yalla, you would ignore the rules about not interacting." Doc shrugged, one corner of his lip curling up in a smirk. "I'm sure people just think I'm trying to get into the Mile High Club." Faisal shook his head. Doc's smirk faded. "How you doing?" Faisal stilled, and a shroud descended behind his gaze. "Fine." Lolling his head toward Faisal, Doc's eyebrows shot high on his forehead. He said nothing. Neither did Faisal. "Time for a different approach. I didn't know you were such a badass. Thought you were just a computer nerd." Faisal chuckled softly, his eyes sparkled. "There's quite a lot you don't know about me. I'm an Al-Saud. My family subdued the Arabian Peninsula. We wrested control from the tribes of old and stitched together a nation made from blood and conquest. We may look like fat, wealthy Arabs, but we carry the hearts of conquerors." "Now I see why Adam took an interest in you." Faisal's eyes darkened, and his expression went brittle, like holding his tiny smile in place was all that kept him from breaking apart. He shrugged. "I suppose that's one reason." He looked away, staring at the bulkhead and the jump seat for the flight attendant as if it were a priceless artifact. "You guys okay?" Doc crossed his arms and frowned. Silence. Shifting made one of the drawer handles dig into the center of Doc's spine. He leaned back, pressing into it. "I don't really know the LT all that well." What the hell was he trying to say? He barely knew Adam at all. Adam had been their team leader for a little over a year, and he'd gone from being a stick-in-the-ass perfectionist when they'd met him to a rough-edged brawler with the shadow of some huge weight dragging him down. Months ago, Adam had been thrown in the stockade by General Bell, and the team had gone out to drown their frustrations in liquor, anticipating their collective stand-down and reassignment to a new team lead. Color them all shocked and hungover, when instead they were on a Black Ops White House mission to South America at midnight. "I know he's a private guy." Doc shrugged. What he knew about Adam could fit in a paragraph. The most important fact about Adam was what he and Faisal were to each other. Not just as Adam had claimed in the highland sands in Ethiopia when they first ran to Faisal and his safety net, someone he'd worked with in the Middle East. Adam had seemed to unbend with Faisal just slightly, around him and Reichenbach, had at least acknowledged that Faisal was someone to him, someone special. That had all changed when the team arrived. Adam had locked up tighter than a missile defense shield. Even Doc had felt the reverberations of Adam's distance echoing painfully off Faisal's confused heart. "Having the whole team here is probably hard for him." Doc finished lamely, shrugging. "I appreciate what you are trying to do," he said, meeting Doc's gaze. "There are larger problems, though." Doc shifted again, the levers grinding against his back. Like what? Faisal stayed quiet, his gaze seemingly turned inward, and Doc watched him pick and discard words as he licked his lips. This is the third time he has walked away from us. Each has been difficult. The first. Faisal's voice faded away and his eyes slipped closed. I've never felt anything like that, and I never want to again. After the second, I tried to put us back together. I thought if I reached out, if we could just connect again. He shook his head. Doc tried to add up what he knew. He frowned. When was this? After Ethiopia. Doc thunked his head against the cold metal. So, when they had first run to Faisal, when they were presumed dead, killed by their own government, Adam had found comfort in Faisal's arms, and then left again. After Ethiopia, and after the White House, Adam had started his slow slide, his descent into gruff silence and barroom brawls, and a prickly hardness that had the whole team on edge. And now, this is the third time he has turned away from us. I thought after the hospital that things would be different. He seemed different, but it is all just the same. He is not ready to love. He was fucking crazy at the hospital. I mean, just fucking desperate to get to you. I thought he was going to get himself killed. He wasn't faking that. Faisal glared at him when he cursed, a flat stare that broadcast his displeasure. He sighed. 3 times is significant in Islam. We do things that carry great meaning in threes. Al-wudu, the ablutions before prayers, done 3 times. In Salat, prayers are repeated 3 times, and... He inhaled, holding his breath. Talak, to divorce someone, must be done 3 times before it is final. Shit. Doc's eyes flicked up the aisle of the plane as if he could spot Adam in the rows and rows of passengers. You think he's trying to divorce you? You're not married, right? I mean, I thought that couldn't... I think, Faisal said, interrupting him gently, that 3 times is 3 times too many. This hurt I feel is not right. This is not the way it's supposed to be. Pursuing this again would be wrong. Then why did you insist on coming? Faisal's expression softened, though his eyes shone with a cutting pain. How could I not? I still love him. Even if he does not feel the same, I will do everything I can to help him. Always. Halfway up the plane, a man stood, stretched like he was a bad actor in a soap opera, and turned around, leaning against the front of his seat as if he wanted to stand for a while. He stared toward the rear of the plane, his eyes laser-like in their intensity. He spotted Doc, and Doc stared right back. He watched Adam look down at his seat cushion and pick at his fingernails. He doesn't deserve that from you. We have a long history. Faisal smiled, almost wistful. That's how I choose to remember us. What we were, not this. Not what we have become. Straightening, he cleared his throat and rubbed his hands together. Alhamdulillah. It is time for prayer. You're going to pray on an airplane? Doc's eyebrows shot sky high again. Do you want to get jumped? There are about 12 dudes out there right now who wouldn't think twice. Not my full prayers. Regret laced through Faisal's voice. But the practice grounds me. I find peace in the ritual when I seek al-nafs al-matmaina, my tranquil self, my peaceful self. I think Adam could use some of that. Faisal sighed, a harassed, harried look crossing over his features as he stared at Doc. A moment later, he smoothed his expression back to his practiced neutrality. Sorry. Doc raised both hands, and he shuffled sideways, trying to give Faisal space. I'll I'll hang out here with you until you're done, if that's okay."
"More than okay." Finally, Faisal truly smiled. "I've always hated being alone." Chapter 6. Northern Siberian Permafrost. His breath came fast, fogging the air in front of his face. Cold sank its teeth into his back, right between his shoulder blades. The freezing temperature squeezed his skull, made his skin feel slapped, and peeled his lips back from his teeth. At least his teeth had stopped chattering, though. In some corner of Sasha's mind, he realized that was a bad thing. He should still shiver. His teeth should still chatter. But he couldn't remember why. On he trudged, stumbling through the snow. Tree trunks faded in and out of focus, switching places in front of him. He held out his hands, trying not to run face first into a pine that seemed to jump 10 feet to the right in a moment. He couldn't feel his fingers anymore. Dropping to his knees, Sasha buried his hands beneath his armpits, rocking in the snow. Slowly, agonizingly, circulation returned, lancing pain spreading fire through his fingers. Gritting his teeth, Sasha screamed, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. It froze before it reached his chin. Frigid cold penetrated his entire body, wrapping him like a shroud. He was so tired. "Just lie down. It will be okay." Sergey's face flashed in the darkness behind his eyelids. "No, I have to get to Sergey. I have to." Sasha tried to stand, stumbled, and fell to his knees again, but a warmth started to spread through him, starting in his thighs. Finally, he wasn't cold anymore. Sasha rose, shaking, and took one step before collapsing face first into the snow. Chapter 7. Southern Siberia. "Hold up. There's something ahead." Scott's voice broke over the scratchy radio as Sergey's brake lights flashed, their jeep ahead of Ethan and Jack slowing to a stop on the snow-dusted 2-lane Siberian track. Potholes the size of their jeep dotted the muddy roadway, and the convoy snaked around cracks and fissures. The road had been built sometime in the late Soviet period and never maintained, and it showed. Dense forest clustered close to the edges, and rugged mountainsides stretched up one side and plunged into a dark ravine on the other. Ethan and Jack shared a look before stopping their jeep. Behind them, the rest of the convoy grounded to a halt, brakes squealing. Ethan grabbed the radio. "What do you see?" Static, and then Scott's voice. "Ethan, you'd better get up here." Another long look passed between Jack and Ethan. Jack put the jeep in park and clambered out with Ethan, both of them jogging ahead. Their breath fogged the air, the cold slicing at bits of exposed skin around their balaclavas as snow fell, blanketing the air with silence. They slid into the back seat behind Scott and Sergey, shaking off a dusting of snow from their gloves and jackets. Scott and Sergey were peering at the road through their binoculars, not moving. "What's up?" Ethan nudged Scott's shoulder. Scott passed him the binos. 40 yards ahead. Center of the road." Sergey still didn't move. He pulled the binos up to his eyes and adjusted the focus, slowly sweeping the road from side to side. As he hit the center, he froze. His breath punched from his chest with a quiet gasp. Ethan dropped the binos and turned to Jack, his eyes wide. Jack held out his hand. "What the hell is that?" Scott glared at Sergey, still running down the road, not moving, his body taut. Tension thrummed off him, waves radiating bitter rage. "Who is that?" Sergey finally spoke as Jack took the binos from Ethan and looked through them. "From the uniform, he appears to be a prison guard. I cannot see the shoulder patch. I do not know which prison he was from." "You mean he was a prison guard?" Scott growled. "What the hell happened?" Jack dropped the binos and passed them back to Ethan, his face pale and lips pressed into a thin line. Ethan didn't want to, but he took another look. Ahead, 40 yards down the road, a stake had been driven into the center of a pothole, lurching skyward. Fixed to the stake, the remains of a man hung from his wrists, nailed to the center of the post over his head. A tattered blue uniform hung off his body, partially burned and ripped to shreds. His stomach had been gutted, entrails pouring out, and his eyeballs had been plucked from his face.
His lower jaw was gone, a gaping red maw open to his throat. One foot was also gone, seemingly gnawed off by an animal.
I do not know, Sergey finally breathed. It is not a bear attack.
No shit, Scott snapped. You said a prison guard. Just how many prisons are there in Siberia?
Sergey hesitated. Most of them.
Could there be a breach? Could some prisoners have escaped the facility? Jack leaned forward, hanging over the front seat, putting himself between Scott and Sergey. Exhaling, Sergey closed his eyes.
If that is the case, then we must hurry. We have to get away from here.
Again, no shit, Scott grumbled.
Scott.
Ethan nudged his friend, shaking his head slightly.
Let's get the road clear. We have to move.
Sergey and Scott slid out of the jeep. Ethan turned to Jack.
Wait for me back in our jeep. You don't need to see this.
If I help, it will go faster. Jack and Scott caught the stake after Sergey and Ethan wrestled it from where it had been embedded in the near-frozen center of the pothole. Cursing and breathing hard, they carried it, deceased guard still attached, to the side of the road. Sergey searched the body and came up empty, but his lips thinned and his eyes darkened when he saw the black dolphin patch half-burned on the guard's right shoulder. Scott said a quick prayer, and then they tossed the stake over the edge into the ravine. There was nothing more they could do. What does the black dolphin mean? Jack turned to Sergey. His blue eyes blinked above the dark fabric of his balaclava. Sergey looked anywhere but at Jack. Biting the inside of his cheek, he glared into the forest over Jack's shoulder.
Black Dolphin Prison. Russia's worst. Our supermax, as you would say. Where our worst murderers are sent for life.
Fuck, Ethan breathed, sharing a look with Scott. Why would a black dolphin prison guard be staked to a pole out here, gutted like that? Sergey shook his head.
There is no good answer. None that is acceptable for us. We must keep moving.
Sergey, what aren't you telling us? Jack stepped closer, reaching for Sergey. His hand closed over Sergey's elbow. Sergey wrenched away, turning back to the jeeps and their convoy. We move, now. He strode off, moving fast. Jack stared after him, frozen. Ethan rested his head on the small of Jack's back and felt him tremble, felt the anger pouring off him.
Jack.
Let's go, Jack interrupted. Whatever he's not saying has him spooked. Let's just get out of here as fast as we can. Ethan nodded, and they jogged back to their jeep together. Sergey was already behind the wheel in his, and Scott was slamming the passenger door, rocking their vehicle on its snow-crusted wheels. They were moving a few minutes later, Jack once again behind the wheel. Ethan couldn't rest any longer, not with the adrenaline from the discovery of the mutilated prison guard still swimming in his veins, and with worry for Jack, too. His eyes slid sideways, watching as Jack drove. He sat stiff-backed, with his gloved hands squeezing the steering wheel hard enough to creak the old leather. His jaw clenched hard, the artery in his neck pulsing fast. Ethan rested his hand on Jack's leg. A moment later, Jack's hand dropped and covered his. Darkness fell early in the mountains, but the convoy pressed on.
We should push ahead,
Sergey said through the crackling radio, static almost washing out his words.
The river is only a little farther. You want to cross at night?
Ethan frowned, dropping the handheld and waiting for a response.
Duh, of course.
Sergey's harangued voice spat back through the radio.
It's the safest time. It's coldest, so the ice is least likely to crack.
Slowly, Ethan exhaled. Sergey was right, but still, it was nearing the end of the winter season in Siberia, not that anyone could tell by the temperature, and the rivers were warming beneath the ice. What had been feet-thick ice roads across and up solid rivers months before were far thinner sheets. By now, the trucks and tractor-trailers were no longer using the ice roads over frozen rivers. What would the weight of their convoy do to the ice? There was no other way around, though. They had to cross the frozen Angara River in between the cities and towns that dotted its banks, and they had to move fast. The snow that had fallen so gently earlier had turned into a snarling storm. Wind rocked the jeeps on their tires, the vehicles swaying like seesaws as snow pounded through the air. Their pace had slowed, and frustrations had skyrocketed. One jeep had almost slid off the road, its occupants cursing and shouting into the radio about the weather and the road for a good 10 minutes until they were able to move again. The weather was against them, as was time, and the specter of the gutted prison guard hung on everyone's minds. And at the forefront of Ethan's, it was like a beacon signaling danger, a klaxon alert that had him obsessively keeping even closer to Jack. Even though he wasn't Jack's detail agent anymore, that urge, that need to protect him, had only grown stronger. He stayed near, moving as if they were a protective duo again, and his body was Jack's life shield. He looked to Jack for the final decision. Push on to the river? Jack nodded. All right. Ethan sighed into the radio. We head for the river. We'll cross if we can do it safely. Sergey's grumbling came back, but they both ignored him as the convoy started moving again. An hour later, they pulled their jeeps off the road, following a track toward the frozen Angara. They parked along the snowy bank, their headlights shining on the rough river ice. Doors squeaked and slammed as everyone piled out, staring across the wide expanse. Around them, a ridgeline encircled the river, dark peaks soaring and disappearing into the thundering snow clouds. At least with the ridge surrounding them, the wind had slowed. It wasn't howling as hard, the harsh bite softened to a sting. Ethan and Jack trudged to the river's edge and stood beside Scott and Sergey. Scott had his face tucked into a zipped-up jacket, even though he was wearing his balaclava. Just like that winter in Afghanistan, huh? Scott bumped Ethan's shoulder. Tracking that opium dealer through the river valley? Ethan snorted. They had hiked 16 miles up a frozen river, freezing their balls off as they tracked what the locals claimed was a solid source of terrorist intelligence, but what had ended up being a wild goose chase after an opium trader who had stiffed the villagers. Revenge by proxy, courtesy of the U.S. government, according to the villagers. So, Sergey grunted, who is going to cross first? Ethan watched, holding his breath, as the first jeep rolled onto the ice. Across the river, Alexei and Anton waited with 2 LEDs propped up on sticks to guide the drivers across. The two had crossed first on foot, checking out the ice and radioing back danger zones and areas where the ice was too thin. "Is not great," Alexei said once he crossed, "but it is only way." "Stay slow," Ethan warned over the radio. "Don't make any waves beneath the ice." The jeep slowed, almost crawling. Still, Ethan could hear the creaking of the ice beneath its tires. His stomach clenched, and he peered into the darkness, trying to pick out details that were too fuzzy in the falling snow, the outline of the jeep against the darkness smearing into night outside the halo of their taillights on the bank. Jack stood silently at his side, and on the other side of Jack, Scott. Standing apart and alone was Sergey. Snow wrapped around him, wreathing him in solitude. Finally, the first jeep made it across, sliding between the 2 LEDs and rocking up the snowy embankment. Turning, they parked and shined their headlights across the ice, trying to penetrate the snow-filled gloom. "Next!" Scott waved for the next jeep to roll out, shouting at them to hurry their asses. He slapped the hood, and the Russian at the wheel gave him the finger and blew him a kiss as he slid onto the ice. And on it went, one jeep after another, slowly through the night. After the first 2, Ethan turned to Jack. "You should wait inside the vehicle. Stay warm." He called out to Sergey. "You too, Mr. President. You both need to keep safe and warm." Sergey nodded once and headed for his jeep, keeping his gaze on the ice and their fellow drivers. Jack watched Sergey go. "I'm going to talk to him." Ethan nodded, but before Jack left his side, he reached out, stopping him with a squeeze to his elbow. "Good luck. I'll come get you when it's time." He dropped a kiss to Jack's balaclava-covered forehead, and, even though most of Jack's face was completely covered, he could see Jack's smile by the crinkle of his eyes. Sergey slammed shut the driver's door, shutting out the snapping wind and the blowing snow. The cold remained, the jeep as frigid as the night, and his breath puffed before him, a great billowing cloud obscuring his vision for a moment. Leaning back, Sergey's eyes slid closed. The pain, the wrenching, aching agony that lived in the center of his chest, twisted, sending a punch to his soul. He tried to breathe through it, but his eyes tightened behind his eyelids, and the sob that always threatened to burst from his lungs crawled too high, too fast, lodging in his throat. Shakily, he exhaled. "God, Sasha," he whispered, his voice trembling. "This is madness. If you were here—" His throat closed, and he swallowed, breathing slowly. "You would hate this. You would be just like Ethan, trying to control everything. Try to make everything safe, as if you could tame the storm and the ice. I can see your scowl." He tipped his head forward, and his eyes opened, blurring when he looked into his lap. "You should be here," he whispered again. "Why did you—" He licked his lips and breathed in again. Anguish twisted the knife within him, and he imagined his blood pouring down his insides, sliding down his ribs, his heart crying the tears he could not shed. "Why did you not say anything?" Squeaking hinges made him look up suddenly, made his eyes freeze dry as snow-sharp air slipped inside the Jeep. A moment later, Jack climbed inside, sitting in the passenger seat and shaking off a layer of snow that had built on his shoulders. Sergey looked away. He sniffed, trying to wipe his nose and pass it off like it was the weather. Jack stared at him. Sergey felt it, felt the weight of his friend's gaze digging into the side of his face. He kept staring into the darkness and tried to count the snowflakes that blew past. Anything to not think about Sasha, or imagine that it was him sitting beside him in the Jeep. Ethan blinked hard, trying to dampen his aching eyes. The cold seemed to sap away everything. Blinking was like closing his eyes over sandpaper. Snow built up around the edges of his balaclava. Scott had ice hanging from the chin of his balaclava, where he exhaled and the moisture of his breath froze. This was ball-shrivelingly cold, colder than Ethan had been in a long time. The jeeps kept moving one after another. Most had made it across, their trips slow and uneventful. Even the creaking ice had become almost normal, the sounds of the frozen river in their drive almost like music. They could hear the dips and groans, the cadence of the crossing. It was almost predictable, until the sounds changed. A crack like the snap of a heavy whip shot through the air. In an instant he was alert, eyes peeled, spine ramrod straight. At the bank, he and Scott stared through their binos, watching the third-to-last jeep move over the ice. "Ice is bad, very bad," the driver shouted over the radio. "It's cracking." "Don't accelerate," Scott shouted back. "Don't make waves beneath the ice. You'll make it worse." Tires revving, the jeep shot ahead, skipping over the ice. Behind them, a crack appeared, snaking almost to the riverbank. The ice groaned like an old wooden ship rocking on the ocean. "Fuck!" Ethan shouted. Scott spewed into the radio, cursing the driver and his intelligence. Blistering Russian spat back. Sighing, Scott glared at the dark crack in the ice, and then at Ethan. "Now what?" "Sergey, look at me." Flinching, Sergey shook his head, still staring out of the side window. Jack's voice was hard, like it had been the first time they had spoken, testing each other's waters back in Prague. "After all this time, after everything we've been through, why this? Why now?" He said nothing. Outside, snow billowed, flurries carving Sasha's face into the wind. "What happened to, 'You have my support and my friendship always'? Sergey, we were more than just world leaders. We were friends." "I cannot look at you, Jack." His fist came down, hitting the steering wheel. "I cannot." "Why?" Jack hissed. "Say it to my face." Slowly, Sergey turned to Jack, but closed his eyes as his vision blurred. He tried to breathe, but the knife in his chest was back, digging into his heart, trying to cut it out of his body. If only he could cut out his heart, it would hurt less than continuing on like this.
"You would remind me of him,"
he whispered, his eyes closed.
"You remind me of him,"
he choked out again, his words breaking apart.
"And you remind me of so much more."
The heavy anger filling the Jeep popped, vanishing with a fizz. He heard Jack exhale, heard him slouch back against the front seat. I remember what it was like when I thought Ethan was dead.
"Do not compare. Please."
Sergey grunted, turning back to the window, and tried to sniff away the burning behind his eyes.
"You have a happy ending.
His lips clamped shut. I remember I wished I had died with him. Even that desire had no comfort for Sergey. Every moment he wished for the pain to end, wished to just lie down and let the world pass over him. Guilt flooded him from all sides of his soul. Guilt and Sasha's voice, admonishing him about his responsibilities. "You are the leader Russia needs," he heard in Sasha's voice, like they were sharing drinks again, relaxing in his apartment. "You need to bring reform to the rest of Russia. Your government, it can change things. You cannot give up." How had Sasha become the voice in his head? A part of Sergey wondered if he had cracked. Was he so desperate that he'd reconstruct Sasha in his mind, keep his memories alive like a psychic voodoo doll? When would the voice in his head become a phantom that he saw? Would he start talking to shadows and corners? Would he be happier if he did? Would he rather have Sasha back with him, even as a ghost or a phantom of his mind, than cling to sanity?
"He would not want that,"
Sergey croaked.
"He believed so much in me, wanted so much from me."
He heard the smile in Jack's voice. Sounds like Ethan. He wants me to run for another term. Thinks I'm some kind of hero for the country. But I'm not Superman. I'm just a man.
"And I am a broken man."
Sergey rubbed his chapped lips together, the torn, frayed skin rough and catching, pulling in painful tears.
"I keep reliving the last moments we had."
The call? He shook his head.
"At the air base.
When he was doing his final checks.
I chased him. I was angry, shouting. I found out he intended it to be a one-way trip. We fought."
"Sergey," Jack breathed. "Is that how you left things?"
"He kissed me."
His voice was lighter than a snowflake.
"It is all I can think of."
His sniff broke the silence of the Jeep after a moment, and then Jack's hand gripped his shoulder, slid down his arm, and found his clenched, trembling fist. Jack wrapped his hand around Sergey's and squeezed. Slowly, Sergey opened his fist, capturing Jack's hand and squeezing back. Sharp knocking on the passenger window made them both jump. Jack pulled his hand back as Ethan opened the Jeep's door, standing in the way of the wind.
"Something's gone wrong. The last Jeep cracked the ice. We may have to move the crossing if the ice is too badly compromised. Scott and I are going to check it out. We'll be back for you both."
He said the last to Jack, staring into his lover's eyes. Jack nodded. He grabbed his radio. "We'll watch from the bank." Jack followed Ethan without looking back, heading for where Scott was prepping Jack and Sasha's, Jeep to scout the ice. Sergey followed slowly. They'd unloaded everything, piling their gear and weapons on the bank and leaving the Jeep as light as it could be. Scott had both doors wide open and the windows down. Ethan passed Jack the binoculars, pointed out where the crack in the ice was, and then slid into the driver's seat. He left the door open, as did Scott on his side. Slowly they crept out onto the ice, creaking. The river sounded different than it had before. Maybe it was the wind changing direction or the cold dropping the temperature of the ice. Sergey plunged his hands into his jacket and stood beside Jack, watching and waiting, as Ethan and Scott drove forward. "Ahead is clear 5 feet. Ethan didn't respond. He didn't need to. He kept his focus on the ice, the feet in front of their Jeep illuminated in the headlights. Scott scanned ahead, scouring in every direction. To their left, the dark, jagged crack split the ice, gouging deep. If they stayed away from the spider-webbing fractures, they'd be okay. They could still get the last 2 Jeeps across, or 1 if they doubled up. "You're looking good. Looking good." Scott kept up a steady stream of encouragement as Ethan slowly rolled forward, barely touching the accelerator. He kept it in first gear, kept the engine low and slow. "I think we're good." A tea kettle whistle, the telltale high-pitched scream of an incoming RPG, broke over the ice. Scott whipped his head toward Ethan, his eyes wide. "RPG!" he hollered. "Someone is shooting at us!" "Where?" Frantic, Ethan twisted in his seat, trying to spot the incoming rocket. Did he accelerate and risk the ice fracturing or slam on the brakes? "Where the fuck is it?" "I don't have eyes on." He scanned the black night, trying to peer through the driving snow. Nothing. Whirling around, he turned back to the riverbank, searching for Jack on the snow's edge. With a sick crunch, the RPG slammed into the ice just ahead of them and to their left, shattering the frozen river. Ice exploded, turning into wind-blown daggers, swirling with the snow and slamming into their Jeep. Their windshield shattered, thousands of pieces of glass raining into the cabin. Ethan flew forward, his forehead cracking against the steering wheel. Beneath their tires, the ice crumbled into the rushing waters of the Angara, larger chunks breaking into smaller ones as they collided. The Jeep rocked and rolled on the river's waves as frigid water sloshed around their ankles. With a lurch, the Jeep tipped forward, falling nose first into the river. Scott cursed as Ethan gripped the back of the seat, clinging on tight. Raging waters rushed at their faces, foaming white and bitterly cold, and then the Jeep screeched to a halt, suspended over the open waters. Ethan glanced to his left and right, wide-eyed. The doors, open for the crossing, had caught on chunks of ice in the river, large sheets bumping and colliding before being crunched to smaller fragments and swallowed by the rapids. They had moments before the ice could no longer hold the doors and the Jeep would plunge into the river. "Gotta go." Ethan reached for Scott and shoved him sideways. "Climb!" Moving fast, he clambered onto the seat, standing on the worn leather as he hauled himself onto the Jeep's roof. Snow pelted him, and the wind over the river was howling more fiercely than it had been on the shore. Ahead, he could make out the hazy halo of the headlights from the rest of the convoy waiting on the other side of the bank. Scott crouched beside him. "It's a 4-foot jump over open water to the ice," he shouted over the wind. "If we miss it, we're dead. The current will pull us under the ice. If we stay in the Jeep, we're dead too." "Then don't miss!" Scott's grumble belied the wide set of his eyes, the ring of white circling his irises. Ethan held his stare, one hand steadying his friend. A rubber band snap, followed by the clang and plink of metal striking metal, blurred the world. Bullets. Someone was shooting at them. Scott flattened himself to the roof. Ethan ducked and lost his footing, sliding onto the hood of the Jeep, half submerged in the river. His weight made the Jeep groan and the ice holding the doors creak and crack. "Ethan!" Scott shouted. "It's breaking apart!" "Jump, Scott, no!" Who was shooting at them? Who had fired an RPG at their Jeep? Those questions had to wait until they weren't about to be swept into the jaws of the icy river. Ethan held his breath as Scott leaped, flinging himself as hard as he could from the roof, over the rapids and landing in a slide on the ice, skidding to a stop feet away. Ethan's turn. He didn't have the right height to make the jump. He couldn't climb back onto the roof, though.
Someone was shooting at them, and he'd be an easy target back up there. He had to jump, and he had to jump now. Inhaling, he pictured Jack, his smile, his laugh, the way he looked at Ethan. Roaring, Ethan exploded off the hood, hurling himself through the air with no finesse. He pulled up his legs, trying to propel himself farther, and barely brushed the edge of the ice in the gurgling rapids before he landed in a skid on his belly on solid ice. Scott scrambled to him on all fours, grabbing at his arms, his shoulders, and hauling him away from the fractured ice in their sinking jeep. Cracking shattered the night again, and the river groaned. And then another giant section of ice fell away, and then another, until most of the frozen river was gone. They huddled on a patch of ice near the embankment, sheltered beneath a low-hanging pine. Breathing hard, Scott pitched forward, resting his forehead against Ethan's shoulder. Ethan fumbled in his jacket, searching his pockets. One hand found the rings he carried, squeezing them tight. The other pulled out his radio. Static and frantic voices choked their secured channel, Russian voices, and Jack calling his name.
"We're all right," he croaked. "We made it to the other side."
"Ethan? What happened? God, I thought—" Jack broke off. "Are you sure you both are all right?" Alexei and Vasily ran toward them, sliding on their boots and shouting in Russian.
"We're okay, Jack. We made it to the others."
Sighing, Ethan pressed the radio to his lips, silently mouthing curses against the plastic. They'd made it, but Jack and Sergey were stranded on the other side, and someone was shooting at them. Alexei and Vasily helped them off the ice, guiding Scott and Ethan to the rest of the convoy on their side of the now rushing river. Giant chunks of ice hung in the waters. Slabs the size of small cars bobbed and rocked, crashing into one another and splintering apart, creating more ice chunks that clogged the rapids. There was no way to cross the river now, not with the ice grinding and crashing through fast-moving eddies and swift, frigid currents. Ethan cursed himself and the world. Leaning against the front grille of Alexei's jeep, he faced the opposite riverbank where he'd left Jack and Sergey. If he squinted, he could almost make out the halo of their headlights in the driving snow. At least, with visibility dropping in the snowstorm, whoever had shot at them would have a hard time doing so again. Where did the RPG come from? Jack, over the radio, was all business. Sergey's trying to spot something through the binos, but with this weather— Alexei hovered at Ethan's shoulder, gripping his rifle.
"It came from that ridge,"
he growled, pointing to a crest above Jack and Sergey.
"We saw spark up there, before impact."
A spark, the back blow from the rocket's launch, a fireball from the exhaust of the RPG. If it had been a spark to Alexei, then it had to be some distance away. They had that, at least, on their side. Jack still had to move, though.
"Get out of there now."
Boiling frustration raged against his heart, clawed at the insides of his ribs. Fire raced down his arms, burned his muscles, and made his hands clench into shaking fists. Damn it, he was supposed to be with Jack, protecting him at all times. Now, someone had fired on them, destroyed their best way across the river, and separated him from Jack. His only consolation, and it was a cold, thin comfort, was that Jack wasn't alone.
"I cannot see shit in the snow."
Sergey's grumbles erupted over the radio. "Not a damn thing."
"We need to move. Get out of the area."
Agreed. Jack's voice made him close his eyes. Snow pelted his face like daggers slashing his skin. But if he could, he'd run across the river and back to Jack's side. Didn't they do that in cartoons, leap from ice cap to ice cap? Couldn't he? "Do you think it was Miroshkin's men?"
"With that kind of weaponry, I'd put money on it."
Ethan stood still, staring across the river. Sergey cut in.
"Whoever it is, we need to be gone before they come down to investigate."
He'd stay close, right on the riverbank. When the snow stopped, he'd be able to see Jack. That would be workable. Not ideal, but he could still see Jack, still know he was all right.
"Get going. Keep a low profile. We'll shadow you on this side."
"No," Sergey interrupted.
"You will trap yourself between the mountains and the river. Head east.
We will rendezvous at Ostilga, a settlement, and where we turn north before Bekali."
Ethan bristled. Being across the Angara River was bad enough. Putting more distance between him and Jack was liable to send him over the edge, his stomach twisted, bile rising in the back of his throat.
I will keep him safe, Ethan."
Sergey's deep voice rumbled through the radio static.
"I swear it."
Scott appeared at his elbow, frowning, his eyes pinched and hard.
"The storm's getting worse. We've got to get moving, or we'll get stuck here."
They'd left behind the roads and were back to tracks and game trails. Getting stuck in the snow in the mountains, or worse, sliding down the side of a ravine, was not in the plans, but leave Jack. How bad would it be if he swam back across the river to him? Would he die after 3 or 6 feet in the frigid waters? Groaning, Ethan slammed his fist down on the hood of Alexi's jeep. Snow jumped from the metal, puffing around him. It was just supposed to be a quick recon of the ice, and now they were being pulled apart again.
"Jack,"
he said, speaking into the radio. "I know, Ethan. I don't like it either." Maybe the shooter didn't know about Jack and Sergey. Most of the convoy was on the east side of the river. Ethan could keep whoever it was that shot at him and Scott on the ice focused entirely on him. If Jack and Sergey slipped away quietly, if he drew attention to himself, as long as Jack stayed safe, he'd do whatever it took.
"You guys head out. Move quietly. We'll try to draw the attention of our shooter."
He nodded to Scott, still at his side, to spread the word.
"It is a day's drive overland to Ostilga. We will see you soon."
Sergey spoke, and then the dim, almost non-existent light from Jack and Sergey's jeep on the far side of the river winked off. Behind him, the convoy was revving engines and spinning tires. Snow sprayed when some of the wheels skidded out, sliding on the riverbank. A cacophony of noise, a distraction. Hopefully.
"Stay safe,"
he radioed back. Chapter 8. Northern Siberian Permafrost. A low hum filtered through Sasha's fuzzy mind, a droning warble. Smoke stung his nostrils, his eyes burned. Swimming through a dark haze, he struggled to make sense of the world. Molasses slow, he watched his thoughts drip through his mind like fat drops of water, quivering before falling away. Bakara C, the missile, his ejection, Sergey's face, his smile, the Spetsnaz lieutenant, the forest, Sergey's laugh, falling into the snow, the look on Sergey's face just after he'd kissed him. No, not that memory. Sasha kicked, struggling, trying to pull himself out of whatever delirium he'd fallen into. With a rush, like being plucked face first from deep underwater, reality returned. Gasping, he popped open his eyes and flailed, struggling against something heavy that held down his arms and legs. He kicked over and over, desperation crawling up the backs of his legs and making his palms itch. Where was he? Had he been captured? Did the Spetsnaz have him?
"Asia Bishindi?"
A deep voice spoke, words and sounds that meant nothing to him. Blurry shapes moved nearby, a dark mass coming closer. Blinking fast, Sasha tried to focus, but his eyes kept burning, watering and overflowing.
"I will try again,"
the voice said, in Russian this time.
"Hello. Welcome back."
Breathing fast, Sasha stared as the blurry shape took form, becoming an old man. A Siberian with weathered, tanned skin, wide cheekbones, and narrow, dark eyes. His lips were thin and wrinkled, and thick lines around his mouth carved up his cheeks, disappearing into his hairline. He wore a dirty felt hat, dinted on one side, and a long trench coat, the kind that would have been fashionable in Moscow in the 1980s. Buttons were missing, and the waist was tied with a frayed bit of rope.
"Who are you?"
Sasha croaked. His voice cracked, and he coughed.
"Where am I?"
The old man reached down and brought up a misshapen copper mug. He held it out.
"Warm water. You need it."
He held the cup to Sasha's lips. He almost didn't drink. He tried to snip the cup and the liquid within, but the man's dirt-crusted hands smelled of loam, pine, and black dirt, and something else, something coppery that stained his fingers red and iron-brown. Slowly, Sasha opened his cracked lips. Warm water, fresh and clear, quenched his thirst. "I am Kalaki. You are in my home." Eyes darting left and right, Sasha finally focused on his surroundings. He was lying on the ground inside a yurt. Long birch poles formed a haphazard pyramid and were lashed together above his head. Canvas and old hides were wrapped on the poles, laid over each other in a hodgepodge assortment. The center was open to the sky, and tart, pungent smoke snaked lazily out of the opening. Heavy, oily smoke hovered just above where he lay, stinging his eyes. Reindeer hides covered him from his shoulders down, a thick pile that was almost smothering. The weight pinned his arms and legs. Across the yurt, blankets lay on the ground. A stave with a hoof rested on one blanket, next to a small drum made of old stained hide.
"We found you in the snow."
Outside, bells jingled and animals snorted. Voices sounded, calling and talking to each other in the same language he had first heard Kalaki speak.
"You are a Siberian. A tribesman."
He coughed, and Kalaki held the cup to his lips again.
"We are reindeer herders,"
Kalaki said, smiling.
"We have lived here for hundreds of years, before Russia, before the Soviet Union and the Bolsheviks, and everything else."
Kalaki's words came back to him. "We found you in the snow." He tried to sit up, but the weight of the hides and his body's weakness kept him pinned.
"Where did you find me? You should not have brought me back here. It is too dangerous for you." "I know about the wolves that chase you."
"No wolves!" Sasha snapped. "Mean! Soldiers! Spetsnaz troops! Hunters!"
"Yes, I know. We have seen their helicopter searching the forest for days now."
Sasha's next protest died on his lips.
"You know what a helicopter is?"
Kalaki grinned. His teeth were old and worn, with gaps between them.
"Of course. The children are taken to boarding school by helicopter every autumn and return when the snows melt in summer."
He chuckled.
"You do not know much about life in Siberia, do you?" "They will keep looking for me." "They already are. We waved to them yesterday. They flew off." "They will be back." "Not if these hunters only see Siberian tribesmen. We are easy to ignore, yes?"
Sasha swallowed. He stayed quiet.
"Right now, you must recover your strength. You were dangerously cold when we found you. We got you warm in time to keep your fingers and toes, and other parts."
Kalaki chuckled.
"Thank you."
Kalaki stretched, his bones creaking, and went back to sitting beside Sasha's nest of reindeer hides. A fire smoldered in the center of the yurt, in a fire pit lined with black stones. He stoked it, adding pine needles and twigs, and then sticks and a small log. Last, he tore apart dried leaves and dropped them over the flames. The smoke turned sharp and bitter. A few seconds later, Sasha's nose twitched.
"It is a healing smoke,"
Kalaki said, eyeing Sasha's scrunched-up face.
"I left the doorway to the underworld open, hoping that your lost soul would return."
Sasha stared at Kalaki, blinking slowly. Kalaki smiled.
"I thought, when we first found you, that it was the cold that had your souls out of balance. But when you warmed up, you were still missing something. One of your 3 souls was gone."
He snapped his fingers, holding out his empty palm. Dirt stained the center.
"I went to go find it. down into the underworld, across the river, and into the coastlands. It is the land of the dead down there in Kergu, where the Ugdi live. Evil spirits that can steal a person's soul.
Sasha said nothing. He had never been one for religion, not the Eastern Orthodox faith of Russia, not the Western, individualistic Christianity. One of his fellow pilots had been a Buddhist, after falling for a girl during his time studying abroad in China. As a boy in school, he had learned about the tribesmen of Siberia and their animist beliefs. Primitive, his teachers had said. Simple nature worship.
I searched for your soul, but the reindeer came and told me there was nothing to find. The Ugdi hadn't taken anything.
Kalaki's dark eyes peered into Sasha, as if they knew his secrets.
Then where is it?
Eyebrows raised, Sasha stared. The old man wanted to tell stories. Fine, he could listen.
You cut it out yourself.
Sasha stopped breathing.
You cut out the parts of yourself you do not want. Threw them away, like you could get rid of them. But you cannot. They are part of you. Forever.
He looked away and tried to breathe. Smoke stank like death and stung his nose. He closed his eyes, started counting in his head. Recited pre-flight procedures for his old MiG, anything to not listen to Kalaki's voice.
Cutting out a soul is no easy thing. What hate you must have within you, of yourself. You have hurt yourself. Stop! Shut up! Quit talking! You can let it back in. It is out there, waiting for you.
This is crazy talk, he snapped. You're just a tribesman. Kalaki smiled and grabbed another dried leaf. He broke it over the flames and started to hum. Chapter 9. Southern Siberia. Jack and Sergey lurched over rough ground, keeping the Angara on their left as they headed south. Sergey stopped every hour or so to check the ice on the river. He came back each time with a frown and a shake of his head.
"We keep going," he said. "We will cross when we can."
They moved slowly and as quietly as they could. Jack kept a rifle in his gloved hands as he sat in the passenger seat, constantly scanning for anything around them, any sign of the shooter or that they were being pursued. The sun had just risen, turning the sky a muted, heavy lead. The embankment ran out, and they turned into the mountains, putting more distance between the river and their jeep, and Ethan. Ethan's absence was an ache in Jack's heart, a sense of loss that hovered around him. Where were their shared smiles, the looks they traded in silence as if they could read each other's thoughts, the hand that would slide into his during the drive, a simple act that made the world feel warmer? Sometimes he said things Ethan swore were on the tip of his tongue, and they had laughed together, their worlds aligning like pages turning in a book. Being without Ethan, without that effortless love and care, was like a piece of himself was missing. Sergey, silent and dour behind the wheel, did not make things any easier. Not much had been said since their conversation at the river, when Sergey had nearly broken down, but he gripped Jack's hand instead. Where was the Sergey who could talk to a wall and make it laugh, befriend a lamppost, spin a yarn that captivated whole rooms? Jack kept quiet, watching out of the window.
"Tell me how you and Ethan came to be lovers."
He turned and stared at Sergey. Sergey wouldn't look back, his jaw clenched, and he gripped the steering wheel, one elbow propped on the windowsill with his hand on his forehead.
"I only know what the media reported, and all of it contradicted each other. I do not know what actually happened."
Slowly, Jack began to speak. He told Sergey about their friendship, about how Ethan was a breath of fresh air in a stilted world, how, even as the President of the United States, he'd become starved for human interaction and friendship. what Ethan had risked giving that to him, and how their friendship had grown, deepened, and become something more. Sound familiar? Sergey said nothing. And then he told Sergey about the kiss. Ethan's hopeful, aching heart wishing for the best, and Jack, shocked and shaken and reacting without thinking, how they had fallen apart, and then they had come back together, ironically, to stand against Sergey in Prague. Finally, Sergey reacted. Frowning, he shook his head as if he was trying to understand. "You didn't know this about yourself before, Ethan?" "No. I was never attracted to men before him. Generally, I'm still not." He hesitated. "I do know myself enough to recognize that I fall for someone with my heart first. That's how it was with him and me. I already had fallen for him, and then the desire started. Maybe if I'd given it a chance before, the same thing would have happened with someone else, if I had been open to it." Sergey scowled. His cheeks darkened, and his lips pressed together, a thin red line slashing across his hawkish face. "What's this No. I am done talking about this." His hands kneaded the steering wheel again. He refused to look at Jack. "Sergey—" "We come from different worlds, Jack," Sergey snapped. "You know nothing." Jack's temper flared white-hot, racing through him in an instant, cold fire burning bright. "You're right. I know nothing about falling for a man for the first time, nothing about trying to figure out a whole new sexuality, make sense of a new world, or of choosing to accept the love of the best man I've ever known." "So American. You think you have all the answers. You're afraid. Maybe I just do not want it," Sergey bellowed. He glared at Jack, his eyes dark and pinched. "Maybe I saw everything you went through, and I want nothing to do with that kind of trouble." Sergey's words were like daggers, cutting into him. "Fuck, Sergey. He died for you, and you can't even say that you cared for him?" "He did not die for me." Sergey's voice went high, strangled and thin. "He was determined to go on the mission. The mission you said was important. You made him go. He gave you everything he had, every last thing, so you could keep fighting. We'd be blind if it weren't for his sacrifice." "He should not have gone!" Sergey hollered. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the Jeep jumped ahead, spitting snow behind their tires as they slipped almost sideways on the mountain track. "You should have helped me stop him." "Why? So he can still be here to follow you around, wait for whatever handout you think would keep him interested?" Brakes squealed, and the Jeep shuddered to a halt, sliding on the frozen ground. Sergey threw open his door and leaped from the cabin, striding away. Jack followed, jumping out and shouldering the rifle. He left his balaclava on the front seat. His boots disappeared in the snow as he shouted at Sergey's back. "At the very least, you could acknowledge that he meant something to you." "You think I do not love him?" Sergey spun, rage twisting his face into something ugly. Spittle flew from his lips. "Of course I do. He is the voice in my head. I see him in the snow and in the stars. I cannot be free of him." Jack froze. He stared at Sergey, breathing hard and shaking in the glow of the headlights, shin deep in the powdery snow. Silence streamed the frozen forest, the feet that separated them. Shoulders heaving, Sergey dragged in breath after breath, swallowing gulps of frosty air. He looked away from Jack, into the forest, his hands on his hips. When he spoke, his voice was too deep and it shook. A blade sliced through the air, past Jack's cheek and embedded in Sergey's shoulder. Blood wept down the front of Sergey's jacket, straining the snow beneath him. "Sergey!" Jack stumbled through the snow to him just as Sergey's knees buckled. Jack fumbled, trying to catch Sergey and unshoulder the rifle at the same time. He crouched low and peered into the trees. Thick pine trunks and low-hanging needles coated in frost, bushes and alpine brush, buried in drifts. Other than the quietly falling snow, nothing moved. Sergey grunted as he pulled the short blade from his shoulder. Blood stained his hands and dripped from the tip. "What are you doing?" Jack tore his gaze away from the trees, watching Sergey's blood spatter to the snow. Every first aid course Jack had ever taken had said the same thing. Leave a stab wound alone, and don't take the weapon out. The knife looked short, though, and homemade. Metal filed into a spike of some sort, or a shank? Sergey wiped the blade in the snow, cleaning the blood off. He peered at it, pressing his free hand against his bleeding shoulder. "Jack," Sergey hissed. "We have to get back to the jeep, now." "What is it? Miroshkin's men?" "Worse." Turning, Jack found Sergey's gaze. His eyes were wide, and, for the first time, terrified. He nodded. "I'll cover you back to the jeep." Sergey's face went bone-white, the color of the snow that surrounded them, and his eyes darted over Jack's shoulder. A moment later, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of Jack's head, and a gruff voice barked, "Urunate Vindovku." Chapter 10. Northern Siberian Permafrost. Sasha trudged behind Kalaki, marching with the other tribesmen as they followed a herd of reindeer across the snow-covered plain. White blanketed the landscape as far as he could see, and snow fell from the bleak steel sky. At least 300 reindeer moved ahead, some with bells on their antlers or tied to a rope around their neck. Others wore harnesses handmade from leather and hides and carried the camp on their backs. In just an hour, the entire camp and Kalaki's yurt had been disassembled, the hides and old canvas folded and birch poles stacked and packed. They were on the move minutes later. Kalaki had brought Sasha a set of clothes, a mismatched ensemble of old snow pants and a bright orange sweater with holes in the hem. A green hat with a yellow pom-pom and a stained bright blue jacket rounded out the gifts of clothing. He was a walking eyesore, and as far from covert as he could be. But the clothes were warm, if smelly. They stank like wood smoke, like they had sat around 1,000 campfires and soaked up all the ashen embers. "We are taking the herd south," Kalaki told him as they set off. "They have eaten the lichen in these parts. We have another feeding ground for them. They are eager to go." After an hour, Sasha's legs nearly gave out. His thighs burned, days of trudging through deep drifts taking their toll. Kalaki gave him a steaming thermos and told him to drink. Strong dark tea warmed his belly, and melted butter in the brew coated his tongue. Kalaki also handed him a stick to chew, which tasted vaguely minty and turned to pulp on his tongue. They kept going. They started walking again after breaking for a lunch of raw fish, caught that morning before leaving camp, and more twigs. Sasha heard it first. He'd been primed to listen for the sound for days, the heavy thump of rotors in the air and the dull hum of the engine rumbling over the taiga. The Spetsnaz platoon was back. He jogged to Kalaki's side, keeping his head down. "Those wolves you mentioned," he grunted. "They're coming. Keep with the herd. They've flown over us for days now. We should be no more interesting to them now than before." Kalaki walked on, singing a song that the others picked up. Their low voices, some painfully out of tune, bounced off the snow and carried on the air. The reindeer snorted, a few stamping their feet at the sound. Sasha stayed near a fat mare, grouchy and cantankerous. She snorted at the singing and bleated at the reindeer that passed her, bells tinkling from their antlers. Despite himself, Sasha grinned, and he rested one hand on her thick back, scratching at the fur between her shoulders. She grumbled, but didn't shake him off. The noise of the chopper drew closer, a pounding that vibrated Sasha's bones. The ground began to tremble, and the reindeer snorted and whined. The fat mare gave Sasha a look, as if accusing him of causing the entire mess. He dug his fingers into her fur, trying to still his hands, shaking. When the chopper passed overhead, Sasha kept his head turned down, his face toward the snow. Still, he felt the roar of the rotors like a punch to his gut, and loose snow kicked up in a swirling storm, whirlwinds snaking through the herd and disrupting the animals. They snorted and whined again, and some tried to run. Others, a few with the bells, chased the spooked reindeer down and guided them back with nips to the butt. Kalaki and his fellow herdsmen waved to the chopper. If they were saying hello or telling the Spetsnaz to fuck off and get away from the reindeer, Sasha couldn't tell. After the chopper passed, Sasha looked back over his shoulder. Hanging out of the cargo hold, his hand fisted in a gear strap and his boots braced on the run rails, the Spetsnaz lieutenant peered through his binoculars. Sasha looked away quickly, but he heard the chopper bank and turn around, heading back the way they'd come, right for the herd. His heart sank.
Kalaki, they're coming back.
Kalaki stopped singing and stopped fussing with one of the reindeer, making faces at the animal as it jingled its bells, shaking its head back and forth. Standing tall, Kalaki stared down the approaching chopper in his flapping trench coat like a lone warrior from a classic film. Sasha blinked, and then Kalaki was moving, shouting to his herdsmen and smacking the butts of reindeer around him. He made his way to the rear of the herd, where the reindeer bearing the camp supplies were plodding along. Kalaki pulled a rifle from the side of his reindeer's harness. It was old, with a wooden stock and an iron sliding bolt, but it looked nasty. He grabbed a shoulder bag with ammunition stuffed to the brim. The others were grabbing rifles and shotguns as well and arming their weapons.
Here.
Kalaki caught a rifle thrown his way. He turned to Sasha.
For you.
He slapped the reindeer, carrying his belongings, all of his worldly possessions, and the animal took off, snorting and running as fast as it could while carrying its load. There was nowhere to hide on the open plain, no cover to be found, no snow trench to hurriedly dig. The men lined up with Kalaki, their rifles and shotguns armed and ready to fire. A line of men standing in the snow, facing down a charging attack helicopter. It was a bravery Sasha didn't have.
"They will kill you," he shouted, down on one knee. "We have to run."
"No, we face our enemy." Kalaki sighted down his rifle, taking aim at the chopper. The roar had started again, the slash and cut of the rotors against the sky. Snow started to blow, kicked up and sprayed through the air, whiting out the world. Perhaps an opportunity. Sasha ran into the blinding snow, the driving flakes slashing at his cheeks. He ducked and rolled, took a faceful of snow, and then opened fire as the chopper roared overhead, lost in the swirling whiteout. He aimed for the fuel hatch, the rear rotor. He got 2 shots off from the old shotgun before the weapon clicked. As he fired, so did the chopper. Gunmen, Spetsnaz troops, hanging out of the cargo hold and braced against the rails, opened up on Kalaki and the herdsmen. Visibility was low in the swirling snow kicked up from the rotor wash, but Kalaki and his men hadn't moved. Or had they? Shadows darted through the snowstorm, shapes moving in the gloom. Gunshots echoed, heavy bursts followed by metallic plinks and the snap of bullets striking steel. Something fell, a loud scream, and then the whoomp of impact. Sasha darted forward, sliding 2 new slugs into his shotgun. A body lay ahead, face down and wearing a black uniform and helmet. He kicked the body over, one of the Spetsnaz troopers. Sasha grabbed his rifle and rooted through his pockets. Overhead, the chopper was still roaring, still kicking up snow. Bullets flew through the snow haze. A man screamed, shouts in Russian, and then shadowy figures seemed to slink through the whiteout. Spetsnaz, rappelling from the chopper. Perfect. They'd just given him a fixed location. Sasha's hand closed around what he'd been looking for. Gritting his teeth, a feral, wild surge flowed through him as he ripped the pins from the heads of 4 stolen grenades and hurled them toward where the chopper hovered. He dove to the ground and covered his head, burying his face in the snow. He counted to 3. The chopper burst apart, shearing like a can wrenched in half. Flaming debris rained down on the snow as the lithe helicopter body pitched forward, plunging to the ground. Rotors chewed into the ice, splintering apart and flying through the air. 2 Spetsnaz troopers went down, bits of broken helicopter and molten metal embedded in their necks. Burning fuel spread, slithering on the snow and catching fire. Finally, Sasha could see what was happening. Kalaki and 5 of his men were still fighting, shooting and running. As he watched, Kalaki rose and took aim at a soldier dazed from the blast of the chopper and fired. His trench coat fluttered, and the bloom from the crash lit up the sky behind him, silhouetting his form. For a moment, Sasha saw the outline of a bear and a wolf, an eagle and a reindeer standing beside Kalaki, all in a line, ghostly and ethereal. The animals were ferocious, as if they were each attacking in time with Kalaki and facing off against the Spetsnaz troops. He blinked, and the spectral animals vanished. Kalaki ducked, and another man rose to fire on the Spetsnaz. One went down, crimson staining the blood beneath his body. The Spetsnaz had lost 4 men, 3 shot, and the one who had fallen before Sasha. That left 3 more, 2 troopers and the lieutenant. Sasha scanned the makeshift battlefield, a mix of snow and flame and burning debris. Where was the lieutenant? He wouldn't go down that easy. A snap cracked the air beside his head, and warmth rushed down his cheek. Cursing, Sasha ducked to the snow and felt the side of his face. His hand came away bloody. Where had the shot come from? He searched the snowy plain, saw Kalaki face down another trooper and win, saw one of the Spetsnaz jog back toward the burning wreckage of the chopper and take a bullet to the back of the leg, saw another herdsman line up for the finishing shot, and then he spotted a smudge of darkness in the snow, a man half buried in a hastily dug snow trench. Easy to miss, easy to pass right over. A line of fuel burnt between him and the man, shivering the air with heat waves. For a moment, Sasha doubted what he saw. Another bullet cracked the air, a whistling snap that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. Dropping to his stomach, Sasha lined up on the snow, sighting the dark smudge through his sights on his rifle, through the shimmering flames. He'd have 1 shot at this. He inhaled, exhaled. Another shot snapped past his cheek, stinging with the burn of metal-slicing skin, and squeezed the trigger. He dropped and felt his cheek. Just a scratch. Rolling away, Sasha waited for another shot, holding his breath. Had he done it? He got to his feet slowly and saw the last of the soldiers go down, bleeding out on the snow. Kalaki was shouting to his men, rounding them up and taking their faces in his hands and looking into their eyes, one by one. Sasha ran across the snow, skirting the broken pieces of helicopter and the burning fuel. He kept his eyes on the man half buried in the snow trench, the dark smudge of his body barely visible. Red spread through the snow beneath him, a stain that kept growing. When he got there, he heard the man's rasping breaths. Dropping to his knees, Sasha hauled him from the snow trench and rolled him over. His shot had pierced the man's shoulder. Blood drenched the snow on his front and back. Dark, hateful eyes glared up at Sasha, blood-flecked lips spat, lobbing a wad of spit into his face. A long, thin scar curved down the man's face. On his black jacket, Polishenko was stitched in white thread next to his officer rank. It was him, the lieutenant. Part of Sasha wanted to bury Polishenko's face in the snow, smother him to death in the winter wasteland he had hunted Sasha through, force him to choke on frigid fear and emptiness. Or he could put a bullet in his brain, end it quickly. Kalaki's shout made Sasha turn, though. Riders approached, men doubled up on snowmobiles and waving automatic rifles in the air. Shots pierced the air, long rat-a-tat-tats that spoke of the men's lack of training. These were not soldiers, these were thugs, bandits with weapons coming out of their ears. The riders broke into 2 groups, each circling to one side of the crash and pinning them in the center. He grabbed his rifle and ran to Kalaki's side, leaving Polishenko to bleed. "What now?" "I thought you would know." Kalaki stared at him serenely, as if they hadn't just downed a helicopter and killed a troop of Spetsnaz forces. Blood was smeared across his cheek and chin. "I do not know who these men are." The hum and rumble of the snowmobiles grew, a high-pitched whine as they revved their engines and closed their circle around Sasha and Kalaki's men, like a snake constricting around its prey. Sasha whirled, spinning as fast as he could, his rifle raised. But there were too many men and snowmobiles zooming by. Snow arced from their treads, spraying in Sasha's face. "These mean we cannot fight." Sasha whipped around, staring at Kalaki, his jaw hanging open. "There are too many." Kalaki tossed his rifle to the snow and raised his hands. "And I have already lost enough men today." Scattered among the bodies of the troopers, some of Kalaki's herdsmen lay broken and bled out. "I will fight!" Sasha snarled. Turning, he raised his rifle and took aim. A deep voice laughed behind him. Whirling, he saw one of the new arrivals had already crept up on him, standing over Sasha, bulky and heavy-set. The man wore a thick snow jacket and a full-face balaclava. Before Sasha could swing his rifle around, the man slammed the butt of his own weapon into Sasha's stomach, and then his face. Bones crunched, and the world went black before he hit the snow. Chapter 11. Seattle. Jesus, customs took forever. Sighing again, Doc switched his bag from his right shoulder to his left and crossed his arms. A family of 5 was making a mess of their entry to the U.S. One kid had drawn on the immigration form, another was crying about their juice box. Of the 3 lanes that were open, moving people through customs and into the domestic side of Seattle's airport, that one had been the fastest. No more. Doc regretted his choice in line. A few lanes over, Coleman, Kobayashi, and Park waited, pretending they didn't know each other. Wright and Ruiz were to his left, earbuds in their ears and looking bored. Faisal stood in front of Doc. Adam stood behind them. Awkward. He and Faisal had unofficially buddied up, staying near while deplaning from the London flight and moving toward customs control. They didn't talk, but Doc felt Faisal's gaze on him when he wasn't looking, and he likewise kept one eye on Faisal and one eye on the crowd watching Faisal. When Adam had come up behind them both, standing way too close for a stranger and clearing his throat, Doc had thrown him a long glare. And then the fidgeting began. Adam shifted from foot to foot, folded and unfolded and refolded the dangling strap of his backpack, scuffed the toe of his boot on the frayed carpet, cleared his throat, again and again. Finally, it was Faisal's turn at the counter. Doc stepped into the space he vacated, waiting behind the plastic flappers that kept the line pinned back away from the customs officers in their booths. He kept his head down, but listened as Faisal gave his name and passport over. "Reason for your visit to the U.S." The customs officer, a woman past middle age with all the vibrancy and sour attitude of any government employee, looked over Faisal's entry form before laying his Saudi passport on the scanner. "Visiting friends." Faisal smiled, but the woman ignored him. Her fingers slammed down on her keyboard, the clacking of nails on keys like a rake against concrete. Her keystroke slowed. She frowned, staring at her screen. "You said you were visiting friends, sir." Doc's ears perked up. Behind him, Adam froze, breathing hard. "That's right." "Are you traveling alone, sir? We're going to need to ask you some questions." "Fuck this." Doc pushed through the flappers and strode to Faisal's side. He wrapped one arm around Faisal's waist and leaned in close, dropping a kiss to his stunned cheek. "Hey, honey." "Sir, who are you? What are you doing?" The customs official stood in her booth glaring at Doc. She pointed back to the line. "You need to wait your turn, sir." "Sorry." He searched her uniform, looking for the name tag. "Desiree. Thought I could help clear things up a bit with my fiancé." He tilted his head, resting it against Faisal's, and smiled. Below the booth edge, out of sight, he squeezed Faisal's hip. Hard. Slowly, Faisal's arm snaked around his waist. He smiled and dropped a light, feathery kiss to Doc's temple. Desiree eyed them both. "You two are getting married?" "Yes, ma'am." Doc beamed. "Why didn't you fill out your form together?" Desiree waved Faisal's entry form in one hand. "It said families could fill out one form. I don't know. I didn't think we qualified." Doc shrugged. "I just didn't want to do it wrong. But we're definitely family." Again he smiled, pushing his cheek against Faisal's. God, Faisal had better be smiling too, or they would be spending hours in a holding tank being interrogated by a grumpy cop with a beer gut and no hair. Desiree pursed her lips again, narrowed her eyes, and glared at them both. Finally, she held out her hand for Doc's passport and killed the warning screen that had flashed when Faisal's was scanned, a string of codes Doc couldn't make sense of. Doc's passport passed easily, and she handed both back together. "Congratulations. Welcome to the United States of America." She nodded them through, already impatient. Next! Doc hurried Faisal out of the lane. As he did, he caught sight of Adam behind them. Adam looked wrecked. Pale, his hair mussed and standing on end, his fingers sliding through his long strands too many times, wide eyes dark with hurt like a puppy kicked for the first time. Well, what the fuck did he expect? He was the one who was supposed to be helping Faisal, not Doc. Why wasn't he stepping up and doing what was right? Sighing, Doc kept his arm around Faisal's waist as they walked through the concourse. Their next flight up to Anchorage, Alaska, wasn't for another 4 hours. They had time to kill. You can let go now. Doc squeezed Faisal's hip. Let's keep it going for a little longer, just in case they put eyes on. Faisal stayed quiet. I'm starving. Jesus, that food on the flight was terrible. Let's get something to eat. He glanced Faisal's way. Anything you need? Want? Briefly, Faisal's gaze darted over his shoulder, and Doc caught the twist and turn that Faisal aborted. It would have been nice if he had stepped in. A tiny smile. Not that I am not grateful for your help. Yeah, I know. Doc frowned, sighing as they kept walking. A restaurant on the right caught his eye, along with the sign in the window. Hey, this place says they do kosher and halal stuff. Is that cool for you? Yes, thank you. Together they headed for the restaurant, and Doc snaked a table on the far side. He took the chair against the wall, able to watch everyone who passed by and cover all corners. Faisal sat facing the concourse and searched the passers-by, clearly watching for a certain set of shoulders and a messy head of brown hair. Chapter 12. Southern Siberia. Sergey kept his eyes locked on Jack, their gazes fixed together. Jack had his hands up, but the man had already wrenched Jack's rifle away. Over 6 feet tall, with a shaved head, hulking muscles, and a face like a pit bull that had lost a dogfight, he was terrifying to look at. A faded skull tattoo lined one side of his neck. He didn't wear a jacket, just a thin, stained tank top. An 8-pointed star was tattooed on each shoulder, the edge of what looked like rays of a sun poked up above his neckline beneath a tattooed dagger that seemed to run beneath his throat. Prison tattoos. Do not move. He tried to scream with his eyes. Do not move, Jack. The man growled in Russian. What brings 2 strange men into my wilderness? Jack swallowed hard. Sergey watched the rise and fall of his Adam's apple. Shit. Jack would be deaf to this. He didn't know Russian at all, save for the polite diplomatic phrases. We are passing through, Sergey replied, also in Russian. The man circled behind him, slow, heavy steps through the crunching snow. And who are you? The tip of the man's rifle stroked up Sergey's cheek. Sergey's eyes slipped closed briefly. Thank God for small favors. We are no one, he said, his voice shaking. And who is this? Who doesn't speak? Turning, the man jabbed his rifle into Jack's face and pressed the bore hard against his cheek, smashing his face. A friend! Sergey tried to stand, but the man grabbed Jack's hair, pulled him back, and shoved the rifle under his chin. Jack stared at Sergey, his eyes like saucers. He is a friend. He speaks no Russian. The man threw Jack down face first into the snow. He paced again, circling behind them as Sergey shuffled to Jack's side. A Russian, and a foreigner in my country. He hummed. We will leave. You can go about your business. My business is you, the man growled. He stood back, braced his legs, and pointed his rifle dead center at Sergey's forehead. I have been tracking you for 2 days. Cut you off from your herd at the river. Led you away, down to me. Dread sank within Sergey, pulling in the pit of his belly. They were already caught in this man's web. Desperation clawed out of him, a primal, base need to fight his way free and survive, the instincts of prey caught by a predator. Had this been what this man's victims had felt like all those years ago?
Terror and an adrenaline-soaked dread flooded him. His heart raced, pounding so hard his eyeballs ached. The need to run, to flee, to escape was blinding. "We are no sport for you." The man laughed. "Like this, caught, on your knees in the snow." He knelt and grabbed Sergey's chin, squeezing hard. "I hunted you here," he hissed. Another squeeze, and then he threw Sergey down in the snow beside Jack. "It's been a long time," he breathed, rolling his neck, "since I had a true hunt." Sergey's eyes met Jack's again. He saw terror, the fear of not knowing a shred of what was happening, how fucked they truly were. He wanted to try and comfort Jack, but how? He shook his head faintly. "On your feet," the man barked. "Now!" Sergey scrambled, and he reached for Jack, helping him up. He stood in front of Jack, holding him back, and faced the man with his chin held high. "You will pay for what you do," he vowed, his voice finally not shaking. If not him and Jack, then Ethan would find this man, avenge their deaths. His men, too. Anton, Alexei, Vasily, Ilya, if Ilya was still alive. "I was told that once before." Grinning with broken yellow teeth, the man raised his rifle again, sighting down the barrel. "They locked me up. Threw away the key. Put me in a concrete box and said I'd never see another human being again. Stole the sun from me. I tried to chew through the walls once." Jack's hand slid into Sergey's. He laced their gloved fingers together. Sergey squeezed back. "I'm so sorry, Jack. I'm sorry, Ethan." There was a part of him that let go, though, a release, like part of himself slipped away early, vanishing from his body. "Sasha, I will see you soon." The man rested his cheek against the barrel of his rifle. "Now," he growled, "run." For a moment they both froze, Sergey's brain already set on being shot. He was turning out the lights, drawing inward, readying himself to die. Jack tugged on his hand. His eyes flashed to the man standing stock still and grinning, his finger hovering over the trigger. He would shoot them in the back the first chance he got, when it was entertaining for him. They had one chance to flee. Slowly, Sergey started backing away, holding on to Jack. His eyes darted to the right and left. They had to lose themselves in the trees. They had no weapons, no way to fight back. Blood still oozed sluggishly from his shoulder down his arm and dripped from his wrist into the snow. They were 10 meters away, though, and still moving backward. Jack's shoulder brushed against the thick trunk of a pine. "When I say, turn and run into the trees, Jack," Sergey hissed. "Stay low. Run for your life." Jack breathed in and out, his breath fogging the air. He gripped Sergey's hand. "We go together. Are you ready?" Another step back. Sergey saw the man's smile. "Go, now!" Jack darted between the trees, ducking low, and ran. Sergey followed on his heels, leaping through the snow and zigzagging between trunks and low forest brush. A bullet slammed into a trunk, splintering the bark. Shards hit Sergey's jacket. Dirt scratched at his eyeball. "Jack, to your right!" He pictured the map they had been using, folded, worn, and stained, lying on the front seat of the Jeep, and the mountains they were winding through. The river to the right, the ridge rising to their left. They were pinned in, trapped by Siberia and her unforgiving claws. Their only hope was to climb the ridge. Jack scrambled through the snow, weaving through trees and starting up the ridge. He slipped, falling on his face, and came up sputtering. Sergey grabbed his arm and hauled him up, dragging him until he found his feet and pushed away. The man stalked them, following at a steady pace. He fired up the ridge, the whoomp of bullets burying in snow and the thrash and rattle of bushes being hit enough to make Sergey's heart burst. "Who is he?" Jack wheezed, slipping behind a trunk and pausing for a moment, heaving as he tried to catch his breath. "Who the hell is chasing us?" Sergey waved at Jack, watching the man's dark shadow start up the ridge behind them. "We have to keep moving. Who is he? Jack repeated, his eyes flaring. What aren't you telling me? He's a prisoner. Sergey followed Jack's elbow and shoved him forward, dragging him along as they ran. Milos Dictator from Black Dolphin Prison. It's where we keep the worst of our criminals. He's been there for 2 decades. He has no idea who we are, which is our only salvation. What did he do? They called him the Rebinsk Hunter. He haunts people, Jack. Stalks them like animals, tortures them. It is sport to him. He killed the prison guard, didn't he? It looked like something he would do. He used to leave his victims for people to find, gutted, tied up on display. It was a horror show. I don't remember this. You think Russia shared details of her worst crimes with the world? Especially when Putin was in charge. Ha! Russia barely knew it all. I was in FSB then. I sold the case files. We were all looking for this monster. Finally, they were at the top of the ridge. Sergey stayed low. He beckoned Jack down, too. A bullet whizzed over their heads, another slammed into the dirt only a half-meter away. Was there a riot? How did he break out of the prison? No one can break out of Black Dolphin. It is not possible. Never, ever has it happened. Jack flung his hand out, pointing down the ridge. He's right there! Something else. Something terrible, I think. Sergey started down the ridgeline, shuffling through the snow and bracing himself with one hand. He moved as fast as he could, risking a sudden drop-off. Branches slashed his face, his cheeks and chin. Jack followed, almost on top of him. I do not think he is the only prisoner hiding in these mountains. It was him at the river, wasn't it? How the hell does a prisoner get an RPG? Prisons in Russia are not like prisons in America, Jack. If there is a riot, it is put down, definitively. With an RPG? Jack's voice went high as he hissed. Sergey didn't answer. They moved fast, trudging through the deep powder. Sergey looked back once and saw Milo standing on the ridge. The trees thickened, tangled with brush and warrens built by animals over the years. Sergey kicked through the brambles, the branches, and pulled Jack with him, keeping him close. Another gunshot cracked the air like a slap to their eardrums. He tensed, waiting for the impact. Bark exploded off a trunk next to Jack's head. Sergey pulled Jack away, spinning him around and shoved him ahead. Go! They clambered through, trying to crawl over the thickened brush covered in snow and hard frost. Jack slipped, falling face first with the hard smack. Sergey froze. The snow Jack landed on wasn't powder. Slowly, Jack slid on his belly down the ridge, picking up speed. Jack! He lunged through the brambles and spotted it. Ice. The brambles, the branches, the thick brush, it was creek debris. Jack had fallen on the frozen surface of a creek running down the ridge. Sergey! Jack scrabbled, trying to find a handhold. His feet kicked and flailed, and he starfished out, but he kept picking up speed. Gum. Only one thing to do. Sergey ducked onto the ice, lying flat on his stomach with his arms in front of him. He pushed off, sliding down the frozen creek after Jack. This side of the ridge was steeper than where they had been. Sergey slid for what seemed like forever, keeping his gaze locked on Jack. Jack's wide eyes found his, and he stared up at Sergey, his lips pressed together, his cheeks pale. Jack, brace yourself! Cover your head! Sergey shouted, watching the end of their fall abruptly rising to meet them. A hard stop at the bottom of the ravine, and a flat, frozen river, another tributary snaking through the mountains. Keep your legs out! Stay on your belly! Jack threw his arms over his head and then plowed into the deep snow that had collected on top of the river. He skidded, but came to a stop half buried in the embankment and in the middle of the ice. Sergey followed his lead, covering his head and taking a deep breath before sliding into the snow beside Jack. For a moment, neither of them moved. Crack! A shot split the air, followed by a hiss and a whiz as the bullet flew too close. Ice crunched, and Sergey saw a spider-line fracture out from a hole in the ice. Go! Go! He shuffled to his knees, slipping, and helped Jack up. The ravine was too steep to climb on either side, and they'd be fools to try. They'd be exposed, open to Milos. Instead, they jogged down the frozen river. The snow cover thinned out as they moved until they were running on bare ice. thin ice. Cracks and groans sounded with every footfall, a creaking that slithered up Sergey's spine. His boots slid with every step. The ice was too slick. They had to get off the river. Ahead the ravine seemed to end, the sheer walls they were trapped within falling away. They just had to get there. Sergey slipped on his next step. Losing his grip, he tried to catch himself, but his other foot lost grip too. He went down, landing on his back on the ice. His diaphragm seized, pushing up on his lungs, pushing all the air out of him. Gasping, he rolled to his side, struggling to catch his breath. Jack kept going, but he turned back. "Sergey?" Crack, crack, crack. 3 shots, all in a row, louder than before. Ice chips flew, the bullets slamming into the river between Jack and Sergey. Milos had followed them along the ridge, past the frozen creek. He had the high ground. Jack ducked, searching above. The ice creaked, groaned, and cracked. Whirling, Jack had just enough time for his panicked eyes to meet Sergey's before the ice fell out from beneath his feet, and he plunged into the frigid water. "Jack!" Roaring, Sergey lunged across the ice, sliding on his belly to the gaping hole, fracturing the ice. The current moved swiftly below, and Jack had already been tugged away. Thrusting his arm into the freezing waters, Sergey stretched for him, trying to grab Jack before he was gone forever. His fingers brushed Jack's jacket, his hood. Frantic, he tried to grab hold, but the fabric slipped through his fingers. Then, pounding. Looking down, he saw Jack pressed against the bottom of the ice sheet, kicking. Sergey could see him perfectly, his face against sheer river's ice, as he was dragged away by the current. Sergey reached, straining as he threw almost his whole shoulder into the water. "Damn it, Jack! Grab hold!" Jack's flailing hand slid against Sergey's wrist. He cursed, but held fast, squeezing Jack's arm until he felt his bones bend. Another shot hit the ice, right where Jack was pinned. Damn it, if the bullet went through, Jack would bleed out underwater. No. Gritting his teeth, Sergey braced his free hand on the ragged edge of the broken ice and hauled. The ice bit into his palm, slicing open his skin. On his shoulder, his stab wound throbbed, and a new pulse of warm blood dripped down his chest beneath his jacket. Another pull, and he screamed through clenched teeth. Finally, Jack slid free from beneath the ice. His soaked blonde hair appeared, and then the top of his head, his face, and Sergey hauled him out of the frigid water. Jack coughed, spitting up water and hacking, heaving gasps as he tried to breathe through cold, shocked lungs. His body shook. Violent trembles had made his movements uncoordinated and sloppy. He almost fell back into the river. "Jack." Sergey cupped Jack's face and looked him over. Jack's lips were blue. Not just a little blue, but deep, dark blue. His skin was paler than the snow, his eyes bloodshot. "Tell me your full name." Jack tried, but he couldn't get the words out through his chattering teeth. Crack! Another shot. This one ricocheted, the wild twang disappearing into the trees. Damn it, they had to get Jack warm and fast. But they couldn't stop. Not here. Not now. "We have to keep moving. We have to go." "Cold," Jack managed to sputter. "Can't move. Stay at my side. I will keep you warm." He gathered Jack close, pulling him up and tucking him beneath his arm. Instantly, the frigidity of Jack's body chilled Sergey, sliding through his jacket and around his ribs like a claw. He wrapped his arms around him and ran his hands over Jack's shoulders. "Lean into me." They set off, striding down the frozen river again. They just had to get to the break in the ravine and then turn. In his mind, Sergey pictured their old map again, scanning and rescanning the terrain he'd nearly memorized. Angara River to the east, on the other side of the ridge. Ethan and the others across the river. If they got across the Angara and kept heading south, there might be hope. Chapter 13. Middle Siberia. Braying laughter echoed against the inside of Sasha's skull.
Cigarette smoke tickled his nose, made him cringe. The stench of too many vodka-soaked bodies crowded together made his eyes water. Groaning, he tried to move, but couldn't. His hands were bound, tape wrapped around his jacket and his wrists. His ankles, too. Darkness swam in front of his eyes, spotted with pinpricks of light. They'd put a hood over his head. He lay on his side, and by the jostling and bouncing, it felt like he was in a truck. What sounded like a platoon surrounded him, raucous and hopped up on adrenaline and the high of victory. They weren't soldiers, though. They didn't speak like military men or address each other with ranks. Rabble-rousers. Thugs. The men who had circled them after downing the chopper. His nose ached, but when he sniffed, he didn't want to black out from the pain. Not broken, then. His cheeks throbbed, a dull pulsing that went down his jawline. He pushed at the inside of his cheek with his tongue, puffy, tender, and sore. "Get lucky." He kept his voice low, hopefully not enough to rouse his captors, but if Kalaki was with him, maybe he'd hear. Nothing. Exhaling, he laid his head back on the wooden floorboards and let his body rock and sway with the rumble of the truck. An hour later, the truck stopped. The men disembarked, clambering down from the tailgate and dropping to the ground. They grumbled and shouted to others nearby. More trucks idled alongside revving snowmobiles. "Come on!" barked one of the men, kicking Sasha in the back. "On your feet, deserter!" He shimmied to the tailgate and then waited while the tape around his ankles was cut. They dragged him out, one hand gripping the back of his neck and forcing him to bend over at the waist, marching him away like he was a prisoner. Snow and hard-packed ice crunched beneath his feet. Wherever he was, it was filled with people. Trucks drove past, rumbling, and men called out to one another, the rough language of street thugs and his rougher countrymen. Deep laughs and what sounded like a fistfight. Bandits? A Bratva nest? Had the Mafia moved into the Saka Republic? What were they doing with tribesmen? "Where are the others? The others who were with me?" "Shut your face, deserter!" The man gripping his neck shook him hard, and he nearly lost his footing. Finally, a door opened before him, squeaky hinges and the sound of wood on wood. The man shoved him, and he stumbled into an open room, uneven floorboards catching the toes of his boots. He went down, landing on his knees. He stayed silent, clenched his jaw, and breathed through his nose. "We picked him up with the tribesmen. They brought down that Spetsnaz chopper." "Tribesmen." A new voice spoke. Sasha's blood froze, and then burned, boiling in his veins. His heart pounded. He knew that voice. "And him, he is military, must be. A deserter or something." "Let us see who our stranger is." The hood slipped over his head. He blinked, the sudden brightness of the room almost blinding him. Maps were tacked up on one wall, and tables had been pushed around the room in a ring, covered with papers. Photos were pinned to another wall. He squinted, turning back to the man who had plucked the hood from his head. He was staring at Sasha, his mouth open, jaw hanging. "Sasha?" "Ilya." Exhaling, he slumped forward, his muscles releasing their burning tension, the coiled need to fight. Ilya Ivchenko, head of the FSB, Sergey's best friend, and, when Sasha had worked in Moscow for Sergey at the Kremlin, his boss. Ilya had vanished after the coup, no sight or sign of him since. Sergey thought he'd been killed, and one day they'd find his bones in a ditch outside of Sochi. But Ilya was very much alive, and in hiding in Siberia in what seemed like a thieves' den. Why? Ilya went white at the sight of Sasha. Slowly he crouched down, his wide eyes revealing more than Sasha had ever before seen on the man. Fear and a quiet sort of pleading. "Sasha, where is Sergey?" His heart stilled. "You have not found him?" Ilya shook his head. "You would never leave him. Unless—" His face darkened as his eyes narrowed. "What happened?" he hissed, gripping Sasha's shoulder. "That American General Madigan." He swallowed hard. What did Ilya know? Where had he been? Why hadn't he made contact? Whose side was he on?
Madigan is in the kerosene. He released some kind of gassy cloud that is in the atmosphere. If it ignites, the skies will burn. It is over Russia and spreading around the world. It is a weapon. Ilya's eyes darted over Sasha's face, seemingly searching. He squeezed Sasha's shoulder hard, digging his thumb into the soft skin and, beneath, into a raw nerve. But why did you leave Sergey? I flew over the kerosene, Sasha barked, trying to twist away. I volunteered to help him, get him information, try and stop Madigan. He groaned, clenching his teeth. I was supposed to die. Ilya released him, knocking him back on his ass on the wooden floor. He stood, staring down at Sasha. You are the pilot from last week. Your jet exploded. Computers from here to Moscow picked it up. He nodded, pulling himself back to his knees. Ilya, for all the time they had spent together, was still FSB, still blood-loyal to the state, and, it seemed, to Sergey. They were on the same side. That is why the Spetsnaz were after you. They're Moroshkin's men. Madigan's men now. They tracked me down. He looked at the maps, the photos, the men standing clustered by the door, staring. Some had tattoos, spiders on their necks, and crosses, a Virgin Mary on one man's arm. They were criminal tattoos. What is going on here? Ilya sighed. He beckoned Sasha to his feet. This is my resistance movement. I built it from Russians who want Moroshkin gone. And, he said, nodding to the tattooed men by the door as he spun Sasha and cut the tape binding his wrists, from men who have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Criminals? Ilya scowled. That traitor Moroshkin has declared war on Russia, and on Siberia in particular, for not supporting his coup. He is doing everything he can to destroy this place. It is total war. What about the people? He does not give a damn about our people, Ilya growled. Moroshkin sent his units deep into Siberia. They attacked all the prisons, slaughtered the guards, released the prisoners. Punishment for not supporting his government. I offered the thieves and the drug dealers a trade. Their support in exchange for their sentences. And they also have to track down the rest of the escapees. Murderers, rapists, terrorists. No. Sasha's heart pounded again. Sergey and Jack and Ethan and everyone else. By now they would be deep in Siberia, deep in the middle of the blackest depths where the darkest prisons were hidden from the world. All the prisons were hit. Black Dolphin too. Ilya nodded. He hummed, his expression fierce. Completely empty. Sergey. Cursing, Sasha grabbed Ilya's arms. His hands shook. Ilya, Sergey is there now in Siberia. What? Why? Last intel said he was still in the Caucasus. Sasha's gaze darted to the criminals, too close for comfort. The Americans came. They are helping, two in particular, close friends of Sergey's. He willed Ilya to understand, staring into his eyes. There's a rendezvous on the East Coast. Subs from America. Sergey's heading there now. Through the worst band of murderers in the world. Ilya exhaled, tipping back his head and closing his eyes. Go, no, Sergey. We have to help him. Damn it, Sergey wasn't supposed to be in danger. He was supposed to get to Simure Island, meet up with the Americans, get the help he needed, and then wait for the Americans to take care of everything. Fuck. He needed to be there with Sergey. Alexei and Anton were good policemen, former federal polizei from Sochi, but they weren't devoted to Sergey. Would they protect him the right way, save his life? And Jack, the American president, if he was murdered by an escaped Russian criminal? How can we help, Sergey? Ilya paced away, rubbing one hand over his face. We don't know where he is. Siberia is a black hole. Millions of men have vanished and died there through the years. We cannot just search for one man. We will never find him. I know his route. I helped plan it. I know where he should be. You know as well as I how useless plans are. This is not a parade route, Sasha. What do you expect, that you will wait on the road for him? Yes. Ilya sighed. We're moving on Moscow soon. The time to strike against Moroshkin is now. He has weakened himself, splitting his forces over the pole. I cannot do the same. I cannot split my forces and send them into Siberia on a wild chase. But it is Sergey. I know Sergey. I believe in him. You should, too. You should think better of him. He can hold his own. He is a good fighter. And he is not alone, no? Ilya scowled. I can do more for him by retaking Moscow, giving his country back to him. Are you sure you are not taking it for yourself? Sasha snapped. 2 steps were all it took for Ilya to storm to him, fury cracking as he shoved Sasha back, sending him sprawling to his ass on the wooden floor again. Watch your mouth, he growled. Your feelings for Sergey are not an excuse to impugn our friendship. We were friends before you were born. Heat flared through Sasha, a burn that scorched his soul. Ilya knows. Shame licked at his skin, left him exposed. How many others knew? How many others looked down on him, despised him, thought him sick and deranged, a pathetic dog chasing its master? Still, I have to go to him, he breathed. I have to. Ilya's eyes closed. You would be more helpful to me here. I could use you, Sasha. I need to find him. Governor. Ilya scrubbed his hands over his face, through the unruly whiskers that had grown in on his jaw. I can spare 1 truck. Some weapons, fuel. But that is all. Thank you. He exhaled, his heart seeming to finally beat again. Where are the others I was captured with? The tribesmen. Ilya turned to the one who had dragged Sasha in, a hulking man with a prison tattoo on his neck. The man grumbled something and stormed out. They were taken to a dorm for holding. They will be released now. They saved my life. We will give them food and blankets and send them on their way. Ilya gripped his shoulder. Get over to Pilto. He'll get you clothes, a real jacket, weapons. But see me before you go. Later, he sat behind the wheel of a small pickup truck, 2 rifles and a shotgun locked and loaded beside him on the bench seat. He had a new jacket on and a warm hat, thick boots. Kalaki had said his goodbyes already, and had left Ilya's compound with his tribesmen. We must go and reunite with the herd, he said, smiling as he looked east. And you have your own uniting to do. I am sorry, Sasha had stammered back to him, for what happened to your people. You should have left me in the snow. Fear of what is to come is no excuse to not help another. Kalaki had touched his cheek, stroked his thumb over Sasha's swollen cheekbone. Chew the roots I gave you 3 times a day. It will help with the pain. He had nodded and thanked Kalaki, and then watched him and his tribesmen walk away, leaving Ilya's den of thieves and returning to the snowy wilderness, back north to their herd. He was heading south. It was Ilya's turn to say goodbye. He leaned against the windowsill, staring at Sasha's profile. You are a fool, Sasha, he growled. But a loyal fool. Sergey is lucky to have you. He squirmed, shifting in his seat. He revved the engine, put the truck in first gear.
Ilya got the message.
Go on, but—
He leaned close to Sasha, grinning wickedly.
When you find him again, give Sergey a big kiss, and tell him it is from me, yes?
He winked. Sasha slammed his foot on the gas. The truck spun, lurching forward, and Ilya dove back. His laughter followed Sasha.
I will see you both in Moscow,
Ilya shouted.
Udochi!
Chapter 14. Seattle.
I can't take it anymore.
Faisal looked up at the breathy words, more grunted than actually spoken. He was sitting against the wall by the gate to their Alaskan flight, trying to be out of the way. Nearby, Doc lay propped against his backpack, his shades over his eyes, looking like he was asleep. Scattered throughout the rest of the gate's waiting area, the other members of the team slouched in their seats and tapped at their MP3 players. Then Adam hovered over Faisal, one hand clenching and unclenching on the strap of his backpack. He'd mangled it. Threads were loose, trailing down. The strap was fraying. Sighing as if defeated, Adam folded himself down beside Faisal, his back to the wall and his body close. Very close. He pressed against Faisal from his shoulder to his knee, a warmth that went straight up Faisal's spine. Faisal flipped a page in the magazine he was reading and suppressed his shiver. "What can you not take any longer?"
"Everything,"
Adam breathed.
"This?"
He swallowed.
"Us."
Faisal stilled. His lungs froze and his muscles refused to move. Even his thoughts stuttered, circling around one single word. Us. "If you wish to end our relationship, then it will be concluded for the final time. I cannot keep doing this."
"No!"
Adam's voice was too loud, almost a shout. People turned their way, frowning.
"No!"
Adam hissed again. He leaned into Faisal even more, digging his shoulder into Faisal's.
"I can't take the hiding about us, pretending like I don't know you or that I don't care about you. You're so goddamned distracting."
He sighed.
"Adam, I can't keep anything straight anymore. I need to focus. I need to get us up there, brief the team, get ready for the rendezvous, but all I am thinking about is you."
Groaning, Adam buried his face in his hands.
"The guys, they don't know anything about me, and now they've got a front row seat to watch me come apart."
Faisal kept quiet. This was a side of Adam he didn't know well. Adam had been on his own when they first met, an independent operator detailed into the murky world of Middle Eastern intelligence. He hadn't had a team of Marines to lead, men he had to hide parts and pieces of himself away from day in and day out.
"I need to do the right thing," Adam whispered. "I need to do the right thing for them, and for the whole world, damn it. You heard what's going on."
Leaning back, he thunked his head against the wall and fixed Faisal with a wide-eyed stare.
"I just don't know what's right anymore."
"Yes, you do." Faisal closed his magazine and set it on the ground. He started to reach for Adam, but then stopped, his hands stuttering in mid-air and falling uselessly to his thighs. "You have always known what right and wrong are, and stuck to your course even when everything has been against you. This is no different." Adam tried to smile, but it wavered and then turned aching.
"Are you trying to tell me that I should stop hiding how I feel about you?"
His heart thundered, warmth flowing through his chest with every beat. "If you think that is one of your right choices, then that brings me great joy, Adam, but I believe the larger right choices in front of you at the moment are how to prepare your team in the best way you can, getting them to the rendezvous and preparing everyone for what is to come. Have you thought about how to tell them?" Adam shook his head. "You care for your men a great deal, Adam. You have always given away more of yourself than you keep, and they are no exception. Focus on what needs to happen, what you need to tell them, how they need to prepare. You cannot fight your conscience and this battle at the same time. One of Adam's knees bounced up and down, fast. If they find out about me, about how I feel about you, everything may come apart. It may. Faisal stared into Adam's eyes, watching as his fears multiplied, one panicked situation after another playing out behind his gaze. Or, inshallah, it may not. Your men may remember all the ways you have served them, cared for them, and led them, what you have given to them out of your heart. Remember, judgment leads a heart to regret, and a sour mind and an aching soul. Finally, Adam smiled, watery and thin. Not everyone sees the world the way you do. My faith guides me in everything I do. Adam spoke softly, almost whispering. Allah ilallah. Faisal put his finger to Adam's lips. Shh, Adam, don't. Adam had started to recite the Shahada, the statement of faith of all Muslims. You always stop me. He sighed. Those words have meaning. They can't be said idly. Adam stared at him, his eyes pinched. I don't say them idly. Adam, I'm trying, Faisal. Adam breathed. I'm trying. You are all over the place, worried about your team, worried about the world, worried about me, and now you're thinking about the Shahada. He shook his head. You don't have to be everything to everyone. I want to be everything for you. Adam's gaze flicked toward the gate's waiting area. The team had stopped pretending to not be interested in what was happening between the two of them. Only Doc, still supposedly sleeping, wasn't staring. Coleman's mouth was open, his jaw hanging. But I want to be everything for them, too. He swallowed, looking down at the thin carpet. Faisal shook his head. Serving too many masters was tearing Adam apart. His soul was fraying faster than he could bind the tears. When was the last time you slept? Adam shrugged. Saudi, before we left. Maybe. After the team arrived, Adam stopped sleeping in Faisal's bedroom. He'd crashed on the couch in the living room instead, but Faisal had heard him toss and turn all night long. He left his bedroom door open. Faisal patted his thigh. Rest. We have some time before the flight. He held Adam's stare after he spoke. If Adam laid his head down, rested his cheek on Faisal's thigh, the wondering would be over. The team would know there was something between them, something deeper than they'd led them all to believe. If he did not, he'd keep spinning, his mind like a whirling dervish, twirling out of control, dizzying anxieties sending him careening from worry to worry. Fear strangled Adam's gaze, made his eyes shine brightly. Yallah, Faisal knew exactly what Adam was feeling, a lifetime of hiding, a carefully constructed web of obfuscation, cutting a piece of yourself out and keeping it hidden, afraid to expose it to the light, feeling it die, withering away slowly, but unable to do anything differently. Being a gay Muslim was like walking around with a target on his heart. First, his fear of Allah. Did Allah truly hate him? Was he broken, made wrong? And, after reconciling that, the fear of human hatred. And human fatwas that ordered his death. He'd always imagined it was easier in America, that freedom was as effortless as breathing. Adam had shown him how wrong that was. Side-eyed glares and a pervasive message from the top of society to the bottom, that who he was wrong. There was no explicit fatwas against being gay in America, but people thought nothing of saying right to a gay man's face that he was going to burn in hell for all eternity and that all gays were an offense to God's nature, and even in America, people were killed for being gay. Coming out, in Saudi Arabia or in America, was like playing with a loaded weapon. Who would go off? Who was safe? Where would the pain strike? Faisal couldn't quite figure out his uncle yet. Uncle Abdul had maneuvered his way into power and then honed his children, and Faisal, onto paths that could put them each on a rise to equal prominence. Most of Abdul's children had fallen away, but Faisal had never been able to shake the bone-deep gratitude that had filled the spaces between him and Abdul, the aching affection of an orphan searching for arms to hold him tight. How could he turn against his uncle, after everything he had given Faisal? How could he be anything other than who he was, either? Where would they go from here? Would he be quietly shuffled aside, moved to obscurity and forgotten, asked to leave the kingdom? The thought made his stomach sour and his spine go cold. Leaving the kingdom, the land of his family, the land of Allah? Arabia was his home. The desert was in his soul. Allah had revealed himself in those sands because of the primal power of the desert, the way life hung on the edge of a knife, taken or given with a single choice, a single act. How could anyone not be pressed against the divine in such a place, feel Allah at every moment? Imagining leaving, being banished from the desert, felt like dying. Enough. Those thoughts were for later. Like Adam, he had to focus on what was before him. Everything else was too big, too large to fathom, too large to battle at the moment. He'd given a choice to Adam, a way to break his swirling fears, a gnawing apprehension, and endless what-ifs. It was up to Adam if he was ready to embrace that. He held his lover's gaze, staying quiet. It had to be Adam's choice, his free choice. The words of the Koran came to him. Allah will not change a person. They must grow what is in their own hearts. Adam, I believe in you. Taking a deep breath, Adam plucked up his backpack and set it off to the side. Turning, he carefully, cautiously leaned back, resting his head on Faisal's thigh. As he lay, he let out a shaky breath and closed his eyes. Faisal beamed down at him and slid his fingers through Adam's shaggy hair. The longer look suited him, combed to one side instead of sticking into the air. He closed his eyes and leaned back, resting his head against the cold airport wall. Barely whispering, he moved through the first lines of the throne verse, a prayer of protection offering a dua to Allah as his fingers slipped through Adam's hair over and over. Allah la ilaha ilham il-Qayyum. Adam rolled his head toward Faisal's stomach, pressing his face into his belly. "Are you praying?" he breathed. "I am. For you." "I remember praying with you before." Adam squeezed his eyes shut and leaned into Faisal's stomach, inhaling as his nose found the divot in Faisal's belly button through his shirt. "Shh." Faisal stroked his fingers through Adam's hair again. "Rest. I am here. I will watch over you." Nuzzling his cheek against the cotton of Faisal's shirt, Adam nodded, exhaling shakily. His eyes stayed closed, and within minutes he was softly snoring, his open mouth pressed against Faisal's shirt-covered belly. Faisal glanced to his side, where Doc lay. Doc was grinning, but he hadn't taken off his shades, and he still appeared to be sleeping. Knowing him, he'd probably eavesdropped on the whole conversation. He chanced to look to the waiting area, to the rest of the team sitting at the gate. Park and Kobayashi were staring, their eyes bugging out of their skulls. Ruiz had his fist to his mouth, covering a wide grin, his eyebrows arched high. Wright looked away, peering at the Burger King sign down the concourse. Coleman glared at the ground, his jaw clenching and unclenching, muscles bulging as the vein in his temple throbbed. Breathing in, Faisal leaned back against the wall again and closed his eyes. He kept one hand sliding through Adam's hair, his fingers massaging his scalp and slipping through his smooth, dark strands. "Allah," he prayed silently, "I place everything into your hands. Only you know the path before us. Keep our souls in your care, for every beat of our hearts." Chapter 15. Southern Siberia. "Jack!" Sergey stumbled as Jack went limp in his arms, no longer able to keep his feet beneath him. "Jack! Damn you, keep going!" Jack had stopped speaking an hour ago, instead mixing groans and whimpers and an endless soft keen that fell from his frigid blue lips. His shivers, once nearly violent enough to tumble Sergey to the ground, had stilled. Sergey slid, his boots slipping on the slick snow as he tried to climb. He had dragged Jack down the creek and out of the ravine, and they'd managed to stumble across a frozen beaver dam at a turn in the Angara. On the east side of the river they'd kept going, climbing the ridgeline that stood between them and Ostolga and the others. Since crossing the Angara, Sergey hadn't seen Milos's shadow stalking them. He looked over his shoulder and held his breath, but the man seemed to have vanished. He still flinched at every crack of ice, every branch snapping, every sound of the wilderness around them, imagining a bullet slicing through the air or slamming into his back, or Jack's back. Falling to his knees, he turned to Jack, his friend already slumping into the snow. Seemingly automatically, Jack rolled into a ball, trying to burrow.
"No, no, no,"
Sergey hissed.
"No, damn it."
Burrowing was one of the last acts of a dying creature, nature's instinctual drive to curl up and expire. He pulled Jack close, rubbing his hands over Jack's arms, his cheeks. His skin was as cold as the snow beneath them. Jack moaned and tried to chase his hands, pressing into the warmth of his skin.
"We are close, Jack. Just up this ridge. A little bit longer, and then I promise we will warm you up. A bit farther, please. Please."
Whimpering, Jack tried to curl up again. Sergey pushed to his feet, dragging Jack with him. Jack no longer tried to stand. He hung limply against Sergey's chest, his eyes closed. Frost crusted on his eyelashes, over his eyelids. Could he even open his eyes any more, or were they frozen shut? Only one thing left to do. Gritting his teeth, Sergey hefted Jack over his shoulders, holding on with both hands, and started to climb. He stumbled more than once, falling to the snow. Jack's weight was like a cross he carried, and with every step the weight seemed to double, then triple. The ridge seemed to extend to the horizon, a never-ending climb, a Sisyphean endeavor. His thighs burned, his legs quaked. He closed his eyes and focused on putting one foot down in front of the other and dragging in breath after breath. Somehow, unbelievably, they made it to the top. The ground leveled out beneath him, and he almost sobbed in relief.
"Jack,"
he cried, squeezing Jack's thigh and shoulder where they lay across his back.
"We made it."
Silence.
"Jack?"
Nothing save the sound of his own breath, the rush of air over his cracked, dry lips. Was he carrying a corpse? Was it already too late?
"Hang on, Jack. Damn you, hang on."
By his reckoning and by his memory of the map, what he was looking for was close, due north, along the ridge on the east side. He set off, counting his steps to keep his mind quiet, to stop the screaming in his head that it was too late, that Jack was already gone. Finally, he spotted it, buried in snow, the fence posts like small mountains rising from the powder. At the corners of the derelict Chornaya Noche prison, empty guard shacks balanced precariously on rotten wooden poles, their roofs sagging from years of snowfall that had buckled the tin. Closed and abandoned decades ago, and with no one to care for the place, the decrepit prison had nearly been swallowed whole by Siberia. Sergey stumbled down to the main fence. Long rusted, the gate opened when he shoved his shoulder into it, pushing the chain links through the snow. Within the fence, the old prison yard, the ground where prisoners had stood in rows, calling out their names, crimes, and numbers every morning, was buried in snow. He trudged through the yard, toward the administration building. He had to kick the door in, splintering the old wood down the center when the lock held. He kicked aside the shards and the rotted wood and slid into the old prison. Years and years ago, he had transferred prisoners from Moscow to this place. Political prisoners, enemies of the state, people who had angered the old regime. He and Ilya had first crafted their plan during the long train rides from Moscow to Irkutsk, and then the drives overland to the prison and back. A crazy plan born of the desperate dead eyes and broken souls of the people they transported. An ostentatious belief that they could make a different world. How young they'd been, and what dreams they had spun. How had it all come together? How had they lost everything they'd gained? Like coming full circle, he was back at the prison that had broken so many Russian dreams. Debris covered the atrium, the foyer. Broken benches, shattered glass, and animal carcasses. Something had lived in the foyer for a while and had died there, too. He wrinkled his nose and turned left down the officers' hallway. Jogging, he passed the warden's office and kept going to the officers' quarters. The first door was broken, and the room was marred with black scorch marks, everything in it, ash and twisted metal. The second door was locked. Gum. He kept on, to the third set of quarters, and shoved his shoulder against the door. It popped open. A dusty, frigid room appeared like a time capsule from decades past. 2 bunk beds in disarray, a closet toppled over, clothes and uniforms spilling every which way. Perfect. He set Jack down on the first bed, ripping back the covers and carefully sliding him from his shoulders to the mattress. Jack didn't move. No. He tore at Jack's jacket, his sweatshirt, his shirt, and his pants, everything until Jack was naked and his pale, blue-tinged body lay still on the bed. Ice crusted and cracked as he removed Jack's clothes, a thin coating that had frozen around him on their escape. He flung the clothes across the room, as far as he could. Faintly, barely, Jack's chest rose and fell. Still breathing. Relief crashed into Sergey, a physical blow that almost had him falling to the floor. A sob burst from him as he lunged for the old officer's clothes, the heavy discarded jackets and sweaters on the ground. He grabbed everything he could, bringing it back to Jack and piling it around him, over his head and around his feet. He stripped the other bunks, 4 beds worth of sheets and heavy Siberian blankets, and laid them one on top of the other. Hang on. You're going to be all right. I swear it. He reached for his own jacket and pulled it off, then shrugged out of his sweater, undid his pants, slid out of his briefs. He climbed into the bed beside Jack. Naked skin touched naked skin, and Sergey fought not to leap back, jump away from Jack's body. His friend was cold enough to steal his breath away. Sergey wrapped his arms and legs around Jack and turned him on his side until they were pressed together from shoulders to toes. He tucked Jack's head against his neck, briskly rubbed his hands over Jack's back. Jack, come back to me. Come back. Ethan is waiting for you. Jack keened, almost wailed, and rolled against Sergey. He tried to speak, but his body started to shake, tremble almost uncontrollably. Ethan, he stammered. Tell him. No, you will tell him yourself. He squeezed Jack, pulling him closer, holding Jack as tight as he could. Jack rested his cheek on Sergey's shoulder, exhaled, and went still. Jack? Sergey shook him, grabbed his cheeks, forced open his eyes. White stared back at him. No! He rolled them over, covering Jack's body with his, and pressed his lips to Jack's, breathing air into his icy mouth. Not you too, he whispered in between breathing into Jack. Not you too. Jack! Chapter 16. Ustolga, Southern Siberia. Ethan stared at the snow and dirt-covered road leading to Ustolga. His fingers drummed on the steering wheel over and over. Beside him, Scott sat, also watching the road, still and silent. The rest of the convoy waited, parked on the side of the road, smoking and bullshitting as they waited for Jack and Sergey's return. He lifted the radio to his lips the 100th time. Jack, come back. Like every time before, static was his only reply. Exhaling slowly, Ethan closed his hand around the steering wheel, a tight fist that made the leather creak and the dashboard shake. It was a long drive after they got across the river. They could still be working their way here. Scott spoke softly. I know. He purposely unclenched his fingers, lifting them into the air and spreading them wide. We've been down this road before. It's going to be okay. He didn't know who he was speaking to, Scott or himself. Who was he trying to convince? But they hadn't seen or heard from their mysterious shooter since leaving the river. Not once had they been fired upon, not once had they been attacked. Had it just been the river? A local obsessive about his privacy, his space? Or had the shooter gone after Jack and Sergey instead? What if it was Maroshkin's forces? Damn it! He should have swum across the river. "Jack, come back." Static, and the warble of dead air, a high-pitched whine over their secured radio channel. "It's going to be okay. Jack is strong. He knows what he's doing. It's going to be okay. I believe in him." His fist closed around the steering wheel again, clenching until his knuckles went white. "I believe in him. Jack, come back." Chapter 17. Southern Siberia. Warmth cocooned Jack, wrapped around him, a fuzzy hold that enveloped him from head to toe. He sighed, relaxing into the gentle heat. He thought he would never be warm again. His thoughts were honey-slow, fuzzy with exhaustion. His body ached, a bone-deep weariness that he felt in every nerve, every particle of his being. But he was warm. Arms wrapped around him, holding him tight. Slowly his senses came back, touch and smell revealing the press of a body against his own, his cheek resting on a hard shoulder, his arms around another waist, legs twined together. Ethan. Smiling, Jack nuzzled into the warm body, pressing his lips to the skin beneath his cheek. His hips rolled, searching. Ah, yes, there it was. An answering hardness, matching his own. It had been so long since he and Ethan... Jack. Desire fizzled, vanishing with a snap, leaving nothing but a frisson bursting off his veins, gone in a breath. God. Sergey. Everything came back, their drive into the mountains, the argument, the murderer, Milos, stalking them up the ridge, dodging gunshots, sliding into the ravine, running down the frozen creek, falling into the ice. Cold, unbelievable cold, thinking he was going to die when he could think at all. Snippets of time, stumbling with Sergey and falling to the snow, fading in and out of consciousness as he dangled over Sergey's shoulders, listening to him scream with every step, and then... nothing. Until waking up with Sergey, naked body pressed to naked body. Sergey must have stripped him to warm him up, shared his body heat. God, Sergey had saved his life, and he'd... Closing his eyes, Jack tried to pull back. Sergey's arms and the mountain of blankets piled on top of them kept him pinned. Sergey, I'm sorry, I didn't know where I was. Jack... A note of pleading in Sergey's voice made him pause. Frowning, Jack found Sergey's gaze. Raw desire bled from his friend, quiet desperation mixed with terror. He blinked slowly, his thoughts coming together like trains crashing head-on in slow motion. Sergey is hard, too. His cock pressed against Jack's hip. He opened his eyes again, looked up. Sergey? Sergey's lips trembled, pressed together like he was trying to keep them closed, keep something back. His eyes gleamed, shining too bright, wet, and a flush rose on his cheeks, reddening his skin down his neck across his chest. And then he crumpled, collapsing in on himself like paper burning to ash, disintegrating into a million pieces. Sobs racked through him, quaking his shoulders, ripped out of his chest. His hands shook and clung to Jack's shoulders as he folded in half, curling until his forehead touched Jack's. I am not brave enough, he whispered through gritted teeth between heaving gasps, anguished drags of air. I am not brave enough. What are you talking about? Jack reached for Sergey, cradling his cheeks, turning his face upward. Sergey's eyes closed. He wouldn't meet Jack's gaze. I am not a brave enough man, he breathed. I am not like you, or... His face twisted, and a new sob ripped from him, choking his voice. Or Sasha. Sergey. Confusion strained Jack's voice, his thoughts. He shook his head, frowning. Are You saying you're—
I do not know what I am,
he moaned again and turned his face away from Jack.
When you were sleeping, I imagined you were Sasha.
Jack sighed, breathing out what felt like every breath he'd ever taken. He remembered his shock, his utter confusion when he'd first desired Ethan in a carnal, physical way. First thought about their bodies together, making love. Is this the first time you've thought about another man this way? Silence strained the space between them. Sergey dug his forehead against Jack's, squeezing his eyes shut even tighter.
No,
he finally breathed. No? Shock stilled Jack, made him blink.
I noticed men. Noticed how they looked. If they were attractive or not. Sometimes I wondered what it would be like two men together. But they were just thoughts. I thought everyone thought the way I did. Wondered. Sometimes,
Sergey whispered.
But you said you had never thought about it before you were with Ethan.
No, I never did. Sergey grimaced.
I remember growing up in the Soviet Union, Jack. I remember men disappearing for loving other men. And then, after the fall, nothing really changed. The new regime, same as the old regime, just more money, more corruption. There was never a time when it was okay.
So you hid what you felt?
I never knew what I felt, Sergey hissed. It was never a possibility. That world, that option. It just didn't exist. There was never the option. And I liked women. Women liked me. There was nothing wrong. Nothing. Not until...
He sniffed and shook his head. Until what? Jack's eyes narrowed. He had a suspicion about where Sergey was going. Sergey didn't speak for a long moment. He shifted, pressing their foreheads together again. Jack heard the heavy gulp of his swallow.
If I could go back to any point in my life and have just 10 seconds,
he trailed off.
I would have kissed him back, held on, never let go, not have let him go on that mission. Damn the information, it wasn't worth his life.
Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes down his cheeks silently.
Or I would go further back, tell myself to not be a fool. We could have had time together.
His voice cut off as his lips clamped shut, a shaky breath escaping from his nose. Is it just Sasha? Had Sergey fallen into the same realization that he had, that he could desire anyone if he fell in love with them, that his heart knew no limits on love and could grow to match what was offered to him? Sergey chuckled once, a mirthless, dry crackle of sound.
No, Jack.
His eyes slipped open, and he finally held Jack's gaze.
I have always thought you were a beautiful man.
Jack stared. Sergey looked like a man pushed over the edge, past all of his lines and limits, red-rimmed eyes, a snotty nose, and dusky, tear-stained, hollow cheeks.
If things had been different, I may have fallen in love with you,
Sergey said softly.
You captivate me. You always have.
His chest went tight, and his lungs wouldn't drag in another breath. The warmth of Sergey's body, still pressed close from their hips down, turned searing. Neither of them were hard anymore, but their legs were still tangled together in a way that he had only ever lain with Ethan. Ethan. God, Ethan, his heart ached, desperate for Ethan's arms around him instead of Sergey's, Ethan's touch, and Ethan's love. Sergey pulled away, sitting up and leaning against the wall next to the bunk, pulling some of the blankets over his lap. Dried blood flaked off his chest and down his arm, old drips from Milo's thrown blade. His wound had closed, though a wet, messy scab slashed his shoulder. Jack sat up as well, sitting in the middle of the bunk, and wrapped a blanket around his shoulders. The air had a bite to it, a frosty nip. He was not Russian, and though Sergey could sit shirtless in Siberia, he could not. "We are straight out of classic Russian literature, Sasha and me." Sergey tried to grin. He failed. "The man who loved the hero went away, and the hero learned too late that he did, in fact, love him in return." He shook his head, looked down at his lap. "So now I know. Now I must live with this." He sighed, sniffed, and rubbed his hands over his face. "Live with knowing how much of a coward I am." Sergey, no. Sergey waved him off. His head hit the wall. "Do not try and make me feel better. I do not want to. I need this feeling, my heart in a vice, pulverized." He made a fist, squeezing slowly. Jack stayed quiet. There would be a time and a place to discuss this, but there wasn't now, not when Sergey was still blinking through tears, and the need to get back to Ethan was like a wolf howling in his heart. "We need to get going." Sergey nodded. He closed his eyes. "There are clothes by closet. I threw yours over there. They were frozen." Jack slid out of bed, padding naked to the pile of clothes on the cold floor. "That's sweet, Sergey, but you don't have to keep your eyes closed. I'm not a blushing virgin." He grabbed a pair of pants, a long-sleeved shirt, and a thick sweater and pulled them on. He picked his way to the corner and pulled Ethan's sweatshirt from the frost-covered pile of his old clothes. "From the back, you sometimes look like him. Only shorter," Sergey said, tacking on the end with an almost smile in his voice. "You Russians grow tall." Jack grabbed Sergey's clothes and brought them back to the bunk. Sergey dressed quickly as Jack scrounged for a pair of boots. Outside of the blankets, their breath fogged in front of their faces. Jack shivered, trying to shake off the memory of freezing from the inside out. It clung to the back of his neck, making him shiver again. Finally, Sergey stood, shrugging back into his jacket and tugging on his sweater's hem. He still wouldn't look at Jack. "I am sorry," he said, "for what happened. I am sure Ethan will want to take a swing at me." Jack laughed. "He will deeply thank you for saving my life." Sergey's eyes lifted. Stepping close, Jack cupped Sergey's cheek and looked into his haunted eyes. "You are going to be all right." He leaned forward and brushed his lips against Sergey's cheek. Sergey's hand fell to his hip, squeezing as he exhaled, a breath of air ghosting over Jack's skin. A moment, and then he whimpered, turning into Jack's touch, brushing their cheeks together. Jack stepped back. "We do need to go. Ethan's probably out of his mind by now. I need to get back to him." Something didn't sit right deep inside him going this long without Ethan. It reminded him of the days when they were apart, Ethan still in Iowa, and the two of them only able to see each other for 48 hours at a time. He'd missed Ethan then, soul deep. Somehow, between falling in love with Ethan and now, his life had been remade, reformed into something that required 2 hearts beating as one, 2 souls in tandem with each other, his and Ethan's. Being without his other half felt like a piece of his own heart, his own soul, was missing. And Sergey, his heart was missing a piece named Sasha, and Jack worried that that hole would never be filled. "We should try to find a radio, maybe get one working. It's a long way to Ustolga by foot." "Lead the way—" Jack broke off, going silent as the walls trembled. Dust rained from the ceiling, and a crashing boom bellowed from the far side of the prison complex, shattering the silence. Sergey paled. "The gas tanks are on that side of the prison. They were never dug up." "Milos," Jack breathed. "He found us." Chapter 18. Ustolga, Southern Siberia. Like the fireball blooming on the distant ridgeline, flames ignited in Ethan's veins, crackling fury going off like a line of deck cord winding straight to his heart. Jack. That's Jack. Conviction sat heavy in his voice as he jumped out of the jeep. Now was the time to act, to do, to go. It had been too quiet. Too damn quiet. They hadn't seen or heard a damn thing since the river. Whoever it was on their tail must have found Jack and Sergey, tailed after them instead. No longer. He and Jack had been separated for a day. That was a day too long. He was going back to get his other half. Scott followed, meeting him at the tailgate. "You don't know for sure," he said carefully. Ethan flipped down the tailgate and reached for a stack of cases piled 3 high. He pulled them close, flipping the lids open, and pulled out the weapons one by one. First, an AK-47 with a grenade attachment. "If you were in trouble with no way to reach out on the radio, what would you do?" "Send a signal." Scott crossed his arms and frowned. A 5-inch caliber Barrett sniper rifle, a weapon that could make a man disappear in a puff of bone dust and a smear of blood and could blow holes clean through armored vehicles. Exactly. Something that could be seen for miles. Something that would draw our attention. Draw everyone's attention. Everyone around saw that. What if it's a trap? What if someone is trying to draw us out? 2 handguns. Not us. Me. I'm going. Ethan? No, Scott. He slammed the tailgate shut. I'm going. Alone. Like fuck you are. One of us needs to be at Simure when those subs arrive. Jack, me, or you. If it's not all of us together, then it's going to be just you. Scott swallowed. He stayed quiet. Ethan stared into Scott's eyes. Over half his life had been lived at Scott's side through the Army and into the Secret Service, his best friend, a man he called a brother, and, before Jack, there'd been no man he had loved more either. Theirs was not a relationship for goodbyes. You need to get everyone to Simure. You have to meet those subs. Get them up to the car C. Keep to the plan, Scott. I'm going to find Jack. Scott's face twisted in furious facial gymnastics. He looked away, shaking his head. You drove here once. You know how to fucking drive back once you get him and Sergey. You have to move out tomorrow, no matter what. We're already delayed. Silence as Scott stared him down. Somewhere between national security and the safety of the world, between trying to prevent an apocalypse and looking into a man's eyes, there was a line in the sand called loyalty. Love, even. When did one outweigh the other? How did a man make the choice to cut the thread tying him to another in the name of saving everything? He's my assignment, Scott said softly. You think I'd turn my back on my duty? Ethan smiled and reached out, gripping Scott behind the neck. No. I know you'll do the right thing. He shouldered the AK-47, slipped the 2 pistols into the back of his waistband, and hefted the sniper rifle before heading back to the driver's door. Hey, Scott appeared at the passenger's window as he shifted the Jeep into first. Scott, relax, Prince Charming. Glaring at Ethan, Scott set a stack of blankets on the passenger seat and a duffel on the floorboard. The med kit and blankets. You don't know what you're driving into." Scott sighed.
Be fucking careful, Ethan.
Be real fucking careful. He smiled, holding Scott's gaze for a long moment. He didn't need to say thank you. He never did.
Go,
Scott barked, slamming shut the door.
Hurry your ass back here with those losers. Damn presidents are always causing us trouble.
Ethan barked out a laugh. The jeep lurched forward as he guided it down the slushy mountain road away from Ustluga, leaving Scott and the rest of the convoy behind. He pointed toward the flames licking into the sky, disappearing into the ridgeline's gloom and low fog.
"Jack, I'm coming. Hang on, love. Hang on."
Chapter 19. Southern Siberia. It was hopeless. Ilya was right. Sighing, Sasha slumped forward, his forehead hitting the steering wheel. He groaned. He was a fool, a hopeless, heart-sick fool. He should have listened to Ilya. There was nothing on the route Sergey and he had planned. No fresh tracks, no recent travel, no signs of life, nothing at all. They must have changed their route, gone a different way. There was no sign of any escaped prisoners either. Siberia was huge. 200 escaped murderers could vanish forever, disappear entirely. What were the chances of them running into Sergey's convoy? He was buried in Siberia, twisted around the backwoods, halfway up a stunted mountain and chasing after his broken heart's ghost. He was an utter fool. Sasha rolled his head on the steering wheel, pressing his cheek against the cold plastic. He cracked his eyes open and glared out the windshield. What now? Should he slink back to Ilya, join his attack on Moscow, continue to Simure, try to catch up with Sergey? To what end? Desperate stumbling through the tundra had given shape to too many fantasies. Sergey, happy to see him again, glad he'd survived, welcoming him back into his life. Why would Sergey do any such thing? Emptiness. Aching, gnawing emptiness opened inside Sasha, a black pit of anguish, bottomless in his soul. Nothingness was like a vacuum, atomizing him to a billion tiny pieces. If he closed his eyes, could he blow away? Could he disappear into the snow? What the hell was he going to do? His life, for the time being, had ended. Everything within it, everything he had done, had crumbled to dust. He was, once again, rudderless, wingless, crashing down to earth in a spinning nosedive, screaming for the ground at Mach 3. He closed his eyes. He was tired, exhausted physically from everything. How many hours' sleep had he managed in the past week? Not enough for even a single night, and he was exhausted to his heart, his soul. How many times could a person completely restart their life, say goodbye to the old, and try to find a new way forward? He didn't want to. He just didn't want to do it again. Instead, he let out a breath and reached for the keys. He'd turn the truck off, lower the windows, lie down on the seat, and let the snow fall. It would be night soon. Maybe he'd see the stars again. And when he fell asleep, he'd see Sergey one last time. His fingers closed over the truck's key, cold metal stinging his fingers. In a nearby tree, birds leaped to the sky, screeching. He frowned, and then he heard it, like thunder, a rumble that crawled over the ridge and rolled down from the sky, a series of blasts, booms that shook his windows, shook the water in his canteen, making a splash against the metal as it lay on his dashboard. He saw it, too. Roaring flame, billowing into the sky, a rising fireball that kept growing, bursting like a flaming geyser. It appeared in the center of Siberia. He'd seen something like that once before, years ago on a flight line. A gas explosion, an eruption that grew with the vapor, ballooning larger and larger, feeding itself as it hungered for more fuel. Something up on the ridge had exploded, erupted. And there wasn't supposed to be anything up on that ridge, not according to the maps and the memories he had, poring over the route eastward while standing shoulder to shoulder with Sergey. Nothing was in these mountains, except for Sergey. He reached for the stick, shifting the truck straight into second, and slammed on the gas. The truck lurched, spinning out on loose snow before roaring forward, climbing sideways across a game trail. Branches scraped his windows, and pockets of ice made his tires whine, and the truck slid out. But he kept on, climbing toward the ridge. He'd go as far as he could before he had to get out and run, and then he'd go as far as he could until he had to crawl. Whatever it took. Chapter 20. Southern Siberia. Sergey poked his head around the corner of the prison administration building, trying to see the open spaces of the prison yard. A bullet slammed into the concrete beneath his eye, spraying dust and ice into Sergey's face. He ducked back, turning into Jack's arms. Jack steadied him. "Did you see anything?" "He is out there. Obviously, Sergey. He is somewhere in the yard, maybe in one of the towers." "So we find another way. We go back the way we came, try to find another way through the admin building."
"There is no other way, Jack," Sergey shouted, pulling free. "He set fire to the cell blocks. That way is shut."
Jack glared. "What about the rear fence? What about a back way out of here?"
"Sheer rock. This place was built to have one entrance."
Sergey pointed to the yard and where the shot had come from.
"And he is there."
Jack threw his hands up.
"Then what do you propose?"
Sergey stared at him. He breathed in and out slowly.
"You will run for the gate."
No way." Jack shoved Sergey against the cold concrete, pinning him with both hands. "I'm sick of this son of a bitch. We're going to get rid of him, and then we're getting out of here. Together." Sergey glared and shook Jack off.
"How?"
"How big do you think that fireball was, that explosion? Think. Ethan must have seen it. We're late, missing for our rendezvous. Do you think for 1 second that he won't be coming to check that out? He's on his way. I promise you that. We just need to hang on."
"And how do you propose we do that?"
Think. Jack closed his eyes, took a breath. What would Ethan do? What choices would he make right now? What did they have to work with? Themselves? 2 rifles pilfered from the prison officers' quarters. They were finally armed, but slowly being squeezed into a kill box. "Can we get to the roof? Higher ground?" Sergey closed his eyes, exhaling as he rested his head against the concrete wall. Jack waited, biting his tongue. Sergey had crossed some line somewhere deep within himself. This fatalistic pessimism wasn't his way. But the heart had a way of tugging even the smartest person into twisted rationalities. How much hurt had Sergey accumulated in the past week? How much more in the last 12 hours? Would Jack think the same way if faced with Ethan's loss? No, he wasn't going down that road. "Sergey," he prodded, "can we get to the roof?"
"Yes," Sergey breathed. "If you don't mind a climb."
They scrambled back through the admin building. Smoke from the burning cell blocks, connected through a dark, collapsed gantry, stung their eyes. Jack coughed and pulled Ethan's sweatshirt up over his nose, trying to filter the worst of the smoke. The sweatshirt was still damp and cold, but he had layered it over the sweater and clothes he had taken from the prison officer's closet. His eyes watered, going hazy. Sergey hauled open a side door after kicking apart the rusted lock. It opened to a narrow walkway, a tiny space cut into the rocky cliffs facing the prison. Hard, packed snow rose to their thighs, and they climbed up onto the walkway one at a time. Halfway through the passage, a rusted ladder hung down the side of the prison, outside the burning cell blocks. Concrete walls kept the blaze inside, for now. Everything on the first floor was already in flames. Sergey pointed to the ladder.
"That is your way up."
Jack eyed it. Black paint had chipped and flaked, revealing pock-marked metal and rust. Some parts had rotted almost completely through. Will it hold?
"One way to find out."
Sergey grabbed the ladder and hefted himself up. It creaked, metal groaning, rivets screaming, but held.
"Is good?"
Sergey grunted. He started to climb. Jack glared up at him, but followed. 10 feet above, Sergey placed his foot on one of the metal rungs and went right through it. The rung disintegrated, metal flakes and rust dust spraying down on Jack. He hugged the ladder, sputtering as Sergey grabbed hold of the next rung, quickly pulling himself higher.
"That one is bad," he called. "Watch out."
Right. They made it to the roof, Jack cracking through one rung after it strained under Sergey's weight. He slipped, but held fast with his thighs and his hands. He was near the top of the ladder when the rung went, and Sergey managed to reach over and haul him up the last few feet. They came over the roof's edge and landed in deep snow, rising to their shins, and beneath that a packed ice layer that kept them from sinking all the way through. Ducking low, they pulled out their rifles and made their way across. "Any idea where he is?" Jack whispered. Sergey shook his head. He scanned the rooftop, his head on a swivel. Jack fought back a tiny smile. Sergey was back, finally, back to being the FSB agent he was. They'd need that if they were going to get out of there. The rooftop was covered in snow and ice, sunken in the middle and with deep drifts piled high on the corners. From there, they'd have a view of the entire yard, the front gate, and the fence line. If Milos was out there, they'd be able to find him, take him out, like Ethan would do. "You take that corner." Jack pointed to the south. "I'll take the other." They moved slowly, keeping low. Snow tumbled beneath Jack's jacket, down his sweatshirt. His fingers stung, shocked by the cold of the rooftop and the chill of the metal on the rifle in his hands. Decades old, it had been practically an antique when the prison was still operational. Finally, they arrived at their corners. Sergey lay down in the snow, propping his rifle on the lip of the roof's edge. Jack did the same, hissing as the cold hit his belly when his layers rode up. He scanned the yard, the fence line, peered into the guard shacks. Everything was quiet, eerily so. The snow had stopped falling, but the world was still preternaturally silent. There was almost an expectant hush, waiting. Each breath seemed as loud as a gunshot. He wanted to wait to breathe, hold his breath forever. At some point, breathing would become an issue. Smoke kept climbing from the first floor, belching skyward. His nose twitched and tickled. They had time, for now, but not forever. Milos had better make his move soon. Milos was a hunter, Sergey had said. Stalked his victims, weakened them, and then went in for the kill. Jack wished he'd paid attention all those years ago when his dad was trying to teach him about hunting. He'd never cared for it, and what little knowledge his dad had passed on had long since been replaced with song lyrics and congressional minutiae. What was the next move? What did they do now? At the very least, he remembered being bored while hunting with his dad, waiting for what felt like an eternity. They'd stay put, take their time, as much as they could. He glanced down the roof, toward Sergey. Sergey glanced back. Thump! Below them something hollow sounded, like a soup can fired out of a tube, a dull whoomp, and a near-silent hiss. Two dark canisters arced into the air, sailing over the edge of the roof. They landed in the snow, gentle puffs billowing out from where they lay. "Go!" Sergey hollered. He waved at Jack, already scrambling to his feet. "Go! Grenades!" Panic lay in his gaze, and even from across the roof Jack could see the whites around his eyes. He couldn't run back to the ladder. He wouldn't make it. Jack looked over the edge of the roof, toward the prison yard. Bullets spat past his cheek. Milos was on the ground, just beneath them, firing upward. "Jack, go!" Go where? He rolled back, escaping Milo's burst of fire, and scrambled on his belly, heading to the side of the roof. He peered down again. The fire was worse on this side, flames licking out of broken windows, but deep snowdrifts lay against the building, blown by the winds. He could jump. Maybe. "Jack!" He had to jump. Now! God, Ethan would throw a fit if he saw this. Taking a deep breath, Jack hauled himself up and over the side, sliding on his belly until he rolled over the edge. He clung to the rifle as he fell. Free fall grabbed him, flinging him toward the ground. He thought he left his stomach on the roof. Primal thoughts screamed in his mind, desperate pleas that the snow be soft enough, deep enough, that he lived through the next moment. Ethan's face hung in his mind, Ethan's smile. the warmth of his arms. Whoomp! He landed on his chest, face first in the drift. Snow puffed around him like a snow globe gone crazy. He couldn't breathe. His lungs wouldn't work, wouldn't drag air into his body. He rolled slowly, his arms fishtailing through the air as he struggled to physically drag oxygen into his mouth. Time slowed. The world lengthened, sounds distorted and stretched like a rubber band, pulled, and then snapped. He sat up, gasping, heaving in breath after breath, his hands reaching for his throat, his chest patting down his snow-covered jacket. He was alive. Somehow he was alive. Sergey. What about Sergey? Jack stood, slipped, and trudged his way through the snowdrifts. The fire still raged in the cell block, licking through the windows. Black burns coated the concrete. Even in the snow, sweat started to prick at Jack's skin. Had the grenades detonated? Was Milos still out there, just around the corner? He kept going, pushing through waist-deep snow. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunshots, a burst of fire from the front of the building. He froze. Twin booms sounded, blasts that exploded from the rooftop. Concrete and snow sprayed through the air, arching high before raining down on Jack, the yard, and into the center of the prison. He ducked as the cell block groaned, burned concrete and metal moaning, the sound setting his teeth on edge. A moment later, the roof caved in, snow and broken rusted iron crashing through the second story and into the flames. The fire hissed as snow from the roof collapsed into the center, flames twisting and trying to survive and burn higher. He rose slowly, peering through the broken windows. He could see the sky and shattered concrete, twisted bits of iron. The roof was gone. Where was Sergey? What were those shots? Damn it, running through snow was worse than running through a dream. He couldn't move any faster than a crawl, and his legs screamed, a burn that went from his hips to his toes. He tried to climb on top of the drift, but fell through, stuck with his fractional progress. Damn it. Finally, he made it to the end of the building. The snow tapered out, and he stumbled the last few steps through ankle-deep powder. He leaned against the building, catching his breath, and then peeked around the corner. In the center of the yard, Sergey was crawling on his side, a line of blood trailing him in the snow. Milos stalked him slowly, a long, brutal-looking knife in one hand. Jack raced across the packed snow. He slid on a patch of ice, but kept running, gripping his rifle tight. As he got to the edge of the yard, he bellowed, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Hey, asshole, over here!" Milos turned and pulled a pistol from his waistband. Jack, rifle already raised, fired. The old Russian rifle kicked back against his shoulder, and his shot went wide. Milos's shot was better, whizzing past him close enough to hum. Jack ducked, running for the base of a guard tower at the corner of the yard. Rotten wooden posts held the tower aloft, a crisscross of old timbers. He crouched low, peeking through the beams as Milos turned back to Sergey. He lifted his rifle and took aim, closing one eye as he rested his cheek against the stock. Sergey stopped crawling. He looked up at Milos and snarled. Jack was too far to hear what Sergey spat, but he watched his lips move. Milos laughed. He grabbed Sergey by the collar of his sweater, leaned in, and lifted the knife. Fuck, he had to make this shot, had to save Sergey. He breathed in, sighted the center of Milos's back, and a blast roared through the yard, through the whole prison, the boom of a shotgun. Jack jerked, looking up. Striding across the yard, coming from the front gate, a man in a dark jacket, his hood pulled up, moved fast, holding a pump-action shotgun in front of him. Another rifle was slung over his shoulder. He pumped the shotgun once and took aim, his long legs spread wide as the stock rose to his chest. Milos shouted as the second shot struck him, something harsh and guttural even in Russian. Blood wept from his shoulder, pouring down his left arm, hanging uselessly at his side. Gritting his teeth, he charged the hooded man, brandishing his knife as he ran. The unknown man threw his shotgun in the snow, unslung the rifle from his shoulder, lifted it, and fired, emptying the magazine into Milos. Milos's charge stuttered, and he stumbled, falling to his knees as the bullets slammed into him over and over. Finally, he pitched forward, face first, in his own bloody snow. Jack didn't move. Who was this? He wanted it to be Ethan. God, he wanted it to be Ethan more than he'd ever wanted anything before. Ethan was his hero. He always had been. And of course he'd show up, save them both, kill Milos. Of course he would. He'd always be there. Always. But this man didn't move like Ethan. He could pick Ethan out from 1,000 people, all dressed the same, all looking the same. The way he moved, the shape of his body, the way he stood, how he braced, the width of his shoulders, his back, the curve of his waist. This wasn't Ethan. Who was he? The man moved toward Sergey, his rifle held at the ready, searching and scanning the yard for anyone else. Jack stayed down, hidden, and raised his own rifle. Sergey lay on his side in the snow, propped up on his elbow. He stared at the man, his mouth hanging open. Silence had once again fallen over the yard, a silence so complete Jack heard each of the man's footfalls, the crunch and slide of his boots, heard him sling his rifle over his shoulder and crouch down beside Sergey. And then he heard Sergey's choked, breathless whisper, "Sasha." Impossible. But he watched Sergey push himself up and reach for the man. His hands shook as they neared the man's face, hidden by the hood. The hood fell back. Blonde hair, ice-blue eyes, staring down at Sergey, traveling over his body, hands reaching for Sergey's leg where he was bleeding. It was Sasha. How the hell? God, what now? After the emotional anguish, the self-torture Sergey had inflicted upon his heart, Sasha appeared out of the snow? How had he survived? What the hell would happen now? Jack stood and jogged to their sides, kneeling beside Sergey. Sasha's eyes flicked to him as he ran, but dropped back to Sergey. He snorted to himself. He was the third wheel, suddenly, utterly inconsequential. Sasha hadn't even twitched as he approached. He was so entirely focused on Sergey. Sergey didn't notice when he plopped down beside him either. He just kept staring at Sasha, his jaw hanging open as his lips tried to form words that never came. One of Sergey's hands rested on Sasha's cheek, touched him, as if he weren't truly there. Sasha's hand stuttered as he reached for Sergey. He froze, staring into Sergey's gaze. He, too, seemed to be struggling to find the right words, any words, and Jack caught the edges of fear in his eyes, apprehension that he buried in the back of his gaze. Jack leaned in, tugging at Sergey's pants on his lower leg, exposing his wound. A single gunshot through his calf, still bleeding but slowing down. He pulled off his jacket and pressed it on Sergey's leg, leaning with all his weight. Sergey's hand fell from Sasha's cheek, and he grimaced, groaning aloud. "Governor! Damn it, Jack, that hurt!" "Of course it hurt. You're shot." "Not that bad," Sergey growled. "It's just a nick on my leg." He scooted up, leaning back on his elbows, looking at the snow. Finally, turned back to Sasha, still kneeling beside him, silent. "Sasha, how?" His lips moved, but nothing came out. "I heard you die," he whispered. "I ejected." "You said it was madness to eject in the permafrost, and that you would not even be able to if they fired at you at such close range. You would not have time." "I do not know how I did it. I was talking to you, and then—" Sasha looked away, down to the snow. "And it was madness. I should be dead." "No," Sergey growled. He grabbed Sasha's wrist and pulled him close until their faces were inches away. Fury crackled off Sergey, sparked from his eyes, made the air shiver between them. "Do not dare speak about dying again,"
You're not allowed to throw your life away, do you hear me? I will kill you myself if you ever do something like that again. I could not—" His voice, building to a crescendo, cracked, and he hissed a quiet, sharp gasp. "I need you," he finally breathed. Sasha stared into Sergey's eyes, breathing fast. His lips were open, his breath making tiny clouds that puffed between their faces. "Now, Sergey, kiss him now." Jack's gaze darted between the two. He stayed quiet. "Sergey, do something. Tell him, my God, tell him. Don't wait." "I am here," Sasha whispered. "Always." Sergey's expression curdled, and he let go of Sasha's wrist like it burned him to touch. "You promised that once before, and then you demanded to fly off and die." Everything within Sasha closed up tight. Jack watched walls fall behind his eyes, saw his spine stiffen. He pulled back, frowning at Sergey. "It was for you, so you could end this madness and go back to being president." Sergey snarled, and he tried to pull away. Jack kept him pinned, leaning into his wound. Sergey sent him a withering glare before turning back to Sasha. "Do not do it again." "Sergey," a new voice broke over the yard. "Jack!" He knew that voice. Relief flooded through him, followed by a sigh that came from his soul. He looked up and found Ethan standing just inside the broken front gate in the dim light of a distant pair of headlights. Ethan's gaze darted from Milos's broken body to the three of them in the snow. He had his rifle at the ready, pointed at Sasha's back. "Sasha, hold here." He grabbed Sasha's hands, moved them over his on Sergey's leg, and then stood and stumbled across the snowy yard to Ethan, a beaming smile stretching his face and making his cheeks ache. Ethan stared at him, his eyes cataloging every scratch, every bruise, every soot mark Jack had picked up, his new clothes scavenged from the Russian prison. Jack opened his arms. "Am I glad to see you, love?" Jack's smile must have let Ethan relax, at least a fractional amount. He lowered his rifle and wrapped him up, his hands sliding up Jack's neck and into his hair, as he pressed their cheeks together, letting out a sigh. "We've got to stop meeting like this." He kept holding on, smiling. He was safe, back together with Ethan. Ethan was in his arms. Sasha was alive. Sergey was going to be okay. The world still turned. The sky hadn't ignited yet. For the moment, everything was good. Relief made him giddy, made his stomach flutter and his blood quicken. "One of us," he said into Ethan's ear, "has very bad luck." "I had a normal life before I met you." Ethan pulled back, but he cupped Jack's face. His eyes were smiling, even as they swept over his bruised cheek, his mussed hair standing on end. "I guess we're just going to have to stick together, huh?" "Guess so." Smiling, Ethan dropped a kiss to the end of Jack's nose. "Who was that?" He nodded to where Sasha knelt, his back to Ethan. Jack sighed. Had it only been a few hours since Sergey had confessed his love, his desire for Sasha, faced down a part of himself and reconciled with his heart and soul? Now he glared at the prison fence, at the trees beyond, looking furious enough to chew nails as Sasha kept pressure on his wound. Sasha kept sneaking glances at Sergey, but Sergey never saw. Sasha's back. It was time to go, time to get back to the mission. Ethan pulled out the med kit and wrapped Sergey's leg, hands, and shoulder as they filled him in on Milos, his criminal past, and how he'd hunted them. Sasha spoke next, grunting through what even Jack could tell was a condensed version of his time in the tundra, finding the tribesmen, and then Ilya. The news about Moroshkin emptying the Siberian prisons made Sergey snarl and growl again. When Ethan was done, he confirmed what Sergey had already said.
The bullet had gone straight through his calf, and the cuts were shallow. Other than the pain, Sergey was going to be fine with some rest and fluids. They piled into Ethan's jeep, Sasha gliding into the back seat with Sergey. Sergey kept to his sullen silence, slumping against the window as if he could escape, glaring out at the snow and refusing to talk as Sasha closed his eyes and rested his head on the seat back. 5 minutes after Ethan set out, Sasha started snoring, and Sergey stared at him, frustrated fury melting away, replaced with naked longing. Jack watched Sergey in the rearview mirror, sharing glances with Ethan. By the time they dropped off the ridge and Ethan wound his way through the track and back to the road to Ustoga, Sergey had tugged Sasha, still sleeping, sideways, and was holding him in his arms. He buried his face in Sasha's neck and closed his eyes. Ethan turned to Jack and arched his eyebrows. Sergey and I talked. He figured some things out. Ethan slid one hand into Jack's, squeezing tight. I'm glad. You two okay? Jack inhaled slowly. I think so. It was a rough day, though. He squeezed back. When we were running from Milos, I fell through the ice into the river. Sergey pulled me out, brought me to the prison, and kept me alive. Shared body heat with me. Ethan's hand clamped down on Jack's, hard. I don't remember much after I fell in. He says I almost died. Silence. Ethan breathed in and out, measured deep breaths. He didn't let go of Jack's hand or loosen his grip. He had his realization then. Slowly, Ethan nodded. He swallowed and then lifted their hands, bringing Jack's to his lips. He pressed a kiss to the back of Jack's hand, letting his lips linger. I'm glad he was there. He saved your life. He kissed Jack's hand again, and then his fingers, one after another. I'm sorry I wasn't with you. It's not your fault. Jack slipped his hand free and cupped Ethan's cheek. Nothing that happened is your fault. I shouldn't have left you at the river. No. Jack shook his head. No, don't do that. You couldn't predict what would happen. Milos, the RPG, it's not your fault when life hurls curveballs at us. He smiled, stroking his thumb over Ethan's scruff. I should actually thank you. Ethan frowned. For what? You gave me a crash course in weapons and tactics back in D.C., how to shoot, how to react, how to keep my head when things go sideways. He smiled. Without that, without you, I'd be a goner. You've made me stronger. Finally, Ethan smiled. He glanced at Jack, kissed his wrist, and then turned to his palm, dropping a kiss to the center. I don't like you getting hurt, being in harm's way. I know, but... Ethan glanced at Jack again. Badass Jack is kind of hot. He laughed, throwing his head back. Kind of hot? Only kind of? Smoldering eyes raked over Jack from his head to his crotch and then back. They're sleeping. I'll pull over right now. He almost told Ethan to do it, a tightness in his blood pleading for exactly that. Him and Ethan together again. Finally, body to body, sweat slick skin moving together, but he wanted more than a fumble in the trees and more than what he was capable of at the moment. Part of him wanted, but the rest of him was fading fast. Exhaustion had sunk its claws into him. I won't be any good. I might fall asleep on you. Ethan barked out a laugh. So inspiring. He grinned and then held out his hand. Sleep against me. You can lean on my shoulder while I drive. Jack slid across the bench seat, collapsing against Ethan's side. He rested his head on Ethan's shoulder and smiled when he felt Ethan's lips press on the top of his head against his hair. Love you, he said, lacing their fingers together when Ethan rested one hand over his belly. "I love you, Jack." His eyes slipped closed and he fell asleep, safe in Ethan's arms as the jeep hummed over the road, bringing them down and out of Siberia and back to their mission. Tensions inside White House skyrocket as the world prepares for war. Sources within the White House report a tense, divided, and combative atmosphere as the world struggles to contain an explosive situation in Canada's northern territories. Russian General Madigan, the self-appointed leader of Russia following his coup against President Sergey Puchkov, continues to hold the territory he seized in Canada's Yukon and Nunavut territories. The U.S. has mobilized in support of Canada, pitting significant ground troops and air support against Madigan's invasion. However, sources say that the White House's moves are scattered, and that senior advisers are kept out of the loop on key strategic decisions. An air of suspicion and mistrust has settled over the West Wing. Many staffers appear to be on edge and ready to snap on the heels of former President Jack Spiers' assassination attempt. Tensions inside White House skyrocket as the world prepares for war. Sources within the White House report a tense, divided, and combative atmosphere as the world struggles to contain an explosive situation in Canada's northern territories. Russian General Madigan, the self-appointed leader of Russia following his coup against President Sergey Puchkov, continues to hold the territory he seized in Canada's Yukon and Nunavut territories. The U.S. has mobilized in support of Canada, pitting significant ground troops and air support against Madigan's invasion. However, sources say that the White House's moves are scattered, and that senior advisers are kept out of the loop on key strategic decisions. An air of suspicion and mistrust has settled over the West Wing. Many staffers appear to be on edge and ready to snap on the heels of former President Jack Spiers' assassination attempt. Chapter 21. Washington, D.C. I still can't believe he's gone. Jason Brandt blinked fast as he bit his lip. It hasn't even been a week since President Spiers was attacked, Jason. Jennifer Prince leaned in, dropping a kiss to his cheek. She lay beside him in bed, her body pressed against his. It's okay to still hurt. Jason shook his head. Where is Ethan? Ethan's been gone for too long. Why didn't he come back after the attack? He scrubbed his hands over his face. The president is in ICU. He's brain dead. The truth about the clone of Mrs. Spiers is out now, and Ethan's just gone. Do you have any idea where he is? Jennifer's thumb stroked along the center of his chest, over his sternum. I really thought he'd be sitting by the president's bedside day and night. The official statement is that he's in seclusion, mourning the events. Jason shook his head. But that came from Pete, and Pete said it came from President Wall, and he grimaced. It was still hard to say President Wall, no longer President Spiers. And his boss, First Gentleman Ethan Reichenbach, was missing. Jennifer stilled. She frowned, biting her lip. You think? I don't know what to think. He swallowed and rolled toward her, burying his face in her neck. Her hair smelled like sunflowers, like the shampoo she had brought over and left in his shower one weekend. I don't want to turn into Pete. What had happened to them all? In 2 weeks, the whole world had changed. When had it begun? When had the slide into disaster and anarchy happened? Sochi? Earlier? Or all the way back to Madigan's betrayal, his attempted coup? What had been Madigan's first act of rebellion? When had he first turned against the United States and started working for himself? Madigan had shredded the world in one massive blow. President Jack Spiers, brain dead after his miraculously back-from-the-dead wife was revealed to be a clone, an assassin sent by Madigan to rip out the heart of the United States, and Ethan, missing after Leslie's reappearance, not a word, not a hair seen of him since the attack on the CIA and Jack's hospitalization. They had been so in love. He'd seen it, watched it. Hell, he remembered the gossip that had flown through the White House back when Ethan was still the president's lead Secret Service agent. How close they were, how their friendship had been considered scandalous on one hand and proof of the president's everyman appeal on the other. The way they'd hidden in corners of the White House, stealing moments to talk and laugh together, and then, after they were outed, how they had kept their love alive, turning toward each other always. They had been so deeply in love. What the hell was this? It just didn't make sense. Was Ethan hurt, wounded somehow, and in hiding? Was he so shattered, so deep in his mourning that he couldn't face the public? Where was he? Why didn't he reach out to his staff? They'd do anything for him. Anything. God, they all missed him. Barbara, the White House social secretary, hadn't stopped crying. Jennifer, White House florist, had all but moved into Jason's office, bringing her floral designs with her. She said she didn't want to be alone in the crypt-like East Wing, and, truth be told, he was glad she was there. President Wall had closed the East Wing. No journalists, no volunteers, no more press junkets or interviews, no meetings. They all still came in at President Wall's invitation, but the place was a tomb. Out of everyone, Pete Reyes, President Spiers's, President Wall's press secretary, had taken the news of Spiers's demise and Ethan's disappearance the worst. He hadn't led a press briefing in days, hadn't left the White House in even longer. Whenever Jason saw him, Pete looked more and more disheveled with ever darker red-rimmed eyes. He stank of tequila. Jennifer stroked his hair and kissed his temple. Pete's hurting. He's lost right now. You know he was with the president during his campaign. He worked with Spiers back in the Senate. We only worked with him a few months. I can't imagine how he feels. His friend was assassinated. She exhaled shakily, pressing her cheek to Jason's. We should do more for him. He's so angry. He needs us. She kissed his ear and pulled back, looked into his eyes. We're his friends. We need to help him. He nodded. Pete's rage, his anguish, were infectious. He could feel his own heart rising to meet Pete's bitter fury every time they neared. It wasn't fair. It just wasn't fair. Why did the world have to be so cruel? Rip apart two men who loved each other, break a country's back, and terrorize the world? What was it Madigan wanted so badly to do all of this? We need to get ready. Jennifer kissed his cheek and pulled away, sliding out of his bed. Why? Why do we even go in every day? He rolled to his back, spreading out like a starfish. What's the point? It's our job, she said, stroking her hand over his feet as she passed, heading for the bathroom. We're supposed to be there on call. What if today is the day Ethan comes back? Won't you want to be there for him? Damn it. Jason rolled to the side of his bed and pushed himself up. He chewed on his lip, listening to the sound of the shower turning on and Jennifer slipping behind the curtain. She was right. He did need to do more, help Pete's staff, try and bring stability back to President Spiers's, damn it, President Wall's White House. It's what they both, Ethan and President Spiers, would have wanted.
Madam President, we have a situation.
General Bradford strode into the Oval Office, followed by Director Maury and Paul Heng, Secretary of State. Elizabeth shared a quick look with Levi, seated at the tables in the center of her office. Levi refused to leave her side, staying with her through every meeting, every moment she was in the West Wing. At the end of each day, she trudged upstairs to the residence and slept in the Queen's bedroom, one of the guest bedrooms down the hall from Jack and Ethan's. Every night, Levi shoved one of the couches in front of her bedroom door. He slept there, curled up on the Victorian silk love seat, knees bent and neck stuck at an odd angle in his undershirt and boxers. He re-wore his suit every morning, pilfering from Jack's shirts when he went too long and turned dingy. Levi stayed seated, watching Bradford, Heng, and Maury stop in front of the Resolute desk. "What's going on?" Elizabeth turned her laptop away and lowered the screen.
We've lost contact with the SEAL team we deployed. They inserted 12 hours ago, and they were supposed to check in. They haven't. They've missed both their check-in windows."
"Have we lost them?" Bradford frowned.
"The Arctic is a nasty environment to operate in. Nothing goes right. But these guys are the best."
"The best that's gone silent." Her eyes narrowed, and she peered at Bradford. "We didn't just hand-deliver a team of our best operators to Madigan, did we? You know those SEALs were 100% loyal." He glared at her and didn't blink.
"These were our men," he growled. "America's men. Some of our best."
She sighed long and loud and rubbed her forehead. "Damn it. Keep me updated. I want to know the second they make contact. Don't give up on them just yet."
"I have no intention of giving up on any of our forces, Madam President."
"Ma'am, there's another problem." Maury cut in neatly, stepping forward and taking over as Bradford's face continued to flush, turning a deep purple that set off the rage in his eyes. "We've picked up communications between the Canadian government and the Russians, between the embassy in Ottawa and Moscow." "Shit." Paul spoke up. He still had his pencil, and he flicked it against his palm, the eraser hitting his skin in a fast beat.
"The Canadian Prime Minister's office is no longer taking my calls, ma'am."
She closed her eyes as the world swam before her. What was the record for a world leader destroying a nation? Would she set a new one, leading America to devastation in only a week? Would the Canadians truly turn to the Russians, reorient the whole world, allow the invasion of America to happen through their backyard? "That's not the worst news, ma'am," Maury said slowly. Elizabeth's eyelids opened with a snap. She stared at Maury, and then Bradford when both were silent. "What could be worse?" Bradford cleared his throat.
"Satellite imagery has picked up the Chinese launching their long-range naval vessels out of their northern sea base. We're tracking submarines, destroyers, and amphibious assault ships."
"An invasion force?"
"Yes, Madam President."
Oppressive silence filled the Oval Office. Not even a curtain twitched. Jack's photos, him and Ethan, sat behind her on the table by the windows. She could feel Jack's eyes boring into her back, staring at her, waiting for her to act, to save the day, save America and the world, to do something. "General, what is the status of our forces in the Pacific?"
"We've put the bulk of our forces against the Russians off the coast of British Columbia. Pearl still has a fleet available. They're on high alert and waiting for orders."
"Have the fleet set up a defensive perimeter. I want a blockade to stop the Chinese. Do not let them cross Hawaii."
"Deny them passage through international waters."
Paul frowned. His pencil finally stopped snapping against his palm. "If the Chinese are coming to help the Russians invade, then yes, I'll damn well deny them the entire Pacific if I can. Push them right back into their bases." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "General, we need to review civil defense measures, contingency plans in the event of a ground invasion. I want a briefing on all your models." Bradford nodded. He had lost his purple rage, and instead he was ashy, pale, bags hung under his eyes, dark with lack of sleep. She understood only too well. Were they presiding over the end of America? Was this what Rome felt like before the Republic was overrun? "Paul, keep trying with the Canadians. Tell them I want to speak to the Prime Minister immediately. Director, see if you can get any more information on what the Canadians and Russians are talking about. Work your back channels. General, keep an eye on the Chinese fleet and get our forces in Hawaii out in front of them." She nodded to the group, dismissing them. After they left, she collapsed in her chair, scrubbing her hands over her face.
"Madam President,"
Levi spoke softly, and his footfalls over the carpet were gentle. "Can you give me some good news, Levi?" Her hands fell to the chair arms. "Please tell me you have information on the mole." His eyes pinched, and his expression went tight. He shook his head.
I've been going over Scott's notes. He went through the Secret Service again. Combed through all of us. I'm doing it again to be sure." She bit her lip, frowning. "I'm starting with everyone on the plane when the president was in Russia for the funeral. Who could have smuggled the photos out of Russia and back to the U.S., put them in his bag?" When Jack had returned from Evgeny Konakov's state funeral in Russia, photos of him overseas in the private spaces of the Kremlin had appeared in his duffel marked with Madigan's signature, an M circled in red, usually done in blood, but on the photos it had been a red marker, a sign, a signal that Jack wasn't safe, not even in the White House. A dangerous warning from Madigan, something they all saw too late, putting the pieces together only after Leslie's attempt on Jack's life. She peered at Levi, studying him. She trusted him more than she trusted anyone else in the White House. He slept feet from her every night. Why hadn't she shared the last bit of information with him? Why was she holding back? It was Madigan's last gift, a virulent distrust of everyone. It was like a virus, a palpable sickness that hung in the air. She saw it in the eyes of everyone who spoke to her. Could they even trust her? Could she trust them in return? This was no way to run a government or a nation. They'd crumble from within, fast, and Madigan or Miroshkin wouldn't have to fire a shot or ignite the sky. "Levi," she said, sitting forward. She braced her elbows on the desk and looked him in the eye. "There's something else. Something I haven't told you." Levi froze. He stared at her, not blinking. "When Jack called, he told me there were more photos that Ethan had found at Madigan's old base. When Ethan found out the truth about Leslie Spiers." "Photos of what? Jack and Ethan, here in the White House?" "Surveillance-style photos. Someone taking pictures from inside. In the West Wing. Outside the residence, in their private time. Of their private lives." Levi hissed and spun away, his hands clenching as he paced before the resolute desk. She watched him, tracking his movements for 2 turns before she spoke again. "The people who have that kind of access to the White House are limited." Levi nodded. He tipped his head back. "Unrestricted West Wing and White House access? It's not a long list." "Can you run through the background of the White House staffers who have that level of clearance?" "I already started. I'll take it deeper, though." "What about executive staff, advisors, officers, cabinet positions?" "Looking at them, too, but—" He stopped, pressed his lips together. "Who could have put the pictures both in the president's duffel and taken photos of him during off-time in private spaces?" It was her turn to stay quiet. He sighed, shaking his head. "It feels like a Secret Service agent," he breathed. "We had that kind of access, and it was mostly agents on the flight to Russia. It was a lean crew, but a big force of agents. Scott's orders." She closed her eyes. Unease slid down her spine, and distrust choked her throat. Who do we trust, Levi? Was Levi trustable, even? "I don't know," he said softly. Welby's eyes flicked down the hall, watching as Levi slipped out of the Oval Office. He frowned. Levi's suit was rumpled, and his normally impeccable appearance was noticeably off, like he'd been sleeping in his clothes, and not sleeping very well at that. Deep lines had burrowed into Levi's face almost overnight, 2 cratering frown lines across his forehead and 2 bracketing down his downturned lips. It was strange to see Levi, normally upbeat and always ready with a smile, scowling all the time, though there hadn't been many smiles since the blast, since the president's assassination. Welby swallowed slowly and forced the memories out of his mind. He focused on the wall, on the butter-yellow paint and a dark handprint, a smudge left by someone leaning carelessly against the wall. Levi headed his way, blinking hard. "Welby," he said, speaking low, "I've got to run down to horsepower. No one goes in the Oval Office until I'm back." Welby nodded.
Levi moved down the hall, heading for the stairs, taking him to the White House basement and the Secret Service's bunker. His eyes darted back to the Oval Office. Levi had been spending a lot of time with President Wall. Granted, he had become the new detail lead, the president's personal body man, but he rarely left Wall's side, and if he did, like now, he always left her behind closed doors, secured and cut off from everyone else. It was almost enough to make someone wonder. President Spiers and Ethan had been like that in the beginning, spending too much time together and alone. But Ethan had never sequestered Spiers away, kept him from everyone else. What was going on?
What the fuck?
His thoughts were cut off by Levi's shout, coming from down the hall between the press secretary's office and the cabinet room. A thump, and then a crash, and Welby took off, running toward the noise. He had his weapon out, raised and ready to fire before his first step. A lamp lay on the floor, the shade crumpled and flaring skyward like an old-time dress flipped back to reveal the hoop skirt and petticoats. A vase of flowers, white lilies and tulips, funeral flowers, had crashed to the carpet. Water spilled everywhere, stems and crushed petals scattered over the tan rug, and Pete Reyes had Levi shoved up against the wall, both his hands fisted in Levi's suit jacket. Pete's face was only millimeters from Levi's, and he hissed, fury shaking his voice and his words.
"Where is he? What the fuck are you talking about?"
Levi tried to push Pete off. Pete wouldn't budge.
"Where is Scott Collard?"
Levi frowned. Welby stuttered, freezing.
"He disappeared after the bombing at Langley. Ethan's best friend," Pete shouted. "Where the fuck is he?"
"Personal leave," Levi barked. He shoved at Pete again. "Last warning, let me go. Now."
"Personal leave,"
Pete snarled.
"Bullshit! Personal leave with Ethan, right? Both of them in deep mourning, hiding from the world."
Levi's dark eyes flashed, and Welby knew it was over. Levi twisted, slipping his leg between Pete's before sweeping Pete's legs out from beneath him and hurling him to the ground. Levi leaned over and grasped Pete's throat, pushing him down and holding him there, a blatant show of dominance. "You don't know what the fuck you're talking about," he hissed. Pete stared up at Levi. Lying on the White House West Wing carpet, stained shirt untucked, tie loose and rumpled, Pete looked like a drunk after a long night in Atlantic City. It was pathetic. Welby almost felt sorry for him.
"I know something's going on."
Pete's eyes blazed.
"I know it. I fucking know it, Levi. Where is Ethan? He wouldn't just vanish like this."
Levi stood, shaking his head. Disgust flowed off him. "You need to take some time off and get your head straight. Accept what's what."
"Where's Scott Collard?"
Pete stayed on the ground, on his back.
"Where is Agent Scott Collard?"
Levi stepped over him. "Scott's with Ethan." He gave Welby a withering glare before he turned down the stairwell, heading to the lower level. Pete closed his eyes, sighing. He didn't move, didn't try to stand or pick himself up off the floor. Welby held out his hand. "Come on, Mr. Reyes. Get up."
"Where is Agent Scott Collard?"
Pete opened his eyes. The bleakness in his gaze was a punch to Welby's gut, a hand that reached out and grasped his throat, choking him. Pete's bloodshot eyes had lost their bright sparkle. Pete had been the perfect choice for Spiers' press secretary. He was just like the president, quick and sharp and more than a little mischievous. Pete had played with the press, and they loved him for it, the verbal give and take making the briefing room a lively, spunky place. He liked the press, enjoyed the game, and respected them. To a point, Pete had been like a rampaging tiger when defending Spiers and his relationship with Ethan. When the president had joined the press briefings each Friday when he was trying to loosen up and be more approachable, the two together had been D.C.'s best amateur comedy hour, playing off each other with so much warmth and respect. This emptiness, the rawness, the desperation in Pete was wrong. Welby leaned down, helping Pete sit up. He opened his mouth, The line they had all been given about Scott's sudden personal leave after the blast on the tip of his tongue, but it wouldn't come out. Where was Ethan? Where had Scott disappeared to? Why was Levi keeping the president behind closed doors at all times, never leaving her side? Why hadn't a decision been made about President Spiers yet? Keep him on life support indefinitely or let him go naturally? Where were his parents? The nation was on eggshells, waiting every day for news from the hospital. Why was everything so tight-lipped? Where was Ethan to do the Jackie Kennedy and help bind the nation together? Damn it, they needed Ethan. Where was he? He held on to Pete's elbow, and he helped him stand. Pete swayed on his feet, one hand on his head, and moaned. Fuck. I wish I could sleep. Welby squeezed Pete's arm until Pete turned to him with a frown. I don't know where Scott is, he breathed. And I don't know what's going on either. Chapter 22. Savokuk, Alaska. Where the fuck are we? Doc's backpack slid off his shoulder and hit the mud, splattering thick sludge over his boots and cargo pants. The rest of the team stayed quiet, surveying their dismal surroundings. There are animal skins hanging from that... What the fuck is that? A jungle gym built by a drunk out of wooden poles? Doc was on a roll. Adam sighed. He felt Faisal at his side, the warmth of his body. He tried not to lean against him. Those are fucking bones, Doc shouted. Jesus Christ! What the hell kind of bones are those? Dinosaur bones? Loch Ness Monster bones? Fucking alien bones, Doc, Ruiz said, shoving his shoulder into Doc's and grinning. Adam sent Ruiz a glare, and Coleman clapped his hand on the younger Marine's shoulder, squeezing hard enough for Ruiz to wince. Doc was enough of one mouth for the entire team. Whale bones, Adam finally said. This is an Inuit village. They're subsistence hunters and fishers. They're still allowed to hunt whales as part of their tribal activities. They use the bones, he said, gesturing to what the team had thought were wooden beams, the outlines of structures that looked like homes, jungle gyms, and buildings, to build. And yes, skins as well. Doc glared at him. Do they have a banjo or four? Adam fixed Doc with a hard stare. Doc's mouth clicked shut. Wait here, Adam growled. I'm going to get us some wheels. I will come with you. Faisal fell into step beside him. A heavy silence, pregnant with 1,000 unsaid words, choked back chuckles, and quick darting glances filled the air behind Adam as he and Faisal walked away. Something heavy hit the mud, and Park cursed. Coleman's bark echoed behind them, bellowing at one of the team. Shut your mouth! Adam breathed in and out. His heart hammered, racing so fast it ached. Was enough blood going to his head? He was dizzy, almost light-headed. It will be all right. Faisal spoke softly. It will, Adam. I wish I had your faith, Adam whispered. What have I done? Faisal stayed quiet. They trudged up the muddy road toward the center of town. Behind him, the propeller plane that had taken them all from frozen Nome, Alaska, turned around on Savokuk's single runway and started taxiing for takeoff. Savokuk was a forgotten spit of land on a forgotten island far out in the reaches of the Bering Sea. Once part of the Navy in World War II and then connected to the Cold War's efforts, the island had long been abandoned. The Inuit, accustomed to living on the island on their own, had taken to their newfound freedom with glee. Savokuk was a mix of claptrap trailers and whalebone huts, hanging animal skins drying, and neon goodwill donations. Snow clung to the sides of the mud roads, and heavy black waves broke along the rocky seawall, sending below-freezing water spraying into their faces. Only a few hundred people inhabited the village. Eyeballs tracked their movement, their long walk from the airfield to the town. Men sat in chairs around a trash-can fire, smoking. Their faces were wide and tanned, lined with exposure to the sun and the harsh winters above the Arctic Circle. Most had gray hair, though Madam guessed they were all in their 40s. A harsh life, taken out on the body. Four-wheelers sat in the road, parked in haphazard order like the drivers just stopped and hopped off. A line of beer bottles sat on a fence across the road. Shotguns leaned against the side of the chairs the men sat in. Adam's hackles rose. He flared his shoulders, straightened his back. Faisal slid closer just a hair.
"Gonna whip it,"
one of the men waved, smiling.
"Ulukut,"
another said with a nod. Adam's spine uncoiled. He smiled back.
"Hey there. My friends and I are here to study some bears. The brown bear, and hopefully we can even see a polar bear."
He grinned.
"We're looking for some wheels. Do you have any ATVs that I can rent?"
The men shared long looks over the trash fire.
"Bears are no camping experience. You boys are looking for trouble if you're going after bears. We're academics. We're just doing a field study. Nothing crazy."
The other academics came with big helicopters.
"Lots of equipment, lots of people."
He stared at Adam, his eyebrows raised.
"Yeah, we're a smaller organization. Just looking for some basic research, really."
One of the men said something in their language, and the others barked out a laugh. Adam smiled with them.
"We won't be here long. Just need a way to get around the island."
"You can have these." The oldest man pointed to the 4 ATVs in the street. Mud-covered, they once were green and black, but were now a mottled shade of speckled brown.
"They're even fueled up."
Adam dug in his pocket.
"How much?"
The man waved him off.
"Your money is no good here. Keep it. Search and rescue will take it from you after they find your remains."
He smiled tightly.
"Thanks. I think we'll be all right, though."
One of the others unloaded chains from the back of an ATV and started stringing them together, a make-do towing system that looked more dangerous than even Adam's team could come up with. Marines were the all-time masters of shitty, dangerous ideas.
"Don't worry about bringing them back," the old man said, grinning wide. "They have GPS. We'll go get them wherever you drop."
Were they still being kind, or were they playing with him? Adam just kept grinning. Playing a dumb American had worked for him more than once. The men finished wrapping lengths of loose chains around the rears of the ATVs and then gestured for Adam and Faisal to hop on the 2 leads.
"Thanks,"
Adam said, hopping on. Faisal slid onto his ATV and zipped up his jacket almost to his nose. He'd gotten cold in Seattle, and traveling even farther north didn't make him any warmer. In Anchorage, he'd bought a thick, puffy jacket at the airport, and under that he had the hooded sweatshirt he'd borrowed from Adam on the plane from Seattle.
"Good luck,"
the old man called. He winked, and then waved when Adam revved the engine and pulled out, heading back to the airport. Doc looked terribly unimpressed when they arrived with the ATVs chained together, but he kept his mouth shut.
"Get these unchained,"
Adam ordered as he hopped off and pulled a map out of his backpack. For days they'd been moving around the world to get to this island, and soon to their rendezvous point. The questions from his team had started coming. Where were they going, and why? What was the plan? And in their eyes, deeper, darker questions shone. He'd have to say something, and soon.
No, mission first.
He pushed everything away, grounding himself with the memory of Faisal's fingers ghosting through his hair. He plotted out their route quickly, and then went back to the team, waiting around the ATVs.
"All right, we double up on these. I'll take the lead. We're headed 14 miles east by southeast to this cove between Savukuk and Savunga villages."
He pointed to the map in the sheltered bay on the north side of the island.
"We stop there."
Silence. He stared them down, waiting for them to question his orders. He'd given them reason to doubt him at the airport with Faisal. When would everything start to unravel? When would they stop listening to him? When would the team crumble? No one spoke.
"When we're there, start setting up camp."
They each had a sleeping bag in their backpacks, a tarp, and the basics for living in the field. Doc had his med kit, and Coleman and Wright each carried a false-bottom bag of Faisal's with their disassembled and untraceable weapons.
"Full brief when we're settled in. I know you all want answers. You'll get them soon."
Nods, and then they broke apart, doubling up for the ATVs. Adam saw his problem immediately. Coleman grabbed Doc, hauling him by his neck over to one ATV. Wright and Park were fiddling with another, and Ruiz and Kobayashi on the third. He and Faisal were going to be riding together, it seemed. He passed Faisal his backpack and slid into the front of the ATV. Faisal hopped on behind him, settling in at his back, and his arms wound around Adam's waist. Oh, that was too close to familiar for comfort. Too close to having Faisal pressed against his back in a whole other way. He revved his ATV and throttled hard, opening up the engine with a roar. His tires spun, and he spat mud and snow behind him in long arcs, sliding a bit before gunning forward. He kept going, speeding ahead and listening to the roar of his teammates following behind. Faisal laid his head on Adam's shoulder and held on tight. When they passed the village and got over to the east side of the island, where it was rolling hills of mud and patches of snow, Adam dropped one hand and laced his fingers through Faisal's. They set up camp on a flat patch of mud overlooking the bay. Black waves rolled up on the rocky beach, dark basalt boulders like something from another world. The sky overhead was gray and gloomy, a drab slate of mottled steel. Snow clung to the ground in patches, but mostly it was a sucking, oozing mud, frigid when it slipped through their boots. Down the island another 2 miles there was a lagoon and an inlet, but they steered clear of those beaches. Walruses hung out there, and bears. They cleared the snow and rocks from the ground and then laid tarps out in a wide rectangle. They tied another to 2 logs they scavenged from the boulders and propped them up in the mud, making a rough lean-to. There was enough room for them all to sleep side by side, huddled close for warmth. Faisal slid his sleeping bag next to Adam's. No one said a word. Doc wheedled his way out of camp setup by collecting firewood and starting a fire. Faisal reassembled their weapons, all of their rifles and pistols. Adam unpacked his sat phone, and the rest of the team pulled out their extreme cold-weather ultra-thick neoprene dry suits. Designed for diving in freezing waters, Adam had ordered one for everyone before they left. Faisal had picked up the tab. He pulled Faisal aside, stepping away from the camp. "Hey," he kicked the dirt, rolling pebbles beneath the toe of his boot. I thought you should know. East is that way?" He pointed down the island into the gloom. Faisal would need to know the direction of Mecca when he prayed. Faisal smiled softly. "Thank you." He turned away. "Wait." Adam grabbed his elbow, stilling Faisal. Could you come get me when it's time to pray?" "Why?" Faisal frowned as he breathed his question. "I just want to be there. Be with you." He swallowed hard and kicked the dirt again. A tuft of moss rolled off the top of his boot. "I want to pray with you again," he finally whispered. "In front of your team?" Faisal's eyes went wide. "What will they think? What will they say?" "I don't care." "Adam, you're not even Muslim." He looked away, glaring into the sea. "It helps, all right. Being close to you, praying together, and..." He shook his head. "I need that right now." Faisal stared at him as if he were a puzzle, a riddle he couldn't quite figure out. "Don't give up on me. Please don't give up on me." Finally, Faisal nodded. "Salat al-Asr is in a few hours. I will find you." Adam smiled thinly. He headed back for the main campsite and the small fire Doc had started. "All right, everyone gather around." He rubbed his hands together, trying to warm them and find something to do with his nerves. This was it, the secret that had been burning a hole in his brain. His team packed it in close. Marines weren't afraid of body contact, not when it was cold. Doc pushed himself into Coleman's side. The sergeant, a big man with shoulders the size of a semi-truck, rolled his eyes and wrapped one arm around Doc's thin body. "You're probably wondering why we're out here in the middle of fucking nowhere." Everyone nodded. Doc snorted. "We've been detailed on another mission by Director Reichenbach. Yes, he's still in command," he said as his guys frowned. "We're still on the hunt for Madigan. Even more so now." He gave a quick rundown of Madigan's movements into the Arctic and his plans to pump the atmosphere full of methane hydrate enough to ignite a firestorm that would burn across the world, incinerating everyone on the surface. His team's expressions moved from shock to disbelief to dumbfounded rage.
"I thought we were coming out here to fight the Russians in Canada," Wright said.
He shook his head, struggling to find something to say.
"Why just us? Why are we here? What, are we swimming to Russia?"
Adam shook his head.
"Madigan's still got people on the inside, in the White House, somewhere where his people learned about us. That's why Fitz was killed. Madigan is deep inside everything. They hit us, and they hit the president."
Stricken faces all around. His team looked torn between puking and tearing the island apart, the first step in ripping apart the world, looking for Fitz's killer and the traitor who had betrayed everyone, from the president to their little team.
"We can't trust anyone. Not anyone in SOCOM right now, no one in D.C. We're on our own. Other than Reichenbach. Who is Reichenbach getting his orders from?"
Coleman frowned and crossed his massive arms.
"Has he gone rogue too?"
Swallowing, Adam shook his head.
"What the world has been told about the president's condition is a lie."
He took a deep breath.
"President Spiers is alive, and he's not in the U.S. He's working with Reichenbach. We're like Reichenbach and he are working together again. They've teamed up with the Russian insurgency, and they're headed up to the Arctic to take Madigan out. The plan is, once Madigan is out, the deposed Russian president can take back his country and stop the Canadian situation before it gets worse. We're rendezvousing with them, with the president, Reichenbach, and the Russian insurgency."
Jaws dropped. Doc whistled. Coleman's eyes almost bugged out of his head. Ruiz shook his head left and right like he was trying to shake something off. Wright stared over the crashing waves, cursing under his breath. Kobayashi rubbed his hands over his face. Park stood still with his legs spread, staring down at the ground, his face hidden. "Wait, rendezvousing with them where?" Doc spread his arms wide, gesturing to the emptiness surrounding them on all sides. "How? Are the Russians coming to America?" Adam smiled.
"It'll be amazing for you, Doc. Everything you love most."
Doc slumped and tipped his head back, groaning.
"I'm waiting for the call."
He waved the sat phone.
"We're a little early, but I don't think we'll be here more than 2 days. I want to inventory our food and water. We need to make it last, and get changed into your dry suits. When we go, we're going fast. Make sure you're ready. Weapons clean and ready to go, dry suits on. Doc, I want a rundown of your pack and a full inventory. Everyone, make sure you rest. This will be our last chance to catch our breath before we're on the move. We'll be going until this ends, one way or the other."
He looked over his team. They stared back, no longer joking, no longer laughing.
"Questions?"
Eyes slid sideways toward Faisal, standing aside from the group. Adam refused to squirm. He stared his team down, even though his stomach was shredding apart and his spine felt like it was liquefying.
"A word in private, LT?"
Coleman finally grunted. He nodded.
"The rest of you, get going. Sergeant?"
Coleman jerked his head away from the group, toward the boulder beach. Adam followed him down and tried to swallow his screaming heart. Chapter 23. Washington, D.C. Welby waited until Levi was out of horsepower and back with President Wall in the Oval Office. When Levi went back in with the president, he had Scott's laptop under his arm and a stack of folders that he held in a tight fist. Welby radioed for Kiefer to take over his post, and then he slipped down to the ground level and headed for horsepower. He badged his way in, entering his code and ducking into the dim office. Some agents sat at desks, typing up reports on laptops. Intel agents interfaced with headquarters on H Street. On the big screen, a gigantic digital map of the White House showed glowing dots moving around like ants, labeled with the code names of the people the Secret Service were detailed to protect. 3 agents racked out in the back, sleeping in the bunks against the far wall. No one played basketball like they used to all the time. The foam ball and plastic hoop were forgotten. The air was heavy, filled with rancid bile. Failure. Recrimination. They'd let their president be hit, be taken out. It was their main job, and they'd failed. Shame slicked up each of their backs like a painted stripe, a mark of failure. "Yes, I'm a Secret Service agent," Welby imagined saying. "Yes, I was there when President Spiers was killed. I carried his body out of the rubble." Welby headed for the front, for the big desk. For 4 administrations, Agent Hoffer had run the detail and sat at the big desk. Ethan had been his hand-picked successor. What had happened to them all? How had they gone from 20 years under Hoffer to cycling through 3 detail leads before one term was up? How had this happened? How had they all come apart? He sat down, smoothing his tie. No one paid him any attention. He logged into the system. At his fingertips was everything in the Secret Service surveillance archives. Hours and hours of tapes, all of the footage from the White House. For a moment he didn't know what to search for. What was he even doing? What would he hope to find? Ethan. That was the first question. Where was Ethan? He hadn't come back to the White House after Sochi. Welby didn't blame him. How could Ethan have shared the White House with Leslie back in President Spiers' life? On the flight back from Russia, he had seen Ethan go to Scott's office on Air Force One, carrying a duffel bag, and then he had heard him sobbing like he'd lost everything, like his heart had been destroyed. Had that been the end? Was Ethan just gone? Had the president really died? And were he and Ethan already through, already broken up? After the reveal of Leslie's status as a clone and an assassin, the nation had turned their support back to Ethan, a near overwhelming show of love and solidarity for the first gentleman they had once decried. Where had that kind of affection and support been before, when the 2 men needed it? No, White House tapes wouldn't help him find Ethan. Scott, then. The last he'd seen of Scott had been running through Bethesda Naval Hospital, running alongside Jack's gurney and the doctors as they rushed him into emergency surgery. Jack had come to, almost in a fit, just before the surgery. He had screamed for Ethan, tried to rise, flailed when he was held down like an animal caught in a trap. Even his eyes had been wild, inhuman. The memory haunted Welby at night, and every time he closed his eyes. What had happened that day? The president's last day. He wound back the tapes until he found when he woke Spiers during the night, bringing him out of the White House, and to Lawrence Irwin as Leslie had been taken down, captured for being the mole she was. He went further back to the afternoon. President Spiers had spent the day in his West Wing study, sometimes reading, sometimes staring into space, sometimes holding one of the framed pictures of him and Ethan, gazing down at the glass like it was a crystal ball. Before that, then, he rewound and then stopped, held his breath as he watched. He played the clip over and then rewound it again. Spiers had gone down to horsepower that day. Welby watched him on the video, knocking on Horsepower's door, wearing a sweatshirt that was too big for him, Reichenbach stenciled across the back in blue. Ethan's Secret Service sweatshirt. Welby watched Scott poke his head out and scowl at the president, watched Spiers plead with Scott to talk to him. Christ, Scott had taken that tone with the president? Granted, Ethan was his best friend, but still. He fished out a pair of headphones from the desk and plugged them in. Leaning forward, he zoomed in on Scott and the president, peering at them on the screen. Welby pressed play again. "Where's Ethan?" Scott looked away. "Please, Scott, where is he? I've been trying to call him, but he's not answering." Scott glared at the wall. "Why do you want to call him? Just to tell him it's over? Give yourself closure? Trust me, he knows. He doesn't need you to twist the knife any deeper." "God, no." The president ran his hands through his hair and gripped the back of his skull. "That's not it at all. Scott, why are you wearing his sweatshirt?" "Because it's the closest I can get to him right now. I'm falling apart, and I need him." "You can't just use him like that. Damn it, Scott!" Spiers shouted, his hands fisted in his hair again. He spun, gasping, and glared at Scott. "Damn it! I'm not trying to use him. I'm trying to bring him home.
I just told Leslie that I couldn't be with her because I love Ethan and because he's it. He's the one for me. I want to grow old with him, spend forever with him. I want everything with Ethan." Scott stared, his jaw hanging open. After a moment, his eyes squeezed closed. "God damn it, Mr. President." "Please," the president pleaded. "Where is he?" "I don't know." Slumping, Scott leaned back against the White House basement wall and pinched the bridge of his nose. "He was staying at my place. I came home and he was gone." "Gone?" "Gone. Left his cell and his wallet." Scott's eyes narrowed as he chewed on his lip. "Irwin wanted to know where he was that day. I think he went to see him." "Irwin. Lawrence, okay, so he's probably on a mission, then, black bag, compartmentalized." He squinted at Scott. "Right?" "I guessed the same." "Okay." Spiers closed his eyes, slowly pacing in front of Scott. "I'll talk to Irwin, see what's going on. I don't want to interrupt if it's something dangerous." "Here." Scott dug in his suit pants. "I've been holding on to it, in case he calls or something. I don't know." He held out Ethan's cell phone. The president took the phone and turned on the screen. "At least he's not deliberately ignoring me." Scott stared, frowning. "Are you certain?" He growled. "Ethan loves you more than you know, and this is tearing him apart. If you're not absolutely certain, dead sure about this, it will break him." Scott's jaw clenched. "He's like a brother to me. I don't want to see him like this again." "I'm 100% certain. It's him. Forever." "When he gets back," Scott growled. "Don't fuck this up, Mr. President." Welby replayed the tape back to the beginning when Spiers first knocked on Horsepower's door. He watched the president pace, watched his frustration build, his face fall, watched him declare his love for Ethan to Scott, his passion-filled cry that Ethan and Ethan alone was the one for him, the one in his heart. Christ, they loved each other so deeply. Ethan had been absolutely gone for the man. Seeing Spiers come undone for Ethan soothed that niggling part of Welby's brain that had always wondered if Ethan had given up too much, if he was too invested, and the president wasn't all in, all the way. He seemed all in on the video, though. Desperate to find Ethan. He was wearing his sweatshirt around the White House, even. And then, Irwin. Lawrence. Okay. So he's probably on a mission, then. Black bag, compartmentalized. He squinted at Scott. "Right? I guessed the same." Lawrence Irwin. President Spiers' deceased chief of staff, the same man who had called Welby that night and ordered him to arrest Leslie Spiers and bring the president down to the basement. To him. Irwin had been the one to discover her true identity. He had investigated, tracked down her claims. He used a source, he had said, boots on the ground, that had found the lab she'd been grown in, the base from which Madigan had trained her. Boots on the ground. Ethan disappearing with Irwin, days before the truth about what she was came out. It would be just like Ethan to throw himself into a mission after heartbreak. He'd do anything for the president, absolutely anything, even go to the ends of the earth, trying to find out if Spiers' back from the dead wife was telling the truth. If he could just talk to Irwin, he'd get everything. Where Ethan had gone, where Madigan's base had been, what happened after finding the lab. But Irwin was 6 feet underground, buried days ago after giving his life to protect the president and the blasted Langley. His sacrifice had been for nothing in the end. President Spiers was still never waking up again, as good as dead.
Already people spoke about him in the past tense, used phrases like successful assassination attempt and former president. Levi's words came back to him, a vicious slap that smacked up the back of his head. Scott's with Ethan. But if Ethan wasn't secluded in mourning, and if he'd been on a black mission for Irwin somewhere in the world, then where, actually, was he? And where was Scott? He watched the last moments of the video play again. Scott handing the president Ethan's cell phone in grainy, slow motion. Pete expected it when Jennifer and Jason showed up at his office later that morning. News of his scuffle with Levi had made the rounds. Never underestimate the White House gossip factory. If you needed everyone to know something fucking lightning fast, just drop the word in the West Wing. Even with the reduced staff that they had, the ultra-tight security after Leslie and after Jack... No, don't say it. Don't think it. Damn it, in this den of loose lips, how could he not find what he was looking for? What if there was nothing to find? What if Jack really was gone? Ethan, too? Pete sat slumped at his desk, his head buried in his hands, when soft knocks sounded on his door. "Go away," he groaned into his palms. "No, not this time." Jennifer slipped into his office, her sundress swishing around her knees. "Pete, please, let us in. Let us help you." He sat back, scowling. He wouldn't meet her gaze. Jason hovered at the door, biting his lip. "Pete, what's going on? You're fighting with the Secret Service?" He threw himself back in his chair, huffing, and gripped the armrests. His hands shook. "They're hiding something." "They're not hiding anything." Jennifer perched on the edge of his desk and reached for his hands. "Pete, they're not. At least, not what you think. It's just the attack. Everyone's locking down. This is the White House. You know how it is. This is a crazy time." He stared at her. "Pete, everyone's on edge. We're practically at war. And you're running around throwing Secret Service agents into the wall?" She bit her lip and shook her head. "You're going to lose your job. Or worse. Do you want to be thrown in jail?" "They need you in the press room. Dylan? He's being eaten alive." Jason sighed, slouching against the doorframe and crossing his arms. Dylan was Pete's deputy, a young Ph.D. student working his first job out of grad school. He was supposed to cut his teeth beneath Pete, but instead he was stammering through updates as the world waited to see when war would break out over the North Pole and when the Russians would knock down their northern border, when missiles would fall on American cities. "We need you, Pete. We need you back." Jennifer reached for him, resting one hand on his cheek. She turned his head until he had no choice but to look up at her. "We all miss them. Both of them. We're all in mourning." A tear slipped down her cheek, and she wiped it away with the back of her hand. "But we have to keep going. For them." He closed his eyes, leaned into her hand, her touch, swallowed. "This can't be real," he breathed. "It can't be happening. They can't be gone." She tried to smile, tried to give him some kind of comfort, but it was tight and strained, and her cheeks were wet with tears. "I wish it weren't." What if there was nothing to find because there was nothing to hide? Was he one of those conspiracy theorists ranting and raving about the government always keeping secrets? Had he turned into one of those shaggy-haired guys always muttering about secrets and subterfuge and glaring at shadows, waiting for black copters to hover over his house? He didn't want to say goodbye. He didn't want Jack's legacy to end in a bomb blast. Assassinated. His friend assassinated. Pete breathed in. Knocking at the door made him clamp his lips shut. He looked up. Welby stood in the doorway, his piercing eyes burning into Pete, blazing even from across the room. Pete stood. "What's up, Agent Welby? Everything okay?" Maybe Welby was there to escort him out of the White House. Not like he could blame the Secret Service if they chose to do so. He straightened up and tried to tuck in his wrinkled button-down. How many days had he worn this shirt? Welby's eyes darted from Jason to Jennifer. "It's about this morning." He sighed. "I'm sorry for my behavior. I'm going to take Agent Daniels' suggestion. Take some time." He swallowed. "Not that." Welby stared him down, not blinking. "Not that, Pete." His blood froze, going quicksilver in his veins. Vindication and a rush of relief, giddy joy, burst within him. He almost couldn't breathe. "What did you find?" Welby looked from Jason to Jennifer again, pointedly. Both were frowning, confusion etched on their furrowed faces, their gazes bouncing between the two of them like watching a ping-pong match. "They're solid. I trust them." He nodded. "What's going on? What did you find?" Welby gave one last look to Jason and Jennifer before shutting the door behind him and crossing Pete's office. He pulled out a folded photo, printed from Horsepower, and set it on Pete's desk. It was a surveillance image. Scott and Jack captured talking in the lower-level hallway outside Horsepower. Jack had on Ethan's sweatshirt. Pete's heart clawed up his throat, screaming as he gazed at the photo, at his friend. "President Spiers and Agent Collard?" Jennifer frowned at the photo. "This was taken the day the president was attacked. He and Scott talked about Ethan. The president was trying to find him." "Jack didn't even know where he was?" Pete's hands went to his hips. His friends always called that his thinking pose. Welby shook his head. "He didn't, but Scott did. He said Ethan was staying at his place, but Irwin had wanted to see him, and then Ethan disappeared, and Irwin was the one who sent someone to find out the truth." Welby pointed at the photo. "Irwin sent Ethan." "Ethan found out about Leslie being a clone." Jennifer deflated, exhaling and covering her hand with her mouth. "Which means—" Jason rubbed his fingers against his thumb as if his thoughts were moving just as fast. "Jesus, Ethan couldn't have been in the States when she attacked Jack. He's not even here now." Welby nodded. He turned back to Pete. "And what did Levi say? Scott's with Ethan? Where? Overseas? If so, why did Scott leave the U.S.? Why did he go to Ethan?" His thoughts were going too fast. Too many possibilities. Government secrets, government cover-ups. He'd always scoffed at the conspiracy theorists, but damn it, he really was one of those paranoid men. What was true? What was really happening? "And," Welby said, pulling out another photo and unfolding it on Pete's desk. In this image, Scott passed Jack a cell phone. Scott gave the president Ethan's phone. I pinged its location. Where do you think it went off? "Not a hospital in Bethesda." Pete practically hyperventilated. "It came back with its location blocked. Someone has put a scatter block on his phone, routing his data access through proxies across the globe." "Couldn't his phone just be off?" Jennifer chewed on her lip, but hope shone in her eyes. "The ping would have come back different if it was off, or out of power. It would have come back as not found, not scatter-blocked, not like this." "So—" Jason paled, and he gnawed on his lip. "Where's the phone? Where's the president?" Pete grinned, his cheeks burning. He tipped his head back, laughing, and pumped his hands in the air. "Yes, damn it, yes! There is something going on." His fist hit his desk hard, sending the photos skittering across the surface. "Jack is not gone," he hissed. We need to find out what's happening, where he is and why. And Scott and Ethan, too. Where are they? Why did Scott leave and go to Ethan? Welby plucked the photos from the desk and folded them back into his jacket. Jennifer spoke in the quiet that followed, spinning on Pete's desk, her dress shifting on the dark wood surface. What if they're all together? Chapter 24. Russian Far East. Finally, they'd left Siberia behind. Descending from Siberia, the convoy had passed through the Sakha Republic, the tribal lands of Russia, and then into the Far East, some of the most distant lands of the Russian Federation. They had also turned south, heading for Sakhalin Island and the Sea of Okhotsk. From there, it was only a boat ride to Simure Island. The snows had tapered out, and only patches of ice and muddy slush clung to the pock-marked and potholed roadways. It was just above freezing, hovering in the balmy spring temperatures of the upper 30s. The Russian members of the convoys had shed their jackets and sweaters and were just in shirt-sleeves. Jack, Ethan, and Scott were still bundled up. The miles wore on. Sergey insisted on driving most of the way in the jeep he shared with Scott and Sasha. Rain slicked their windows, washing away the muddy snowpack. Dilapidated buildings and broken factories dotted the distance. Overhead, the sky was lead-colored, soaked with ever-present Russian rain. Vladivostok and the region around the formerly grand naval port had fallen into disrepair, abandoned to the winds and the rain. No wonder the regiments there had fled during the coup. A few mothballed squadrons of Shohoi and a handful of destroyers that nervously watched the Chinese, surrounded by daily reminders that New Russia was a joke. Vladivostok was nothing like what she had once been back in the days of the Soviet Union. But bitterness about the good old days was what Moroshkin fed his troops with. The Soviet Union was gone. The oligarchic kleptocracy that had followed was gone, too, thanks to his anti-corruption purge. New Russia was still trying to find herself. He had tried to guide her forward, but enough. Sergey couldn't keep thinking this way, his thoughts swirling down the drain of self-recrimination. Think of something new. He scowled into the rearview mirror. Sasha sat in the back seat, his head tipped back, mouth open. He was snoring, just faintly. If he wasn't so furious, so torn to pieces, so deeply, irrevocably conflicted, he'd probably think it was endearing. Who was he kidding? Not himself. Not any longer. His heart did soften at the sight, at just the knowledge that Sasha was back, alive, near to him again. So close, and yet so incredibly far. No, don't think of this. Not this. Sasha hadn't said a word to him since the temper tantrum he had thrown leaving Ustogla. Scott had offered up the front seat of their jeep to Sasha, and before Sasha could say anything, Sergey had jumped in. He sits in the back. Scott had stared. Sasha had gone still. I thought you'd want to— No, you will stay in the front. He'd glared at Sasha. Someone who stayed when they said they would. Kept their word. Sasha hadn't met his gaze or looked him in the eye since. Not once. He'd grumbled something about Sasha also needing to catch up on his rest when they were on the road, but it had been a poor cover for his outburst. He just didn't know what to feel or what to think or how to do anything about something he couldn't understand. Whenever he tried, his thoughts lurched to a halt or plummeted into a blackness that eclipsed any of the self-hatred he piled on himself due to his failed presidency. Sasha was back. The one thing he wanted more than anything else, more than even being president again. Sasha, alive, and there with him. But he wasn't with him, not at all, and Sergey only had himself to blame for that. He wanted. He ached with want. His bones burned with the pull of his desire, his body and soul desperate to go to Sasha, confess everything in the worst sort of babble, and beg for another kiss, beg for Sasha's hands on him again, for Sasha to look at him that way that he used to. But how? How did he even begin to reach out? How did he change 52 years of ingrained experience, a lifetime's worth of conditioning? If Sasha were a woman, he'd know what to do. Flirtation was his currency. He'd charmed both his ex-wives into and out of his life. But Sasha was no woman, and he didn't succumb to witty repartee or childish displays of machismo. He deserved more than that. And even the thought, the impulse to act on his desire, had Sergey scurrying away, scrambling to find excuse after excuse to not act. He had no idea what he was doing. He would only screw it up. Screw everything up. Hadn't he ruined Sasha's life enough? Sasha probably didn't even care for him the way Jack claimed he did. One kiss, one emotionally fraught kiss, did not true love make. Jack was probably wrong. After all, Sasha had left him when he'd promised that he never would. What did that portend? All of his thoughts were in disarray. He couldn't imagine it even if he tried, and he did try. Behind the wheel as he drove, or when Scott insisted on taking a turn and he sat slumped against the passenger window, glumly staring as rain-soaked Russia passed him by. He tried to picture going up to Sasha and saying something, anything, to confess the state of his heart. But even his imagined words fell flat, a senseless, rambling mumble, and he shamed himself in his own imagination. He tried to recall their kiss, tried to remember every moment, every touch and sensation of Sasha's lips against his own, his body pressed tight to Sergey's. Remembrance turned to dissection, and then brutal self-vivisection. Whatever had happened, it wasn't what he thought it was. Certainly wasn't what Jack insisted. No, Jack was definitely wrong. How could he be what Sasha desired? The idea was laughable. 52, the first Russian president to be objectively poor, thanks to his commitment to anti-corruption. He had nothing to offer Sasha. No fancy house, no beautiful sports car. He'd been deposed. And he was too skinny. He had always been rail-thin in the FSB, a joke for his friends and colleagues. Too gray, middle-aged. Sasha was young, in his 30s, and gorgeous. Well-built, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and with a muscled body he took care of, maintained through dedicated exercise. Sergey could remember the last time he smoked more easily than remember the last time he purposely exercised. Sasha could have anyone at all. He'd never pick an old, skinny, poor man like Sergey. The whole thing was a joke. He should be focusing on their mission, on the duties at hand, his responsibilities. One thing, and then the next, he'd always said, but everything had been consumed with Sasha. Every action, every thought, every hope for the future. He was everywhere, in his mind, in his dreams, and before him, even, slumped in the same jeep, softly snoring away. Part of him wished he had never realized the depth of his feelings, of all that he was capable of. This, whatever it was he felt for Sasha, was different than falling for any of his other loves. His wives had been beautiful, wickedly smart, and dangerous, emotionally and verbally. Talking to them was like navigating a minefield, and sometimes he plowed right in just to see the explosions. For all that, he'd enjoyed being with them. It had been fun, and he'd been loved, and he'd loved in return, or at least he thought he had. The love he had felt hadn't burned as deeply as this. Never had he been this consumed, this wholly enraptured by another person. The kind of feelings he had for Sasha were different than what he had had for his wives. They were more intense and burned hotter, like he'd uncovered a new layer of love, something he hadn't known existed. Had he not truly loved his wives? He truly thought he had, but set against the enormity of his overwhelming feelings for Sasha, it made him wonder, was this just another part of what he'd banished, hidden from even his own soul for his whole life? Had he never opened himself up? Had he never found what he actually wanted? Did he, in fact, not know what loving another honestly was? Was that what these crazy fucked-up feelings were? The need to grab Sasha and never let go, shake him until tears ran down Sergey's own cheeks, never let him sacrifice his life again, and wrap his arms so tight around Sasha and bury his face in his neck, kiss him over and over, explore his body, learning how to love another all over again and in a brand new way. Sergey scowled into the rearview mirror. Sasha was still sleeping, slumped in the back seat, still snoring, still adorable. He wanted to crawl into the back with him and pull him into his arms again like he had on the drive to Ostolga. When they'd arrived, he had vanished from the jeep before Ethan braked, tumbling from the still-moving vehicle instead of facing Sasha when he woke in Sergey's arms. What did that say about his courage? He sighed and propped his elbow up on the windowsill, resting his head in his hand as he glared at the road. A rusted road sign ahead showed the miles to Vladivostok. 6 hours away. They weren't going that far. Maybe half the distance. If only he could speed up time. Anything to get out of the jeep and get away from Sasha. If he couldn't go to him, then he'd run in the opposite direction as fast as he could. Hours later, they finally arrived at Sakhalin Island. The bridge had been bombed, but the tunnel was open, if jammed with cars. They plowed through, shoving abandoned cars out of their way when necessary and winding through the lanes. They stuck to the northern half of the island, navigating between the tiny village of Nush and the ghost town of Neftogorsk, decimated decades before in an earthquake and never rebuilt. Oil had hit Sakhalin big, but with the turmoil and the insurgency, Sergey told the others to stay to the narrow, rural mountain roads and keep away from the bigger cities. When disaster struck Russia, opportunists always crawled out of the woodwork. There would be oil smugglers and illegal drilling on Sakhalin. He could feel it in his bones. On the east coast of the island, they found a cove and an old fishing boat tucked away for the winter. The jeeps had served them well, hauling them across the continent, but it was time to say goodbye. They hid the vehicles and siphoned the fuel out, pumping it all into the boat's tanks and then into the spare canisters. They carted their weapons, food, and supplies onto the boat. They worked fast, trying to stay out of sight. Jack and Sergey wore Ethan and Scott's borrowed balaclavas, but they were still taking a large risk being out in the open. It was the closest they had been to civilization since Volga. In a few hours, they were ready to set out. Sergey insisted on navigating. He sent everyone else away, down below to the main deck, except for Jack and Ethan, who disappeared with twinkling eyes and wandering hands to the forward cabin. He couldn't begrudge them their happiness, even though they were insufferable, all soft smiles and kisses. In the main cabin, Vasily heated water for coffee, and Anton broke out 2 bottles of vodka. They were in high spirits, giddy with the conclusion of their drive and still celebrating Sasha's return. When they had arrived back at Ustolga, Sasha alive and well in the jeep, their team had been elated, joyous, celebrating in the best Russian traditions with cheers and shouts and long emotional declarations from every man to Sasha. He'd been a favorite of the men, a steadfast and reliable right hand to Sergey, the perfect executive officer for an insurgency. Sergey let them celebrate, and skulked off alone to review the map and finalize their route. The celebration of Sasha was still ongoing, apparently. That was good. Sasha deserved it. They would celebrate better without him anyway. He stayed on the deck as the sounds of his men roared into the night, laughter and toasts and cheers, and Sasha's low rumble, all mixing with the crash of black waves against the hull and the hum of the motor churning on. Every time he caught Sasha's voice, his deep cadence, his heart sped up, aching for more, and he strained to hear what was said. And then He chastised himself, furiously bullying his heart back into line. He was far too much of a coward. It would never be more than what it was. A fractured dream. In the forward cabin, Ethan slowly undressed Jack, peeling back each layer, dropping kisses to each exposed bit of skin. He pulled everything off until Jack was naked, gleaming by the light of the moon shining through the porthole. He washed Jack, dipping a rag in water warmed by Vaseline, and scrubbing at every inch of his body. He stroked every part, massaging Jack's muscles, and covered him in kisses until Jack was a writhing mess of overwrought nerves, his body loose and warm. He ran the rag over his own body quicker, focused and efficient, and then went to Jack on the bed. He took his time, loving Jack, worshipping him with his mouth, his tongue. He opened Jack leisurely, reveling in the taste, the feel of his lover, the connection their love rebuilt through touch and breath and gasps, hands clasping for one another and fingers tangling in hair. When Jack was ready, Ethan lay back on the flat, narrow bed, and Jack climbed on his lap, lowered himself down, taking Ethan within his body with a sigh and a breathtaking smile. Ethan watched him move, watched the lines of his throat, his neck, his chest, held his hips and stroked his waist, his back, his ass, felt them connect inch by inch, until there was nothing separating them at all any longer. Jack moved slowly, rolling his hips and his ass over Ethan until Ethan took over, moving deep within him from root to tip with every stroke. He wanted to feel Jack, feel every micron of him, press in and in, until their skin let their souls slip within each other, merge and become one. He sat up, pulling Jack close as he thrust within his body, kissed his chest open-mouthed as Jack's eyes rolled back in his head and his breath faltered, gasping Ethan's name with every press and rock of their bodies as he clung to Ethan, his fingers scratching up his lover's back, his cock rock hard and pressed between their bellies. Hands stroked caressing skin and committing each other to memory. New marks, new bruises. Ethan's scar from the stitches Sergey had given him. Jack's bruises from the fall through the ice, mottled over his ribs. His faint black eye, courtesy of Leslie's blast at the CIA just a week before. Old marks, Jack's star-shaped scar on his shoulder, the legacy of Ethan's shot fired to save his life. Their lives as entwined as their bodies, as their legs stroking together, slipping together, wrapping around each other as they kissed and kissed, making slow love for hours. When they came, Jack lay on his back, open completely to Ethan, as Ethan pressed into him, holding his legs wide. Jack's arms wrapped around Ethan's back, around his neck, one hand sliding through his hair, as he pulled Ethan close and kissed him through his orgasm, pouring his love, his ecstasy into the meeting of their lips, the swipes of their tongues. Ethan gripped Jack's ankles, drove deep into him, deep enough to touch the bottom of Jack's heart, and emptied his own heart into Jack's body, whispering, "I love you," over and over. Spent, they curled together, sweat and their fluids cooling on their skin, arms and legs intertwined, fingers laced together as they gazed into each other's eyes. Neither said a word. They didn't have to. Their love said it all. Chapter 25. Washington, D.C.
Thank you for coming down, Madam President.
General Bradford stood as Elizabeth strode into the Situation Room. Director Maury rose beside him, nodding to Elizabeth. "News on the Chinese fleet." She stopped behind Jack's chair, resting her elbows on the headrest. Levi shadowed her, standing almost too close as if he'd have to jump in front of a bullet at any time.
"No, ma'am. Our other situation."
Bradford swiped an image from his tablet to the main screen along the Situation Room wall. The Swedish weather satellite data appeared, the grainy black and white image with the bright fuchsia cloud extending from the Kara Sea and wrapping around eastern Russia. Except the cloud had grown. Ugly fuchsia swept across all of eastern Russia, most of China, the Korean peninsula, Japan, and into the Pacific. It was sweeping south, too, fingers of the cloud stretching to Central Asia, Pakistan, and India. "Shit," she breathed. "It's growing fast."
"It will cover the northern hemisphere in days. The globe soon after."
Bradford swallowed.
"If he detonates now, the death toll is estimated to be around 4 billion. It will only grow from here."
She sighed, dropping her head between her shoulders.
"What's your play, Madigan? When are you going to blow the planet? When do you want to murder the entire world?"
Slowly she pulled herself up.
"Thank you, General. Keep me updated."
Bradford and Director Morey both nodded. She headed back to the Oval Office, Levi walking side by side with her.
"Do you have the uplink set up?"
she asked softly, turning her head toward his. He nodded.
"Let's do it in your private office."
He took over the lead, badging the way into the president's private study. It still felt like Jack's. His papers, his clutter, were still all over the place. A leftover jacket over the back of his chair. She couldn't tell if it was Jack's or Ethan's. A picture of Ethan, red-faced and laughing like he was about to pee his pants, framed on Jack's desk next to the computer. She waited while Levi pulled a sat phone from his jacket, turned it on, and passed it to her. Their eyes met and held. And then Levi went to the door, both standing guard and listening for anyone coming. Taking a deep breath, she tugged a slip of paper from her pocket and punched in the number. It rang, and rang, and rang. Cursing, she shared a nervous look with Levi, waiting out another long ring. And then,
"Captain Anderson,"
a gruff voice answered.
"Captain, thank God,"
she breathed, exhaling.
"I thought something had happened."
"It took us longer to surface, Madam President. We picked up some Chinese Northern Fleet activity. Stayed deep until they had passed out of range."
"Yes."
She closed her eyes.
"Looks like the Chinese are heading our way, backing up Maroshkin's forces in Canada, most likely."
Captain Anderson was quiet.
"What are our orders, Madam President? We're out here off the coast of Russia, south of Petropavlovsk. Should we turn around and chase those Chinese?"
"Not just yet. I need you to do something else. Head to Simure Island north of Bustle Strait. Make way for the north end of the island to Brutona Bay. There's a flooded caldera there and an abandoned Soviet nuclear sub-base."
She practically heard Captain Anderson blinking over the satellite connection.
"Madam President, what is our purpose at this base?"
"You're meeting your contact there, Captain. Send a party to shore. They should be there soon if everything went well. Your contact is designated Phoenix 1. They're connected to the Russian insurgency."
Her eyes drifted to another framed picture, Jack and Ethan staring into each other's eyes, trying hard not to burst into laughter. She remembered that moment, that night. Sergey Puchkov's state dinner.
"And what am I doing when I meet with Phoenix 1?
Make contact. Provide any and all aid required, and then contact me immediately."
Her hand squeezed the sat phone casing hard enough to make the plastic creak and groan.
"And if I can't make contact?"
"Pray that you do, Captain. We need to find Phoenix 1, and we need to find him now."
Chapter 26. Simure Island, Okhotsk Sea. Dawn broke over the sea, muted sunlight smearing over the horizon, painting the waters with smudged gold and faint periwinkle, wavering colors that bled into the fog-laden sky. Their stolen boat puttered on. Simure Island loomed ahead, an expanse of loamy granite shrouded in mist and thick fog. Dark volcanic rock made the island seem menacing,
and the peak of one volcano disappeared entirely into the leaden cloud bank. If ever there was a supervillain island, Simure could be its twin. Sergey yawned at the wheel, blinking hard. He'd been up all night steering the boat on their heading and keeping them on course, pouring more fuel into the tank when they ran low. The voices of his men in the main cabin had faded as the hours wore on, until all he heard were snores. Sergey headed down, looking for leftover coffee. It would be cold, but it also would be caffeinated, and that was what he was in need of. He stepped softly, moving around his sleeping men. Alexei had passed out halfway up the stair-ladder, leaning against the railing, and right in the way. He made it around the sleeping policeman without waking him. "Good morning." Sergey almost jumped out of his skin. He whirled, eyes wide. Sasha stared at him. He sat at the built-in table in the corner of the cabin, next to the rest of their convoy members, all sleeping, some with their faces on the table, some leaning against each other. Vasily still had his hand on the vodka bottle. Sasha slowly batted his cup of coffee back and forth, sliding it across the plastic tabletop. "You are not sleeping." Sergey turned away, his shaking hands searching for leftover coffee. "I slept the whole drive here." He heard Sasha's exhale. "I am still off. From the crash. From being on the run. I should rest, but my body—" He trailed off, going silent as he pursed his lips and picked at a broken bit of plastic on the table edge. Sergey swallowed. "Is there any more coffee?" He watched Sasha from the corner of his eye, his gaze tracing over Sasha's body, his arms, down to his hands. Sasha grabbed one of the men's mugs and poured the contents into his own, then slid his across the table. Plastic on plastic, a scratchy whine. "I could take over. You have been awake all night." Sergey snatched Sasha's coffee cup and headed for the ladder. He had to escape back to the deck and the wheel. "I am fine," he grunted. "We're almost there anyway." As he climbed, he could feel Sasha's heavy gaze hitting the center of his back. He wanted to squirm, wiggle away, slink over the side of the boat and disappear beneath the black waves, turn around, go to Sasha and babble, just babble incoherently everything that was tearing apart his heart. He cleared his throat and kept going, back to the bridge. Sasha's coffee was as cold as the sea, bitter and biting. He choked it down, watching as Simure grew closer. When he heard voices rising from the main cabin, he sped up the boat and let the roar of the engine drown out their words. "He was a ghost when you were gone, Dottie." Sasha's whole body froze. Slowly, his eyes met Anton's. Anton smirked, stretching his feet across the bench seat he sat on across the cabin. Sasha scowled. He rose, heading for the ladder. "Totti, Totti, what are you doing? Sit down." "Why are you calling me that name?" His hands clenched, and he glared at Anton. Tati was short for Tatiana, a woman's name. After everything, he wasn't going to stand for that, not after drinking with these men for half the night, feeling a part of his soul stitched back together. It had been almost like he had had friends again. Comrades. That warm, gut-full feeling of camaraderie. He'd missed it so much, but he wouldn't be a laughingstock. Never. Anton sighed. He nodded to Sasha, pointing to him. "Tatiana." He pointed over to where Sergey had disappeared. "Onegin." Shock slammed into Sasha like a wave crashing over the side of the boat and drenching him in ice water. Tatiana and Onegin, two lovers doomed to forever be apart. It was Alexander Pushkin's greatest work, the seminal classic of Russian literature. Verses of the poem were recited in every bar, every night somewhere in the Russian world. With each shot of vodka, the retellings grew even more dramatic, the prose more sorrowful. Anton spoke softly, his voice deep. "Love's frantic torments, bent on beating and racking with their strain and stress.
that youthful soul which pined for sadness.
Shut up! Sasha stormed across the cabin. His fists shook, and a ruby haze washed across his vision. Fury flooded him, a bitter rush of ice that screamed, wailed.
Shut your mouth!
Anton kept going, watching Sasha come closer.
Totty dear, with you I'm weeping, for you have at this early date into a moldish tyrant's keeping resigned disposal of your fate.
His eyes squeezed shut, and he turned toward the ladder, grabbing the railing. He almost propelled himself up, almost escaped, but froze. Sergey was up there. What was he escaping to if he fled? More of Sergey's avoidance, his dark glowers, and his sulking anger? He gripped the railings, kneading the metal. He almost felt it give, bend beneath his rage. If only he could rip everything apart and then rebuild it all the way things were supposed to be. Sergey back as president, him anywhere else.
I have been mocked before,
he finally growled.
I'm not mocking you, Sasha.
Finally, Anton stood. He came close, pressing his shorter body almost against Sasha's. He searched for the right words, frowning as his lips pursed, his mustache twitched, and his eyes narrowed. He sighed.
Tatiana and Onegin are a tragedy. Onegin figured out too late that he returned Tatiana's love. Tatiana had moved on.
Sasha turned away. He knew all this.
Sergey lost himself after you were gone. He was a shell, a shadow. We already knew about you, and your feelings for him.
He whipped around, staring at Anton. Shame oozed from his pores, sliding over his skin. Everyone had known. Everyone? What had he done? How had he given himself away? He thought he'd hidden everything, dug a hole in his heart, and buried his love beneath the crater. Shame rose within him like bile, trying to strangle him, suffocate him. His breath came fast, too fast, through his nose. Anton reached out, gripping his arm.
Sasha, we've known from the beginning, since the first night after Sochi, the way you cared for him, the way your whole world revolved around him. He was the center of everything for you. No one is that loyal unless they are truly in love.
He stumbled backward, almost hitting Alexei on the stair ladder. His legs gave way, and he crashed onto the bottom step, sprawled on his ass as he buried his face in his hands. Acceptance was an impossibility, something foreign, something that didn't happen to someone like him. Anton went with him, kneeling at his side. He wrapped one arm around Sasha's shoulders. He started reciting Pushkin's poem again.
All for you. I drag my footsteps hither, yonder. I count each hour the whole day through, and yet in vain I squander the days that doom has measured out.
He squeezed Sasha's shoulder, shaking him lightly.
Oneggin's lines, but does that sound like anyone else we know?
Swallowing, Sasha turned away from Anton. He wasn't going to discuss this. He'd rather never discuss it, ever. It should have been buried in the hollow depths of his heart forever. Anton sighed. He released Sasha, clapping his hands on his meaty thighs and rising with a groan.
We are glad you're back, Tati, and I hope it is not too late.
He squeezed Sasha's shoulder and returned to his seat, settling in and closing his eyes. Was any of it true? For a moment in the snow, Sergey had seemed awestruck. When he hadn't looked like he was about to puke, pale from seeing the ghost of a dead man before him. He touched his cheek, and then he'd been furious, bitterly so, lashing out and keeping him at arm's length, avoiding him even. Why? You knew this would happen. You knew he'd react this way. It was only fantasies that had kept Sasha going, his dreams of seeing Sergey smile at him again, but why would he? Everything, from the moment his resolve had failed and he had kissed Sergey until now, was all of his own making, his own failure. Sergey's recoil, his disgust, was only natural. He would keep his distance, respect Sergey's wishes, do what he could for Sergey, always, but keep away from the man himself. Whatever they had had before, Sasha had destroyed it on the flight line at Volga. Now, he had to pick his way through the pieces. They docked at the rotten remains of the Soviet submarine base, tying up to a broken pylon and sidestepping gaping holes in the wooden boardwalk. On the shore, sand shared space with tumble-gray boulders. Like giants had stopped playing a game of jacks and abandoned the beach. Decrepit Soviet barracks squatted behind a broken fence, fallen down in most places. Once painted the gleaming, bright pastels of Soviet luxury, the buildings were more chipped paint and rust than anything else, wind-blown, with broken windows and caved-in roofs. The sub-base sat in a large caldera, a round depression blown out from a long-extinct volcano. Flooded, the caldera was a perfect deep-water pool, and Soviet engineers had breached a hole in the narrowest bit of land, creating an access point to the Pacific. It was isolated, protected, and obscure. All things that a covert nuclear sub-base should be. The rest of the island was a wasteland, dark crags of granite and black earth, scrub grasses, moss, and loam. The caldera's twin volcano rose to the south, disappearing into the low-slung clouds. Oppression littered the island, the death and decay of the sub-base casting a malaise over the land itself. Even the birds seemed off, squawking at the arrival of the humans like they were alerting some larger, menacing presence. The island was undeniably Russian. If a land could be carved from the spirit of a people, Simure could have been carved from a stoic, sullen Russian heart and breathed to life with the dour soul of her people. "Well, Jack," Sergey stood beside him on the beach, facing the Pacific Ocean. "We've made it to Simure. Now it is time for you to do your part. Where are your submarines?" Jack smiled. He squinted, looking out over the fog-covered waters. An entire ocean lay in the fog, and they were specks on an infinitely tiny dot standing on an island that wasn't on most maps. Still, he saw a faint parting in the mist, a dark shadow cutting through the gloom. "I believe they are already here." The rest of the convoy did a quick recon of the base, surveying the buildings for anything useful. Sergey ordered them to bring back enough firewood to last the whole night. Vasily and Alexei disappeared, Vasily going on and on about finding birds' eggs and other food, anything to get away from the rations and the scavenged tins they'd been eating since Siberia. Jack, Ethan, Scott, and Sergey waited at the pier. They heard the boat first, a high-pitched whine and the churn of a portable motor. Through the mist they spotted a small inflatable fast boat carrying almost a dozen men cutting through the water. As they got closer, Jack picked out the sub-captain and the executive officer, along with the heavily armed security detail. What a sight they must be, unwashed, unshaven, and standing on a rotten pier. Jack slapped his best smile on his face and strode forward after the small boat docked and the commanding officer disembarked. His rank insignia showed Captain. Jack held out his hand. Elizabeth had sent the captain and commander of Pearl Harbor submarine squad to him. Normally submarines were manned by commanders. This man, though, had proven himself to be the best among his peers, and had risen to command the fleet of fast-attack hunter-killer submarines. Hunter-killer submarines did exactly that, hunted their prey in the depths of the ocean and then vanished again. The men who led those missions were made of steel, predators who worked in the shadows. Hunter-killer subs were the sharpest knives brought to a back-alley fight, and their commanders were the best at slitting throats. This man would be no different. The captain was tall, taller than he'd expect would serve on a submarine, He carried himself like a man used to authority, a man with power. He had a lean face and deep-set eyes the color of cobalt that flicked over the caldera, the desolate base, and their party, taking everything in a fast, periscope-like sweep. His gaze was firm, as if he was accustomed to taking no crap, but his eyes narrowed when he saw Jack, and his jaw dropped just a hair. It was enough of a reaction for Jack to know he'd thrown him completely. Beside the captain, his executive officer froze as well, his gaze darting from Jack to his captain and back again. "Mr. President," the captain finally breathed. He blinked. His gaze flicked behind Jack, first to Ethan and then to Sergey and finally to Scott. The captain's name tape read Anderson. Jack nodded. "Hello, Captain Anderson. You were sent to rendezvous here by President Wall." Captain Anderson nodded. Jack watched the pieces fall together behind his eyes. "Phoenix 1, you're Phoenix 1. Jack nodded. "Good call sign." Captain Anderson took Jack's hand. His grip was firm, and he gave a wry, tight smile. "I am relieved that you're alive, Mr. President. I'd also like to know just what the hell is going on." After listening to a quick and dirty summary of the high points, Captain Anderson insisted on taking all 4 of them back to the sub. "President Wall instructed me to let her know as soon as I made contact. Now I understand the urgency. I need to talk to her, too. We need an update on the situation in Canada and General Moroshkin's movements. Shooting has stopped for now, but the Chinese are sending a fleet across the Pacific. We ran beneath them on the way." Captain Anderson frowned, deep lines furrowing his lean face. "Things are changing by the minute. And only getting worse." Jack held his hand out to Ethan, beckoning him down to join them on the pier. "Captain, may I introduce Ethan Reichenbach, director of the black team assigned to take out Madigan." He watched Anderson carefully as Ethan joined them. Captain Anderson smiled wide and gripped Ethan's hand. "Mr. First Gentleman, it's an honor." Ethan nodded, and Jack spotted a hint of a flush above the growth of his scraggly facial hair. He still wasn't comfortable with compliments, with any kind of attention paid to him. "We're putting a bunch of pieces together for this mission, Captain. My team, your subs, Russian intelligence. It's going to be a patchwork. We'll make it work." Captain Anderson shook Scott's hand and then introduced his own executive officer and the head of his security detachment. As he spoke, Jack spotted Sergey scowling and looking around, searching for someone. "Where is Sasha? We need him." Sergey grumbled. He lifted his radio, snapping in Russian. Sasha's voice came back, and in a minute he appeared at the beach, jogging from the direction the rest of the convoy had disappeared to, searching for supplies. "Where have you been?" Sergey grunted, looking past Sasha as he fisted his hands in his pants pockets. "We need you." Sasha stared at Sergey. "I did not want to intrude." "You have the intelligence, no? You flew that damn mission." Sergey walked away, heading for Jack, Ethan, and Captain Anderson. Jack and Ethan shared a long look as Sergey introduced himself to Anderson and his men. Anderson's executive officer had wide saucer eyes, and he fumbled his greeting as he shook Sergey's hand. The shock of finding 2 world leaders, one supposedly dead, and on an island in the middle of nowhere, had yet to wear off. "President Wall is waiting." Anderson hesitated and then frowned at Jack. "She is the sitting president," he said, answering the question in Anderson's eyes. "The world needs to think I'm down and out. I'm a ghost, Captain." Anderson nodded and smiled tightly. "Mr. President," he still said, "it would be my privilege to take you aboard Honolulu." Ethan and Scott followed Jack into the boat, and then Sergey and Sasha squeezed on board as well. With everyone, it was a tight fit, and Sergey ended up mashed beside Sasha and leaning against the inflatable sidewall. They took off with a roar, the motor carving a deep wake behind their fast boat. Freezing spray blew over the bow, splashing their faces and wetting their lips. Next to Ethan,
Jack turned his face into the wind and closed his eyes. He could taste the sea, smell the weight of salt in the ocean. Simure was colder than the mainland had been, and even though the wind was cutting and frigid, the sea salt air was like ambrosia, honey-sweet to his soul. They'd made it. They'd made it to the rendezvous, one step closer to taking out Madigan. Ethan wrapped his arms around his waist, holding him from behind, and Jack leaned into him. He watched the dark, fin-like sail of the USS Honolulu draw closer, rising out of the ocean like a sea monster from legends of old. Sailors stood on the bridge at the top of the sail, watching their approach. Beyond Honolulu, 3 more dark towers rose from the churning waves, a triangle of submarine sails, deadly and dangerous. Elizabeth's fleet, as promised. Beside them, Sergey shuffled closer to Sasha, his hand jerking back and forth as if he didn't know if he should reach out or not. Finally, he rested his hand on Sasha's back. "You are not all right." Sasha looked grim. His lips were pressed in a hard line, and he gripped the rounded edge of the boat. "I am a pilot," he said. "Not sailor. Boats make me—" He trailed off, but the hard swallow he gave conveyed the message. Sighing, Sergey rubbed his hand up and down Sasha's back. He frowned and looked away over the ocean's swells and missed it when Sasha turned his wide, confused eyes toward him. Ethan spoke into Jack's ear softly. "They haven't figured anything out, have they?" Jack shook his head. And then they pulled up alongside the submarine. Their little boat maneuvered next to the huge, rounded black hull, sliding right alongside a set of bouncing buoys. Long and narrow, the sleek curve of the submarine looked like a whale hovering on the surface of the ocean before diving back down. The sail rose high on the forward section and down the spine of the sub. Sailors scurried along a narrow walkway, catching and throwing lines back and forth from their fast boat. Low waves broke over the back of the sub, washing the hull with frothy sea water. 2 sailors lowered a rope ladder to the boat, and the captain went up first. "Captain on deck!" one of the sailors shouted. Anderson turned around and helped Jack out of the boat first, followed by the others. Jaws dropped as the sailors recognized Jack. Anderson gave them a heavy look, the full weight of his authority in his glare, and they snapped back to their duties in an instant. "Mr. President, welcome aboard the USS Honolulu." They made their way to the captain's cabin quickly, crowding the 5 of them, plus Anderson and his executive officer, into the cramped space. Along one wall, 6 display screens showed the status of the ship in her departments, their position, and data from all the sensors on board. A narrow desk squatted between 2 built-in chairs, and above the desk, the captain's bunk was stowed and folded against the wall. 3 red phones, the ship's radio, and a dizzying array of communications switches sat on the wall above the desk. Even with everyone shoved into every possible space, Jack sitting at the desk, Sasha and Sergey huddled against the wall, Scott leaning on the cabin's door, arms crossed. It was a tight fit. Anderson called to the radio room for a secured signal to the White House Situation Room. Minutes later, one of the screens flickered, and then the White House seal flashed. Anderson swung the screen out in front of Jack, and in an inset video, Jack's filthy, bedraggled image appeared, staring back at the screen. A moment later, the image flickered. Elizabeth sat at the head of the table in the Situation Room, her hands clasped in front of her jaw clenched hard like she was bracing for terrible news. When she saw Jack, she smiled wide and let her head droop forward for a moment. "Jack, I'm glad to see you in one piece. I must have been absolutely crazy to agree to this plan of yours." "Yes, Madam President." Jack grinned back at her. "Is everyone with you all right?" Jack nodded, and Ethan leaned into the video feed. "Ethan." Elizabeth's smile wavered as her eyes glittered and she couldn't speak for a moment. "I'm glad to see you both." Her eyes flicked away from the screen and she nodded to someone out of sight. Levi appeared beside her. "Where's Scott?" Scott grunted and leaned in, grinning. "Y'all can hurry it up and come back any time," Levi said. He gave them a tired smile and backed away. Elizabeth got down to business. "Jack, We've got a situation here.
She briefed them on Miroshkin's movements in Canada and the nervous ceasefire that had settled over the region, Canada's refusal to talk to them anymore, and Russia's direct communication with the Canadian government, NATO's silence, the advance of the Chinese fleet across the Pacific, and her defensive line at Hawaii. When she finished, Jack leaned forward, balancing his elbows on his knees as he exhaled. Back channels to Canada aren't working?
They aren't saying a word to us. CIA and NSA are tracking comms between Canada and the Russians. It's tapered off for now. We're in wait-and-see mode.
We've got to do something about the Chinese fleet. Jack's gaze flicked to Anderson. You have 4 subs with you? Anderson nodded. Elizabeth, let's split this fleet. Send 2 subs up the backs of the Chinese. If they make a move at Hawaii, Anderson's subs can be there waiting for them. Anderson chimed in. My guys can sprint back and catch up to their present position in under a day. They'll never know they're there. Elizabeth nodded.
I agree.
Let's do it. She pulled a tablet across the table and sent a picture over the secured link.
Jack, here's the latest from the Swedish weather satellite. The cloud is growing. It's already estimated to kill over 4 billion people if it ignites now. Every hour it grows, more lives are at risk.
The black and white photo showed a river of fuchsia, spreading out like spilled ink from the Russian Arctic and starting to sweep around the globe.
Most of Russia, China, and starting to touch Canada and the U.S.
Jack glanced at Ethan. One of Ethan's hands rose, settling on the small of his back, a silent show of support. Sergey crossed the cabin and leaned into the feed, glowering at the data.
DMD man,
he growled.
Almost all of Russia will be incinerated in this blast.
We're not going to let that happen, Sergey. Jack held his friend's glare when Sergey turned to him. We're going to stop him.
Jack, what's your plan?
On screen, Elizabeth sat back, lacing her hands together. All eyes turned to him. No pressure. He exhaled slowly and leaned back into Ethan's touch. I want to take 2 subs up under the Arctic ice. Captain Anderson's and another. We'll make our way beneath the polar cap to Madigan's location. Based on Sasha's recon flight, we have a great idea of what we're up against. 1 sub and 1 destroyer. It was surfaced through the ice a week ago.
What kind of sub?
Anderson frowned. There's a difference between a fast attack boat and an SSBN. Hunter-killer or a mobile missile launcher. Jack turned to Sasha. Sasha shrugged. A dark black. Anderson arched one eyebrow. Would you be able to recognize it if you saw it again? Sasha thought it over, nodding his head from side to side. Yes.
Jack, I thought you said the pilot went down during the mission.
Elizabeth leaned forward. We recovered Sasha on our way. Smiling, Jack gestured to Sasha and pushed the screen toward him. Clearly uncomfortable, Sasha managed a tight smile and looked like he wanted to make his 6-foot-plus frame disappear into the cheap wooden paneling. What can you tell us about Madigan's position, son? Anderson folded his arms and hovered over Sasha, staring down his long nose. What kind of intel were you able to get on this overflight? Taking a deep breath, Sasha launched into the report on his flight, from the moment he took off until the moment he ejected. His approach over the ice-covered Kara Sea. Finding Madigan's position and the 2 ships in the ice, the sub, its sail poking through the frozen sea, explosions beneath the ice and open holes, burning rust fuel stations and oil derricks. Their defenses and how many times he was fired upon, his evasive maneuvers, finally running out of time and sprinting for deep Siberia while making what he thought was his last call to Sergey. As he finished, Sasha turned toward Sergey, holding his gaze as he relayed his side of their final call. Sergey stared back, eyes wide, lips pressed into a thin line. Damn, son, Anderson breathed. That takes a lot of guts, volunteering for a one-way mission like that. It was the right thing to do, Sasha rumbled.
for Russia, and for the world. Jack heard what Sasha didn't say, that he did it, all of it, for Sergey. Ethan spoke in the silence that followed.
Sasha can reconstruct everything that he saw, draw us a map, give us actionable intelligence on the size and strength of Madigan's forces.
Anderson frowned.
Weak old intelligence. It's the Arctic, Captain. Everything is measured in glacial epochs there. Nothing moves fast. Not men, not machines, not nature.
Ethan shook his head.
After helping Miroshkin's coup, he must have moved what's left of his forces in bulk to the Arctic in one go. Anything else would be a logistical nightmare. You said something about your team?
Ethan nodded.
Yes, my team closed in on Madigan. Found his base in a derelict tanker off the coast of Saudi Arabia. Uncovered Madigan's assassination plot.
He looked at Jack, swallowing.
Found out the truth about the attacker in the nick of time.
Silence hung in the cabin. Jack held Ethan's stare. He reached for Ethan's hand and squeezed.
I sent my team to these coordinates.
Ethan reached for another of Captain Anderson's screens and called up the GPS, punching in longitude and latitude.
We need to go and pick them up.
And then what? Elizabeth again over the secure link. Jack, you are not seriously thinking about going into the Arctic. We lost a SEAL team deployed off Franz Joseph Land. Now you want to go in? You're the president. No, Elizabeth, I am not the president. I'm the former president. Right now, I'm just a man supporting a government operation, your and Director Reichenbach's operation. Capture or kill Madigan before he commits an act of global genocide. He looked Elizabeth in the eye, across the thousands of miles that separated them, and squared his jaw. We've come this far. I'm not leaving Ethan's side. We're doing this together. Sergey spoke quickly, sliding across to Jack and Ethan's sides.
As representative of the true and authentic Russian government, I will join with you in this. You require Russian authorization to operate in our territory, which I am glad to extend to my friends in the United States. We would appreciate your help in taking care of this terrorist we have in our polar region.
Elizabeth closed her eyes and bowed her head. Captain Anderson, she finally said, slowly looking up. This is your boat, and this would be your mission, with Director Reichenbach attached to your command. In your professional opinion, can this be done? Anderson pursed his lips. One boot scuffed at the deck as he frowned, as if the corrugated steel and rubber had done something out of line. All eyes were on him, in the cabin and over the uplink. If Anderson nixed the idea, Jack was on thin ice going forward, and he had been beneath the surface once already. He wasn't the commander-in-chief. He wasn't in the chain of command, not since he had walked out of Bethesda and had given the keys to the White House to Elizabeth. He couldn't order anyone to do anything. Anderson, so far, had been deferential and respectful to his former office and possibly to how he viewed Jack as a man, but all that could change in a moment.
Madam President, if you're asking me if I can get 2 subs under the ice and sneak up on this bastard, the answer is yes. I can get us there. Now, what will we face?
He blew out slowly, and a low whistle echoed through the cabin.
Strange things happen under the ice. Waters that go down deeper than you can believe. Subs can hide in those depths. Is there 1 Russian sub under Madigan's command, or 2? Or more? What about combat? How is your team, Director Reichenbach? Are we inserting them on the ice? We left Pearl with provisions for Arctic operations, but what about your men? Are they ready for this? They're ready.
Ethan crossed his arms.
I trust my lieutenant. He knows what to do. He'll do whatever it takes. Mr. President,
Anderson flicked his eyes to Jack.
You've just come across the entirety of the Russian continent, a country gripped in civil war. You managed to sneak through territory that has been blacked out to the world since the coup began. You launched an intelligence-gathering mission from inside hostile territory. He nodded to Sasha, and successfully retrieved critical, actionable intelligence. All of this is incredible work, beyond incredible. He took a deep breath and squinted. You should stop here, Mr. President. You've already done enough. The world thinks you're dead.
Jack smiled. He licked his lips, looking down at the decking for a moment.
Captain, you and I are about the same age. We grew up watching old men become the worst kind of politicians. Breaking promises, sending our friends out to fight wars in distant countries, screaming at the other side when things didn't go right. Refusing to take responsibility for anything. Always pointing the finger, always someone else's fault. And America suffered. The world suffered. Our country lost itself. And we watched it happen, growing up in the shadow of so many failures. He sighed. I think that's where Madigan was born. Somewhere along the line, too many promises were broken. He went through 4 wars, watched his people suffer and die, and came home to the same old garbage. Shaking his head, Jack stood slowly. I swore I'd be different. I swore every single night that I wouldn't go down that path. I'd take responsibility. I'd show up. I'd make the hard calls and live with them. I swore on my wife's sacrifice that this crazy, desperate world she was taken from wouldn't be what we had to live with. That there was something better in the future for all of us. He thought back to his heroes, to the legacies of men and presidents who had shaped his worldview and his presidency, men who knew sacrifice on so many levels, men who gave their all to the nation. When was the last time a president truly sacrificed for our nation? For the world? He swallowed, memories of his short tenure in office flashing in his mind. Building outreach, reaching to other nations, trying to rebuild the world community, taking the lead in aid after the blast in Nairobi, and stitching the global community even closer together. Facing down the barrel of a gun, and feeling cold steel bite his skin. Ethan rushing to his rescue, standing together with Sergey and striding forward, leaving the ghosts of both nations behind. Feeling it all come apart like water slipping through his fingers as Sochi fell, and the woman he thought was Leslie, his long-dead wife, lay in his arms. Choosing Ethan. Choosing to stand and fight, to strike back, to bring back to Madigan what he had taken from Jack. His own life. I will lay down my life to stop Madigan and to save America. And save the world. He thinks he's already beaten me, that I'm already down, but I am the one thing he won't see coming. Silence. Not even a breath moved the air. Distantly, Jack heard the hum and splash of waves rolling against the sub's smooth hull, a gentle lap that permeated the background. Anderson peered at him. A new light shone in his eyes. Something had lit deep within the man, some core that Jack had tapped. Respectfully, Mr. President, Anderson said slowly. How's your combat training? He's received Secret Service training. Scott jumped in, speaking from his slump against the door. Tactics, weapons, advanced drills. I've seen him in combat, too. Scott looked Jack dead in the eye, shadows of Sochi in both of their gazes. I wouldn't have smuggled him to Russia if I thought he couldn't survive. Anderson's eyebrows arched to his hairline. I'd like to hear that story sometime," he said.
Sighing, he scrubbed one hand over his mouth and peered at Jack, as if trying to divine the future in the depths of his gaze, measuring Jack's soul by the light in his eyes. It was all on Anderson. Submarine captains were confident to the point of cocky, but rock-solid in their measured, precise risks. Aggressive, but not reckless. Surety lived in their bones as much as salt flowed in their veins.
"If anyone can do this, Madam President," he finally said, softly, "it's the people in this room."
He held Jack's gaze as he spoke, unblinking. Jack smiled, nodding to Anderson as Ethan slipped his hand into Jack's and laced their fingers together. Jack squeezed back until his bones ached, until, if he squeezed any harder, Ethan and he would become one, bones and blood fusing together. This was it.
Time to save the world.
They spent hours sketching out their battle plan, courses plotted up to the Arctic and beneath the ice, the best vector for approaching Madigan's location. Sasha helped them draw a finely detailed map to the grid square of Madigan's forces and position. Anderson offered them each the use of a shower.
"It's not much. We run tight water rationing on board. Our Dessau plant can only do so much each day, and the bulk of that water goes to the reactor cooling system, but you can each get wet, soap off, and rinse, and shave." He grinned. "I can scrounge up some fresh uniforms for you as well."
A sponge bath didn't really count as bathing, not compared to a shower with soap, and falling into the ice didn't count either. Jack stank, badly enough that he'd gotten used to the odor. A dignified president, even a former president, he was not. "We'd be grateful, Captain." He went first, followed by Sergey, and then Ethan, Scott, and finally Sasha. They gave their clothes to a young seaman in exchange for fresh Navy uniforms, blue combat fatigues. Jack kept Ethan's sweatshirt, holding on to the grimy, stained fabric. As they were dressing, he watched Ethan smuggle something from his old jacket into the pocket of his new uniform top. Ethan wouldn't look at him, no matter how much Jack tried to catch his gaze. Jack hoped the seamen took their old disgusting clothes and threw them straight overboard. After, Anderson met up with them again. He already looked haggard, worn-weary, just at the thought of their mission ahead.
"Would you like to spend the night on the sub, Mr. President? I can move my officers around this evening, give you and your men bunks on board."
"We'll be crowding you soon enough, Captain. We'll spend the night on the island and stay out of your hair until we're underway. We've got to connect with our people back there, too. Sergey's men need to keep fighting." Anderson nodded. He most likely wouldn't be sleeping for another 2 days.
"Fair enough. I'll send you back to shore with the supplies we brought from Pearl."
Food, clothes, blankets, weapons, and fuel. Elizabeth had filled the subs to outfit an army.
"We've got a lot of work to do to get ready to be underway. We'll be able to raise anchor just after dawn."
Jack nodded. "Send a boat to pick us up. We'll be ready." Chapter 27. Simure Island, Okhotsk Sea. Alexei, Anton, and Vasily, 3 former federal policemen, and the unofficial officers of Sergey's convoy, had rounded up the men and started fires by the time Jack and everyone else made their way back to the island. Cheers rose when Ethan and Scott brought up crate after crate of food, blankets, weapons, and the rest